formed to round up the maverick and deliver him to justice.
On January 5th, 1981, Jim Stevens arrived at a friend's trapping camp, bringing provisions as promised. He fired warning shots to report his arrival. He knew his host didn't like being surprised by unannounced visitors. The trapper, Claude Dallas, had created the gunshot warning system. He was protective of his compound. Dallas was glad to have the supplies. He was trapping for the winter in Bull Basin, a remote area in southwestern Idaho near the Nevada border. He had bagged a few bobcats out of season and planned to sell their furs in the spring. But he needed food before that to sustain it. Besides restocking Dallas's camp, Stevens had come to look for Indian artifacts. He planned to search along the river. In such an isolated area, he was bound to find new items for his collection. Dallas stayed to look over his new provisions. Stevens was away for only a short time. Overhearing Ray's voices, Jim Stevens soon returned to him. He found his friend was not alone. Dallas was arguing with two game wardens, Bill Pope and Conley Helm.
Oh, you got a gun, sir?
Stevens noticed Dallas's shoulder holster was empty. Though the wardens rarely met with trouble, few woodsmen were happy to see it. They requested Stevens' gun following standard field procedure. Pope and Dallas argued about the bobcat skins hanging nearby. In Idaho, the season hadn't opened. Dallas's temper rose as he fumbled for an excuse. Their argument intensified. Pope mentioned a citation, further angering the trapper. Then Warden Elms entered Dallas's tent to look for more contraband. Dallas became furious, insisting they needed a search warrant.
Sir, I said stop.
Warden Pope turned his attention to the tent. Suddenly, Dallas was firing a gun. He had drawn a .357 that kept hidden and emptied it into the unsuspecting warden. Without a word, Dallas reached for his .22 rifle and carefully aimed behind the ear of Bill Pope. Conley Elms met the same fate. Jim Stevens was stunned. Dallas immediately claimed that Pope had tried to draw his gun. Stevens had turned away just before the shooting began. He couldn't deny Dallas's claim.
You saw his hand on his gun. I swore last time I was arrested I'd never go in again.
But did you have to kill him?
But why would the warden have drawn? And why was Elms killed? Maybe his friend had gone crazy. Fearing for his life, Stevens decided it was best to cooperate. He complied with Dallas's orders. Using one of Dallas's mules, they hauled Bill Pope's body up to the ridge where Stevens blazed his body. They dumped the body into the truck and returned to the camp. Conley Elms' body was too heavy for the mule to carry up the hill to the truck. Dallas first suggested they quarter and haul the pieces. In the end, they dragged him almost half a mile across the rocky ground to the river. That would be Dallas's one mistake. He didn't wake the body. As it floated downriver, it was sure to be seen. As a trapper, Dallas knew about leading traps. he must cover his to make it hard on the investigators who had hunted. Using kerosene, he burned the bloody spots left by moving the bodies. Steve. Dallas then built 2 small fires to burn the wood used to move the water from some of the warden's equipment. He tried to get rid of anything with blood. Dallas never expressed remorse for the crime. To Stevens, Dallas seemed without emotion. There was more reason to care. Dallas had to get rid of Bill Poe's body. He decided to go to a friend's house in Nevada for help. Stevens didn't want to cross Dallas, and it might give him a chance to get away from the killer. They would head for Paradise Hill, Nevada, 5 hours away.
We are not under radio controls.
As they drove, Dallas tried to convince Stevens the killings were justifiable homicide. The warden had invaded his territory and threatened him, so he'd only defend him. Stevens couldn't understand how it was self-defense, but he didn't argue. There was no telling what Dallas might do to him. Near the end of their drive, Dallas apologized for involvement. They arrived at the home of George and Liz Nielsen in Paradise Hill, Nevada, around 11 o'clock that night. The Nielsens ran a small tavern out of their house.
Source of life and cause of death. Water can wash away clues, dilute evidence, and conceal corpses.
Yes,
For investigators, water can be a cunning opponent. For criminals, a most accommodating ally. For the perfect crime, just add water.
we are not microwave radio on that bus.
It was one of the most sinister crimes ever committed in British Columbia. The investigation begins in the cold, powerful waters of the Fraser River near Vancouver
Okay.
and ends in a crack house that is as well known to police as it is to the addicts and sex trade workers who gather there. The resulting trial will be one of the most difficult ever held in the province. In 2001, RCMP Detective Peter Cross is the lead investigator assigned to a particularly mysterious case,
It is not
what is commonly referred to as a John Doe homicide.
The police are not.
We had some information that somebody had been killed inside a house in the north part of Surrey.
On May 12, 2001, an individual came forward to the police. And he wasn't an informant, he was a witness. And he spoke of having been not a person being killed, but the aftermath of such.
We were investigating that, even though we had no idea who the victim was. It was pretty good information.
The house where John Doe was reported to have died is located in Whalley, a low-income neighborhood in Surrey. It's a rundown area and has a high level of crime and violence because of the number of drug addicts who continue to feed their habit.
Cheers.
The investigators decide to request a warrant to search the house.
When we searched the house originally, we did it in such a way as that the occupants of the house didn't necessarily know what we were looking for.
While conducting the search, the investigators make some gruesome discoveries. Peter Cross dubs it the House of Horrors.
The reason it became termed the House of Horrors is that we eventually did search warrants on the residence on 2 different occasions, actually. And on one occasion, we went in and looked for fingerprints, for blood, or anything along those lines. And some of those, the blood impressions were pretty graphic because one was a palm print, on a floorboard in blood. So you know that this is not something that's the result of somebody using needles or something. It's something that's the result of crime.
The house is a disaster and should be demolished.
Inside is totally shabby and run down.
There's food everywhere, there's garbage everywhere, there's property everywhere. Filthy clothes and cigarette butts and empty alcohol bottles and cans and drug paraphernalia, and it's filthy.
Computer system.
We found piles and piles of new clothes with tags on them. So obviously they're stealing the clothes in exchange for the dope.
Yes, we have many.
It is what normally you'd encounter in what they call the crack shack.
We don't care about your units.
There were a number of drug users in the residence at the time, as well as the tenant and some of his associates.
According to police, the tenant, Joe Agassi, was the person running the house and dealing with drugs. Some people come forward with disturbing information.
They were telling horrendous stories about the torture, where if they didn't come up with the $25 or $50 they needed, that they would get their hair cut, or they get a finger broken, or they'd be made to have sex with other people in the house. I've been on the job 30 years, so you see a lot of violence.
Yes,
I think the concentrated form of this violence in this one house, to what these sex traded workers were going through, it's the kind of file that sticks with you because of that. And the level of violence for such little money.
Combine that with the information that we're getting from all these people on the street about how people are being beaten and tortured in that residence, it kind of gives you a good picture of what might be happening.
One of the women at the house during the search offers some particularly troubling information to the investigators.
She was a heroin addict, very down and out, and in the midst of her interview, she broke down and she finally told us, I know about the homicide, and started referring to the victim as a she as opposed to a he, and that kind of cued everybody in that something else was going on here, and we felt that she was reliable. She had a lot of good information.
The woman said she was at the house a few weeks earlier when a girl was being tortured in the bathtub.
She actually walked in to use the bathroom when this was going on. So that was the main tie-in, the primary evidence that we had at that time.
Because of her confession, a number of other drug addicts overcome their fear and come forward with their own information about the incident.
These people were all really scared. Talking to the police in that world is not looked upon fondly, and they all feel very endangered by it. So it was a struggle to get any information from anybody. But that's predominantly how we started understanding that at least one other person had been killed there.
And we were about 2 or 3 weeks into that investigation when the body floated up in New Westminster.
In June of 2001, a passerby discovers a body floating by the dock in New Westminster Quay, a city near Vancouver. He alerts the police immediately. Forensic identification officer Fred Ralston is dispatched to the scene.
It was on June 4th, 2001. I was working a day shift and I just got a phone call that they recovered a body in Fraser River, and they just wanted us to come down and take some photographs before they had taken it out of the river. There were a number of police officers there at the scene, and they noted that there was a body in the river, and it was face down, but it was fairly obvious just from the general outline of the person that it appeared to be female.
Facial features and all those kinds of things are definitely blurred. Of course, water being the most difficult body to find as far as a forensic, because water destroys and animal life destroys what you have fairly quickly.
The current is very strong. The rescuers must work quickly so that the body is not carried away by the river.
Our first concern was to try to get her out of the water without disturbing the body and, more importantly, not letting her go and head down the Fraser River again. So after some discussion, we decided that the dive team from the RCMP would come there and retrieve the body.
The New Westminster Police Department doesn't have its own dive team. The RCMP divers must be brought in.
We are not medics or yes, the tactical
Feet and hands were bound together. Quite frankly, that's suspicious enough for us to call it homicide. Generally speaking, you don't get anybody trying to commit suicide or trying to drown themselves with their feet and hands tied together. So it was evident to us that this was in fact a homicide, and we had to be very careful in the extraction of the body. We bag the body in the water. That way we'll preserve things like paper falling out of pockets or perhaps an earring.
I had a tactical asset computer
And
system.
then we cut little slits in the bag and let the water flush out that way. The idea, of course, is to get the water out of the bag because water weighs, an awful lot, but it drains in such a way that we can preserve items that might fall out. In this particular case, you want to double that up with a Stokes stretcher so that you can actually control the amount of water that comes out of the bag
We are
at any
clear
given time.
from radio units.
Once the body's up on dry land, it's almost immediately turned over to the homicide investigators.
Detective Constable Meaden and myself, we went down, followed the body down to the
Yes, the tactical asset
Royal Canadian
system
Hospital
is
morgue.
active.
And we went in there for obvious reasons, just to see if there was
Yes,
a wallet or
strange.
anything on her that would
Does.
tell us who she was.
Many questions remain unanswered. How did the victim end up in the Fraser River? How long has the body been in the water? Will an autopsy be able to determine the victim's identity? The RCMP are investigating the murder of a man in a crack house known as the House of Horrors. They learn a woman has been beaten in the bathroom of the same house. At the same time, a body is discovered floating in the waters of the Fraser River near Vancouver, British Columbia. The body is transported to the morgue at the Royal Canadian Hospital in New Westminster.
We are not
The pathologist conducts an autopsy on the badly decomposing body.
Une autopsie médico-légale.
A forensic autopsy involves a number of steps. When the body arrives, the first step is an external examination.
We are not
We look at
that
the
calm.
clothes and the skin. We're looking for signs of cuts or tears in the clothes, or signs of trauma
Yes,
in the
we
skin.
have many wheels.
Is there any evidence there? Are there fragments of fiber that were torn from the
That
attacker?
radio program
Are there any
is
body
not
fluids from the attacker?
accurate.
Blood or semen? So we might take samples of any number of different things found on the clothes and skin. Then we undress the body, and we go through the same procedure without the clothes.
When the body bag is opened, the sex is confirmed.
Raw RF microwave.
Nothing is found that might help identify the woman.
Bodies in water, especially when it's cold, probably decompose less than if you had the body on the outside where it's exposed to the elements. She actually had a piece of the packaging tape wrapped around the back of her head, through her mouth, and then around to the back of her head again. So her face was distorted quite a bit.
She was wearing a sweater and a pair of jeans, which might not have that much significance, except for the jeans were very obviously not her pants. They were brand new pants. They still had stickers and tags on them, and they were too small. Somebody had a struggle actually putting this clothing on her.
7 stab wounds were found on the woman's arms, back, and thighs. Yet there is no evidence of cuts or tears in her clothing.
I did look at her hands because I knew that I'd eventually have to fingerprint her, and she had degloved, which is a way of saying that the outer layer of her skin had come off. But even at that, she was in very good shape, and I had no reason to believe that I wouldn't be able to get a good set of fingerprints from her that would be identifiable.
Le liquide qui s'accumule dans le corps. As a result of decomposition, moisture accumulates in the body between the outer layer of the skin, the epidermis, and a deeper layer called the dermis. And the epidermis becomes detached. Around the hands, we are left with something like a glove, which must be removed very, very carefully. The forensic expert puts on a latex glove to protect their hand, and then fits the salvaged skin over it in order to take the fingerprints. If this skin glove has been lost in the water, and we have been unable to retrieve it, the forensic expert can still take fingerprints from the dermis.
Yes, but
It's not as effective, but it still works.
The victim's hands and ankles have been tied with yellow rope.
There might be some unusual knot that a person might link to some particular job or hobby, and if it's preserved properly, knot specialists can look at it and maybe give us some information.
The rope bindings we took some interest in and spent a little time on that. We sent those off actually to a rope expert to determine knots and how they were tied and try to use that as a tie-in later on in the investigation.
Once the victim's hands are untied, the forensic technician can start taking fingerprints.
First at the postmortem, it was not possible to get a good set of fingerprints from her, so unfortunately we had to remove all of the fingers. As soon as we were finished the postmortem, we came back and we got 4 digits that were very, very good.
Often when we find someone like that and we don't know who they are, that's the first thing we'll check. It's the easiest, because if they've ever been involved in the justice system, we'll have their fingerprints on file. The only other reason we do it is for other people who pass away and we already know their identity. If they do have a criminal record, we'll take their fingerprints simply to send them into Ottawa so they can be removed from the national databank.
Fred Ralston sends the prints from the 4 digits to the Vancouver database for verification. No matches are found. So the prints are sent on to be checked against the national database in Ottawa. Despite Ralston's efforts, the second search yields nothing.
Spent some time again, and I got all 10 digits. Contacted Ottawa. It took them maybe a couple hours, and it came back, and again it was negative. And I was disappointed because I felt if she'd been fingerprinted previously, there was no reason why they couldn't identify her, but they didn't.
The fingerprints provide no leads. Have the investigators come up against the perfect crime? The team must now look for other clues that might reveal the woman's identity.
There was a large scorpion tattoo with red eyes, and I think there was 2 red dots in the tail on her upper left shoulder. The scorpion tattoo was kind of the thing that we focused on in the early stages of the investigation as a possible means of identifying her.
They are now banking on the scorpion tattoo. Despite the condition of the body, they are able to take a clear photo. They release it to the media throughout the province. In the meantime, Constable Ralston receives fingerprints from 4 people who have been reported missing. He compares them to the victim's fingerprints. Once again, there are no matches. Then, he receives another lead.
Finally, someone had phoned in and said that there was a missing person in Coquitlam that they hadn't seen for some time. So had one of our members go to Coquitlam, pick up the prints and brought them back.
A week has now passed since the body was discovered, and the investigators are still empty-handed. Will this latest lead help them solve the mystery of the victim's identity? A woman's body is found in the Fraser River near a dock in Westminster, British Columbia. Its fat and decomposed. The arms and legs are tied. The investigators have just received the fingerprints of a missing woman from the neighboring city of Coquitlam.
For sustenance. We are not radio high now. We are on point.
This time, the prints match. The woman can finally be identified. Her name is Annette Allen.
I know that she was from Saskatchewan. I believe that she had a mom still in Saskatchewan, and I believe that she had a brother as well.
Annette has lived in British Columbia for some time, but she has no family there. Her disappearance was never reported.
She had started dating an individual who was heavy into drug use and the drug trade, and he went off to jail actually a short time after they started dating, and Annette moved into a relative of his because she came and went and wasn't very consistent with the way that she lived her life. The lady that she was living with didn't even realize that she was missing until her body was found, and they broadcast through the media the pictures of the tattoo.
In cases like this, especially where there is trauma that may have contributed to the death, it is standard procedure to order toxicology tests. The results reveal high levels of drugs in Annette's system, consistent with those of a drug addict.
She did have what would be a textbook lethal dosage of heroin in her system. She also had cocaine and I believe alcohol.
Once Annette's identity is discovered, the New Westminster Police Department contacts Peter Cross. They believe there is a connection to the John Doe case he is currently working on.
I am a tactical asset computer system.
And so we investigated a little further, and we were able to tie the girl to this particular house that we were already investigating.
We are clear from
The case is immediately transferred to the Surrey detachment of the RCMP, and Peter Cross becomes the lead investigator.
That radio program is not in our area.
The investigators learn that Annette Allen used to frequent The Stroll, an area of Wally where prostitutes ply their trade.
That radio program. Yes, we have many wheels.
They also discover that she was with a woman named Joanna Larson on April 22nd, the day she was last seen alive.
Joanna Larson had brought her to that house. And the information at that time was that Joanna Larson had a beef with Annette Allen. And there's where sort of the real crux of the investigation started. What happened in that house?
It was linked quite quickly that she had passed away in that house, or that it had started there.
You are not.
The investigators still do not have enough evidence to make an arrest. So a second, more thorough search of the house is ordered.
We took the drain pipes out of the house. We did everything. I would say we spent in total probably 2.5 to 3 days examining that house.
Peter Cross has heard disturbing rumors about the backyard of the House of Horrors.
We had so much information of people coming forward, the street people in particular.
It is not bloody here.
We thought we've got to cover this up. There's just too many people talking about bodies in the backyard.
For the second search, he decides to use an untried technology called ground-penetrating radar.
Hashtags that activate
At the time, Cross is one of the first people in his detachment to use it.
You can use it for pretty well anything. What you get is just like a radar image that you would see on the scope that you see when they're running radar anywhere. And it will bring out the shape and size. So if you're looking for a coffin or you're looking for a shotgun, the shape will actually come back up. And what it measures is the disturbances in the soil. If you're looking for a body, it's going to show up as a body.
The radar reveals no sign of bodies buried in the backyard.
Well, we sort of came to the conclusion that this was one of the ways they threatened people that were coming into the house.
The second search warrant leads to the discovery of 27 DNA profiles in the house, but it does not yield a single trace of Annette Allen or any evidence of her murder. Either the informants are lying, or someone has done a very thorough job of covering up their crime.
To this day, we have still 27 unknown DNA profiles. All those DNA profiles are blood profiles. So that's blood that's been expended in that house from 27 different people. And we still have yet to tie it into anybody in particular.
The House of Horrors is shut down, and Joe Lagasse is arrested and charged as an accessory to the murder of Annette Allen. But he is quickly released.
After the preliminary hearing, I decided the evidence simply wasn't there in regards to Lagasse, so he was not charged on indictment with murder or manslaughter.
Although he was a promising suspect, Lagasse now walks away a free man.
It was a legal decision as opposed to a common sense decision, because of the legal loopholes and what his role was. I think the average member of the public, when they hear what his role was, they would say, well, of course he's guilty. The problem is the legal system doesn't necessarily match up to the average person.
The only leads the investigators have left are eyewitness accounts that point to two possible suspects, Joanna Larson and Francis Gauthier.
Joanna Larson and Francis Gauthier would be considered friends. Francis was kind of the doorman of that house, worked and lived there, and Jojo went there all the time. We had information which made us believe that the two of them had actually discussed committing a homicide, and that they kind of jibed at each other at points, saying, "Oh, you couldn't kill anybody," or "You couldn't do it."
The witnesses are drug addicts, and this does not help matters. Peter Cross is not sure their accounts are reliable.
The nature of their drug illness makes them extremely difficult to deal with, and extremely difficult to corroborate their information and count on it.
Cross decides to forge ahead with what little information he has.
The investigative avenue we thought would work, would be our best avenue, was the undercover route.
The first undercover operation targets Joanna Larson. It's not long before she's providing information on her role in the death of Annette Allen.
She was definitely, in my opinion, a braggart, but she was quite pleased to talk about it.
It turns out that Larson had previously taken part in a robbery and was convinced that Allen had been an informant.
We could confirm later on, obviously, that she wasn't in that case, but that was their belief, that she was that informant.
There was also a $20 drug debt in there too, that Annette owed someone $20, and that this was a bit of a point of contention with Joanna as well.
Okay, we need fuel for sustenance.
Annette showed up, and they kind of coerced her into the house on the premise that she was going to be given some drugs, and I think it was pretty immediate after she entered the house, and that they tied her up and put her in the bathtub.
Annette Allen is assaulted, stabbed, and beaten with a hammer. Larson boasts about the part she played in the attack, but says a man named Francis Gauthier was the instigator.
Basically, Joanna Larson confessed to being there and what happened, but put the majority of the blame on Mr. Gauthier.
But Larson's accusation against Gauthier would not be admissible in a court of law. In order for it to be used as evidence, a confession from Gauthier himself would be required.
They knew certainly, for sure, they knew Gauthier was involved.
We are not
Once you know someone's involved, there's nothing that evidence that can be used against them. So that's why the second undercover operation is made.
Joanna Larson is arrested and charged with the murder of Annette Allen. Police launched the undercover operation targeting Francis Gauthier.
The challenge, of course, was hoping that they didn't somehow come together once we started the second, so that one would talk to the other as to what was going on.
Will Gauthier be as quick as Larson to give information to the undercover operator? Will his story be the same? Will police get the evidence they need to arrest Annette Allen's killer?
The police are not me, are... Yes, I am a computer.
The body of Annette Allen has been retrieved from the Fraser River.
The police are not...
Her death is traced back to a crack house located in Surrey, British Columbia, that police refer to as the House of Horrors. However, two searches have not turned up the slightest trace of Annette's DNA in the house. The investigators have completed an undercover operation targeting Joanna Larson.
You are not under radio controls.
Close your eyes.
Armed with the allegations Larson has made about Francis Gauthier, the police launch a second undercover operation.
He was introverted, quiet, not very comfortable with himself.
Obviously, he has some violent tendencies to do what he did. But you don't get that same sort of killer impression from Francis Gauthier that you get from Joanna Larson.
I think it was a little bit more difficult for him to talk about it. But in the end, he seemed quite pleased with himself as well.
Gauthier eventually recounts his versions of the events.
He was sleeping on the couch and all this when Joanna Larson brought Annette Allen to his house and began torturing her.
According to Gauthier, Annette Allen arrived at the house to buy drugs. As soon as she arrived, Larson forced her into the bathroom and started torturing, stabbing, and beating her.
Okay, are you coming over later?
The torture continues for many hours.
You are not heath. Okay, we need fuel for sustenance. Law RF microwave harassment detected. Law RF microwave harassment detected. Law RF microwave.
When she's had enough, she recruits Francis Gauthier to help her trunk Allen.
Okay,
what was referred to on the street as being trunked. And that term referred to being beaten, having your head shaven, and being thrown in a trunk and driven around as, a form of punishment or a way of convincing you that you need to pay your bills.
Annette is unconscious and barely alive. Francis and Joanna wrap her in a plastic shower curtain. Then they lock her in a trunk of a car that is parked beside the house.
This residence also had normally multiple cars parked in the driveway, most of them without license plates or insurance, and it was kind of typical to have one good set of license plates and you just switch that to whichever car you chose to drive that day.
Initially, it was still daylight, so we waited for a while down in the Surrey area, North Surrey area.
Larson and Gauthier drive around for several hours looking for a suitable place to dump Allen. They stop under the Alex Fraser Bridge. A heated argument erupts.
I am a tactical asset computer.
While the two accomplices try to come to a decision, Allen manages to open the trunk.
We are not medics or The truck.
Larson and Gauthier realize what's happening, and they tie her up before heading back out. In their state of panic, they don't notice that they've been spotted.
I attack a tactical asset computer system.
The man goes home and calls 911 to report what he witnessed. Eventually, Larson and Gauthier end up in New Westminster.
Right at the New Westminster too. It was about 100 yards up from where the body was found.
Allen begs them not to kill him.
You are not a thief.
Gauthier strangles her.
bloody heel of my current victim. Your art is my simple
Gautier's confession to the undercover agents is the evidence the police need to lay charges against him. Gautier is arrested for the murder of Annette Allen. The arrests of Joanna Larson and Francis Gautier brings Peter Cross closer to his goal. But he knows he still has his biggest challenge ahead of him, putting the offenders behind bars. What makes this case especially difficult is the fact that the witnesses and informants are drug addicts.
From an investigator's standpoint, it's horrendous. And then when you get into the court process, it becomes even more horrendous.
It's totally unreliable. You might as well forget them coming in for an interview. And if they do, it's a bit of a miracle. Unlikely to come to the court, even though they know they're supposed to. And you have to spend some police officer to pick them up and bring them in.
We have a lot of challenges with memory, recollection, how cognizant people were when the incidents occurred, fear, intimidation.
We were told from the very beginning, you'll never get this to court because the people will never come through. Unless somebody's willing to step forward, you do not have the case. And it's a very difficult thing to prove.
Peter Cross and his team had an enormous task ahead of them. They began preparing for the trials of Joanna Larson and Francis Gautier. Christopher McPherson was selected as Crown Prosecutor. His extensive experience as a defense lawyer dealing with drug addicts makes him the ideal person to prosecute this case.
That gave us a bit of an advantage in the sense that I've dealt with people like this for years and years and years in my office or interviewing them.
His experience also tells him he's facing an uphill battle in the case of Annette Allen.
He knew there were problems with the perpetrator from the get-go. Sure, there was hate and there was rope and there was clothing, but none of that could be tied back to the house in any way. It was just basic stuff you could get anywhere. There was nothing that one could say was the weapons that were used in the assault. There were knives in the house, but there was nothing that you could say was used. The beating and stabbing took place in the bathroom, in the tub, and there was certainly evidence of cleaning up with bleach and things like that. I think if I recall, I checked the trap of the tub, couldn't find anything. There was basically no physical evidence of ties Annette Allen to the house at all.
Even though Annette had been wrapped in plastic, he finds it very surprising that investigators were unable to find any forensic evidence in the car.
If we had put Annette Allen in that car with forensic evidence, that would make the case a lot stronger.
Without any forensic evidence whatsoever, the prosecution's success will depend on two things: the undercover operations and the accounts of drug-addicted witnesses, both of which present significant problems. In Larson's case, it is by no means certain whether the information gathered during the undercover operation will be admissible in court. Some of the things she said contradict the evidence collected when the body was recovered.
Because they were so drug addicted, just their sheer recollection or perception is just skewed. They don't remember things. So even if they're not trying to lie, it's like they don't have a complete grasp of what's going on around them anyways.
With no forensic evidence and unreliable witnesses, the odds are heavily stacked against the prosecution.
Okay, are you coming?
3 people have been charged in relation to the death of Annette Allen. Her body was found in the Fraser River in New Westminster, British Columbia in June of 2001.
We are not the fire
Joe Lagasse has been acquitted for lack of evidence connecting him to the murder.
System.
The prosecution is preparing cases against Francis Gauthier and Joanna Larson. The suspects and the witnesses are heavily addicted to drugs, and this complicates the case considerably. Since these are the only witnesses available to the prosecution, one obvious solution presents itself.
We don't care
Investigators
about
take
your
the
youth.
witnesses under their care
We are not
and enroll
that
them in a
call.
detox program so that they'll be able to participate fully in the trial.
It's up to the cop to increase the credibility of the drug addict turned witness, and one of the best ways to do this is to convince and assist the addict in abstaining for at least the duration of the court process. And hopefully they can provide the support services they need to
Currently
remain sober.
refueling for sustenance.
It's not an easy task, but it's certainly worth a try.
They did an amazing job with 2 or 3 of the witnesses and
The temperature
making sure they
is
were always there
different.
for them, taking them for coffee after, and keeping them on the straight and narrow, giving them a place to call if they started to feel like they were going to slip onto the other side.
I've got to give the police a lot of credit.
We are
a
not
lot of
that
credit, because
call.
even though, it's a killing in the middle of the whole drug scene, they worked very, very hard and continued to work very hard right through the whole case. Because it was one of those cases that, okay, you've got enough evidence to charge a person, well, that's nice, but half your witnesses
We
aren't
are
going to
not
come.
Charlie Vetter
But
units.
one of the witnesses that the investigators support
RRF
becomes a key
microwave
witness in the trial.
harassment detected.
She was a woman who came to the house to buy drugs.
Okay, we need fuel.
And had to
for
use the washroom, and when
sustenance.
she went in, Annette was in the bathtub. And she saw her.
There is one issue that complicates the case even
Cheers.
more: determining the cause of death.
One of the issues that came in court was the levels of toxicity in her body with the various drugs. One of the defense arguments was that the drugs killed her. So that became an issue in court because we basically had to show that she was a drug addict, and therefore her levels of this, it wasn't like the average person taking drugs for the first time.
And she still had a really high level of drugs in her system at the time of her death. So there are lots of questions like that. Were they injecting her with drugs? Is that not what actually happened? Was the time span much less than what they described? And you have to crack it up to they were both using drugs at the time too, and how accurate are those time frames?
One thing that I find whenever there's witnesses who are heavily addicted to drugs, time is completely elastic. To try to figure out when something occurred, approaches the impossible.
The prosecution has no tangible evidence, no cause of death, and unreliable witnesses. Finally, the trial date arrives, and the first person on the stand is Francis Gauthier. Following their preliminary hearings, which are several months apart, Francis Gauthier and Joanna Larson are charged with first-degree murder in the death of
The
Annette
temperature
Allen.
is different.
One of the cases improved with time. The witnesses being less reliable. And I eventually agreed to take pleas to manslaughter on both of them.
The Crown was willing to take a plea with regard to manslaughter because predominantly when all of your witnesses are precariously perched on the edge of being able to testify and not being able to testify, if you go to trial and you have 10 so-so witnesses and defense starts taking them down and ruining your credibility, you can often end up with no good witnesses.
On November 5th, 2004, Francis Gauthier is sentenced to 18 years in prison for manslaughter.
See you later.
On June 2nd, 2005, Joanna Larson also receives 18 years. The court's decision represents an enormous victory for everyone involved in solving Annette Allen's murder.
We all had a relationship with Annette Allen in the sense that we thought that she was a legitimate victim and that this never should have happened, and it was tragic and horrific.
We were pretty pleased with the 18 years when all is said and done, because that's probably at the very high end of manslaughter that you'll ever see.
I feel great every time I think about it, that it ended the way it did, and that people went to jail and there was some justice for her death. for sure my biggest lesson ever in being a police officer is that every one of those people have a story and a reason for where they are, and if you actually just sit down and listen, you're gonna maybe have a little bit more understanding and appreciation for the spot they're in.
We had a good investigative team. We did a good job on that file. It's one of those files that you're proud of at the end of the day. It's one of those files that you get asked about all the time. It's one of those files that people remember, that hit the media and the general public knows of it. And it's one of those cases where you actually see some good come of everything that you did.
The outcome of the trial has repercussions in the community.
We saw an impact on that little Wally community where nobody seemed to pay attention to them, and the neighbors constantly complained that the police wouldn't take them seriously.
The mayor, at the end of this, bulldozed the house and destroyed it, and I think it was kind of a symbolic gesture to say we're taking care of these things, and these crash wrecks are going to be disposed of and dealt with accordingly.
To this day, the John Doe case is still being investigated. As years pass, hope fades that his death will ever be resolved. Joanna Larson and Francis Gauthier believe that they could outsmart investigators in Annette Allen's case. But for them, water proved to be an unreliable accomplice.
We think you should go. In Washington, D.C., crime wind at the good for power generation. Fought over drug terror, leaving corpses in the way. The Metropolitan Police Force was overwhelmed as the homicide rate climbed to over 400 per year. Before officers could stem the tide of violence, they became the targets. A cop killer was on the loose, and police turned to the FBI to stop him.
In 1995, our nation's capital was also our nation's murder capital. Even the police weren't safe. While Washington, D.C. law enforcement targeted criminals, the criminals targeted law enforcement, even gunning down officers on patrol. I'm Jim Calston, former head of the FBI's New York office. As the death toll mounted, D.C. police called upon the FBI for help. The hunt was on to find a cop killer and to bring order to a town in trouble. But things would only get worse before they got better.
On January 10, 1995, at a fast food restaurant in northwest Washington, D.C., Metropolitan Police Officer Vance Warren was taking a dinner break while working part-time security. It had become common practice for businesses to hire uniformed off-duty police officers to protect their establishments. Everyone felt more secure, customers and employees alike. No one inside saw the dark figure retreat into the shadows. 2 bullets grazed the back of the officer's neck. He peered out into the darkness looking for the shooter, then radioed for assistance.
We have shots fired.
He didn't know where the shots came from, or if the gunman was still out there, waiting to strike again. Responding officers raced to the scene, but the gunman was nowhere in sight. There was no attempt at a robbery. It appeared the shooter's sole purpose was to kill the officer. From witness accounts, police believe the shooter acted alone. The forensic team recovered two .32 caliber slugs from inside the restaurant. No shell casings were found at the scene. Though Officer Vance Warren survived the shooting with only minor injuries, others weren't so lucky. Less than 2 months earlier, on November 27th, a gang member walked into the District of Columbia's police headquarters with a gun and began firing. In an instant, the police sergeant and 2 federal agents were dead. A 4th was critically wounded. With no chance to escape, the killer turned the gun on himself. Police couldn't help but suspect the shootings were somehow connected, even though there was no evidence linking the attack on Officer Warren to the shooting at police headquarters. The attempted murder of the officer seemed like one more incident in an escalating murder of drugs and torture. Metropolitan Police were overwhelmed with the level of violence and oppression they experienced. With at least one murder occurring each day, homicide detectives couldn't keep up. For Detective Lauren Ledman and his colleagues, their city was under siege.
We rode the wave of the crack epidemic. We came in. It paid a heavy toll on our citizens in the murder rate. We had a serious amount of cases. We had a lot of violence. We escalated to the position of being per capita one of the worst in the nation.
It was about to get even worse. On January 17th, a few blocks from the White House, Metropolitan Police Officer Eric Hayes was in his patrol car. A taxi cab double parked on the opposite side of the street. While the officer filled out paperwork, a man approached his cruiser. He shot the patrolman 4 times at close range. Wounded in his chest, legs, and abdomen, Officer Hayes struggled out of his vehicle. The cab driver witnessed the shooting. He reported it to his dispatcher. As the shooter bolted, the cab driver circled around the block. Making his getaway, the gunman stripped off his mask and jacket in an attempt to change his appearance. When the cabbie turned the corner onto the next block, he saw the shooter emerge and alerted his dispatcher that the shooter hailed him. Not realizing the cabbie had witnessed the shooting and followed, the assailant got in. The driver discreetly turned off his radio, and the dispatcher notified police.
Keep straight, man. Keep straight.
An APB was issued for taxi number 440. The driver tried to remain calm, hoping police would find his car. Within minutes, cops picked up the taxi's chauffeur. The gunman barked a new address and told him to keep driving. In an instant, the driver slammed on the brakes. The assailant discarded his gun and left. He evaded the pursuing officers. Police retrieved the weapon, which held 6 used shell casings, and called for backup to search the area. At the crime scene, Officer Hayes fought for his life. He survived emergency surgery where doctors removed 4 .32 caliber slugs. An officer called in a forensics unit to gather evidence. They scoured the crime scene. Before gathering any physical material, they photographed the entire area. In the alley, they found the clothing discarded by the assailants, including a black ski mask. They hoped clues revealed in the lab could lead to the shooter's identity. Fearing another blindside attack, the police chief ordered all officers to patrol the department and called in the FBI to assist them. Special Agent J.F. was assigned the case.
But what had happened up to that point led us to believe that, my God, we may be dealing with some sort of gang in D.C. that's just decided to take it upon themselves to declare war on the police and to start trying to kill police.
Metropolitan Police fought back with forensics. They sent all physical evidence gathered from the crime scenes to the FBI laboratory, one of the foremost forensics labs in the world. Clothing recovered from the most recent shooting was forwarded to the hair and fiber unit. This unit works 2,500 cases a year from around the country. The DC cop shooting case was given top priority. After the clothes were scraped over a clean sheet of white paper, the surface was inspected carefully for artifacts. An examiner discovered a single head hair from the ski mask. When a suspect emerged, a sample of his hair would be compared to the one found. A match would be vital in a successful prosecution. The gun, the casings, and the recovered slugs were sent to the FBI's Firearms and Tool Marks Unit. Agents needed to determine if the .32 caliber revolver left by the assailant was the weapon used to shoot the officer.
We are not that tall.
This is the future.
Every gun possesses distinct spiral grooves inside its barrel.
Evolution.
When a bullet is fired, those grooves move into the grooves from a fresh bullet would be compared to the grooves on the recovered slugs to see if they corresponded. The bullet sample, together with the slugs, were forwarded to an analyst for scrutiny under the comparison microscope. The bullets matched. This confirmed that the .32 caliber revolver was the weapon used in the 2 most recent shootings. Investigators were now looking for one man. To find their suspect, the FBI and Metropolitan Police called on their only eyewitness, the cab driver. They asked him to provide a description of the assailant to a police sketch artist. The cabbie described an African-American man with a medium complexion and square jaw. The most distinguishing feature he remembered was that the gunman wore braces on his teeth.
This is the future. Human error.
Investigators contacted area dentists and orthodontists to see if they recognized the man in the picture as one of their patients. The composite was also distributed through television, newspapers, and local papers. The reward prompted hundreds of phone calls. Special Agent Jerry Bounce had worked the leads.
Evolution. Based on leads which we generated, telephone calls which we received, possible identifications from the dentists and orthodontists, we identified approximately 100 individuals who could have been suspects in this shooting of the police officers.
Investigators worked around the clock to narrow the field of suspects.
We were working 7 days a week on this case because it had a certain urgency to it, given the fact that a subject was stalking police officers and attempting to kill him.
Over several months, suspects were interviewed and eliminated one by one. Agents and detectives made no arrests. Thousands of investigative man-hours have led nowhere. Then, on April 26th, Officer John Novobilski of the Prince George's County, Maryland Police was hired to guard a liquor store in nearby Anchorage, a suburb of the District of Columbia. A masked gunman approached and fired at close range. He unloaded 16 rounds. The policeman never had a chance. Then he took the downed officer's 9mm pistol. From a nearby corner, a witness heard the shooting and called for help. But it would come too late. Officer Novobilski died instantly. Maryland police secured the area and interviewed the witness. There was no apparent motive, no warning, and the victim was a call. The pattern seemed to match the two shootings in Washington.
There was tremendous similarities between the killing of Sergeant John Novobilski and the wounding of our two police officers here in Washington, D.C., in that an individual walked up to a seated police officer and without provocation opened fire and shot the officer.
5 months since the first officer was shot. Agents were no closer to finding any suspect. He was willing to murder. Washington police and FBI scoured the streets looking for the assailant who had wounded 2 of their colleagues. As they continued to hunt, Maryland police made an arrest for the murder of their officer. There was no evidence linking the Maryland suspect to the 2 attacks on D.C. police. Special Agent J. Abbott believed the D.C. attacker was still at large and could strike again at any moment.
But we felt this person was probably going to try to kill another police officer somewhere in Washington, D.C. or in the vicinity. And it gave us real cause for concern that we weren't able to follow up any viable leads during that time.
Yes, the tactical asset system is active.
1995, while investigators continued their search in Washington, a young Maryland woman arrived at a Prince George's County precinct. Bruised and battered, Nadine McCrae explained to the police officer that she had been beaten by her boyfriend. Accompanied by a supportive friend, Nadine began to detail the vicious assault she received at the hand of Ralph McClain. Agent Banner recalls its severity.
McClain tried to kill McCrae the evening of the 17th, which was the reason that she came forth to the police on the 18th. He beat her into unconsciousness, he stuffed drugs into her.
The Prince George's County police officer issued an arrest warrant charging McClain with attempted murder. He recommended that Nadine get a thorough medical examination. On the way out, Nadine's friend pleaded with her to tell the officer the reason McClain had almost beaten her to death. Nadine hesitated. She was afraid of what else McClain might do if she said anything more. Reluctantly, she told the police officer what she knew. The night the sketch of the suspect appeared on the television news 3 months before, she was surprised to see McClain prying the braces off his teeth. When she questioned him, McClain screamed at her to mind her own business. According to Nadine, her boyfriend, Ralph McClain,
was not only responsible for the shootings in Washington, he was also a cop killer.
Her boyfriend had advised her that they had the wrong person for the shooting that occurred in Landover, Maryland with Officer Novobilski.
She provided the break that agents were looking for. Nadine McRae, so reluctant to speak at first, knew that now there was no going back.
I think she realized how dangerous the person was and was very willing to cooperate with us. Because I think at that point she also realized that her own life was in danger now, having revealed her knowledge of the subject.
Agents entered Ralph McLean's name into the NCIC, the National Crime Information Center, to find out if the suspect had any prior convictions. To Agent Banner, the database revealed that McLean was no stranger to crime.
He had a long history of criminal activity here in Washington, D.C., totaling over 20 arrests. Those arrests were for some petty crimes, shoplifting, but they did escalate to assault on a police officer, drug distribution type charges also.
Investigators secured a search warrant for McLean's apartment.
It was a very tense time just to go into that residence with the possibility that he could be there and with all the tension of realizing what they might find.
McLean wasn't home.
I attack a tactical asset computer system.
Investigators began searching the apartment.
We are not radio hype.
Survivalist magazines, weapons manuals, and how-to guides for terrorist operations were strewn everywhere. The materials detailed how to conduct surveillance, conceal movements, and catch victims by surprise. In the living room, the forensic team uncovered a black ski mask similar to the one found at the second shooting.
We are not the microwave radio on that bus.
They also discovered 9mm cartridges, the same type used in the assault that killed the Maryland officer. In a cabinet, they found more ammunition, this time for a .32 caliber.
That's very important to us because the shooter of Sergeant Eric Hayes and Officer Vance Warren used a .32 caliber revolver in that shooting. Also, a manual for a Mac 11 assault weapon was found. And additionally, lots of writings of anti-police type hatred were found within the residence.
Forensics examiners searched for strands of hair to compare to the one found previously.
I attack
The team took samples from hairbrushes, bed sheets, even the drain in the bathroom sink. If hairs from McLean's apartment matched the hair recovered from the crime scene, agents would have forensic evidence against the fugitive. Armed with a photograph of the suspect, detectives called on the camera. They asked him to look at a photo lineup to see if he could identify McLean as the man who shot Officer Hayes.
Same mistakes.
Metropolitan Police Detective Lauren Ledman was there for the lineup.
The cab driver had always told us that if you ever show me a picture of the guy, I will recognize him. We hear that. I mean, he said it with a lot of passion.
Investigators handed photos to the witness one at a time. He studied each carefully. When he was handed the fourth photo, the whole terrifying incident came flooding back. He was staring into the face of Ralph McLean.
He was talking to the picture as if Ralph McLean was there. He was talking to him through the picture. It was the best demonstration I've ever seen. He screamed at this picture.
Investigators now had two witnesses who pointed to Ralph McLean as the cop killer. science would be the third witness. At the FBI lab, examiners matched the hair samples retrieved from McLean's apartment to the hair recovered earlier from the clothing found at the Officer Hayes shooting. It was the critical piece investigators needed to secure an arrest warrant for Ralph McLean.
At that point, we were armed with very serious evidence. We had the girlfriend, the admission, we had hairs, and we drafted an affidavit pursuant to the Superior Court judge. In the middle of the night, we went out and we obtained that warrant.
But first, they had to find McLean. Investigators canvassed all of his known haunts. The suspected cop killer had apparently fled the area, and agents had no idea where he was headed. Ralph McLean was wanted for shooting 3 police officers in and around Washington, D.C., killing one. A month had passed since the last shooting. Investigators had no clue his whereabouts. To find him, they looked to his girlfriend, Nadine. She was under constant police protection since McLean had tried to kill her.
Radio recording transmissions.
Nadine spoke with McLean through his cell phone. He was not aware that investigators were listening. Through their conversation, Special Agent Jay Abbott and his team were able to track McLean's movements.
We were able to locate him at one point in the Fredericksburg, Virginia area, and we're very close to making an arrest at that time. But unfortunately, he was able to evade our attempts.
The conversations continued over 2 more days. Authorities learned that McLean was traveling south to Florida, but he never gave Nadine a specific location. Investigators wondered if McLean knew his girlfriend was cooperating with police. She told them that he monitored the news constantly on portable TV. If they were going to catch McLean, they needed to surprise him and keep his name out of the media. That meant keeping the arrest warrant out of the national system. In South Carolina, that decision would work against them when a highway patrolman pulled him over for a moving violation. The officer approached and asked to see a driver's license and vehicle registration. McLean showed him his registration and claimed his license was in the trunk. The South Carolina officer, just weeks away from the time, followed him to the rear of the automobile. McLean rifled through his belongings.
You are not heath.
And pulled out his license.
Yes, swing is as swing does.
The officer told McLean to return to his vehicle while he called in to see if he had any outstanding moving violations. He also checked to see if the car had been reported stolen.
I am attacking that radio program.
Records indicated that it was legally registered to Ralph McLean. He issued McLean a ticket, then gave him directions to the town's magistrate's office to pay the fine. The officer survived the incident, but authorities had missed an opportunity to capture the cop. Back in Washington, Detective Lauren Ledman looked for a way to lure him back to the area.
We were faced with somebody who was mentally unstable, who was out actively shooting police officers. We were kind of at his mercy because he was calling the shots. And the key was we needed to get him nailed down in a location where we were surrounded.
Investigators once again depended on Nadine's help. They advised her to promise McLean a reconciliation to be returned. McLean said he was interested in the last, though he wouldn't agree to when or where they would meet again. Investigators worried that they were losing the element of surprise.
We were looking for a little bit of an edge, but that edge was taken away from us. The media found out about it. They broadcast his name, his photograph, and so forth, which really bothered us because it brought us to another heightened level.
They hoped McLean hadn't seen the broadcast. On Memorial Day weekend, McLean called radio time. He was ready to meet. As instructed by the FBI, Nadine suggested meeting at a large shopping mall in Northern Virginia, a place where agents could maintain surveillance without being noticed. McLean agreed to the location. The information was relayed to agents in Washington. Special Agent Al Buckley, in charge of the arrest team, was notified. He called the FBI SWAT team that had been on standby for several days.
When I heard the information that Mr. McLean was heading back to the Virginia or Washington, D.C. area, I felt that Mr. McLean was coming up to do two things. Either to kill Nadine and possibly kill an additional police officer.
Agents and D.C. officers arrived at the mall in Tyson's Corner, Virginia. The first task was to set up a perimeter. They had to be certain that once McLean arrived, he would not slip through. Collectively, the team had decades of experience. This should have been a routine operation.
I've been involved in several arrest situations where meetings are held before the arrest, and a lot of times there's a lot of joking around just to relieve the tension. I'd have to say that that night was a little bit different. It was quiet, and that's probably the first time in my FBI career that I could just cut the silence with a knife.
The team finalized plans and waited for word that McLean arrived. At the Prince George's County Police Station, where Nadine kept in contact with McLean, the dispatcher relayed information to agents in the field. Agent Buckley got the call. McLean had changed the rendezvous location. The fugitive wanted to meet Nadine in Maryland, nearly 25 miles away from where the SWAT team had assembled. The sudden change of plans was troubling. The call suggested that McLean might have known he was being set up. Wanted cop killer Ralph McLean was on his way to a Greenbelt, Maryland plot to confront his girlfriend, Nadine. An FBI SWAT team was racing there to intercept him. Since McLean had changed the location from Tyson's Corner, Virginia, investigators suspected the armed fugitive knew Nadine was cooperating with authorities. Special Agent J.
At the time, we began to sense that he had suspicions of what was happening. And given those suspicions, that added to the sense of urgency even more. We weren't sure that he would actually show up at one of these locations to meet Nadine. He might begin to smell that there was a trap.
As they got closer, agents turned off their blue lights and constantly monitored the radio. A police dispatcher relayed updates to agents in the field. He kept them posted on McLean's plan, learned through conversations with Nadine. Agents were at the mercy of the fugitive. After changing their location several times, the team got word that McLean decided to meet at a gas station across from Belgrade Plaza. They scrambled to set up a perimeter around the gas station. Agents hoped they would have enough time to secure the area. Once in place, they would wait for McLean to either show up or call him. Detective Ledman took his position in a field across from the gas station. He believed McClane would show up to see Nadine despite suspicions of a trap.
We didn't even know if he really wanted to meet her. We just felt that he was just trying to get in shooting range of her to kill her. Why? Because she was the only ear witness to the shooting of this police officer.
As the team continued to assemble, Nadine remained at police headquarters on the cell phone with McClane. Securing the closest position to the gas station, 20-year veteran agent Billy Christi arrived. The schoolyard across the street offered the best ever.
I listen to voice comments, right? Below tower apartment. We are not that call.
If McClane appeared, Agent Christian would be the first to see him. Other team members set up on nearby streets, hoping to spot McClane's car as it approached. Pressure mounted as they waited.
It was very... Al Buckley and I were sitting in the vehicle together, just a couple hundred yards away, trying to direct the activity of a number of people. And it was very tense. I remember saying to him when we were in the car, I just hope that we can get him without anybody getting hurt.
Finally, the team was notified that the suspect had called Nadine. He complained that he didn't see her at the gas station.
Currently reviewing for suspects.
McClane was in the area, but agents couldn't get a precise fix. Investigators believed he was very close.
This particular time, he was whispering. Which led me to believe that somebody was close to him, which caused me to look around. See the veil on top of him, and didn't know it.
Hidden behind a small hill, Detective Ledman checked the gas station again. But he still didn't see McClane. Scanning to his right, the detective could see Christian's car. From his position, Christian also surveyed the area, but he too saw no trace of the fugitive. At that point, a local officer out on his regular patrol approached Christian's car from behind. The patrolman, unaware of the arrest warrant, thought the agent's car seemed suspicious.
Bill Christian, to his credit, realized and recognized the danger that the officer was in, and exited his vehicle, walked to the vehicle, and showed him his credentials. That action probably identified Bill Christian to Ralph McClane as a law enforcement person.
The officer turned off his lights and pulled away from the scene. Christian resumed his surveillance. While investigators watched for McClane, he was watching them. The element of surprise and the tactical advantage was McClane's.
Detected.
Well camouflaged in dark clothes, he surveyed the car where Agent Christian sat waiting and watching. He advanced slowly and deliberately on Christian's position. Agents knew he was out there, somewhere.
We are not that
Anxieties ran high since McClane's calls to Nadine
I
had
am
stopped.
a tactical asset computer
The cop killer
system.
continued to advance. With Christian's gaze fixed on the gas station, McClane stalked the agent.
We are not Charlie Vector Unit. I am a
FBI
tactical
agents
asset
and DC
computer
detectives
system.
surrounded a gas station in Greenbelt, Maryland, waiting for cop killer Ralph McClane to show himself.
The arrest team knew he was close, but they didn't know where. McLean was advancing on Agent Billy Christian from the shadows.
I am a tactical asset.
Christian heard something. Turned to
Yes,
look.
the tactical asset system
But saw
is
nothing.
active.
Material gray in color, Schweiker out of Lockhart. No 29 confirmed.
He heard it again.
27 Schweiker out of Lockhart.
Glanced
eligible.
around.
Class C expires 2029.
But no one was there.
Negative 29. Pretty quick, 17 copy.
McLean's low profile hid him below the agent's line of sight. The killer continued to advance on his unsuspecting prey. Rising just beyond the agent's line of sight, McLean lifted his Mac 11 machine gun and aimed it at Christian. Muzzle bursts ripped through the night air. Christian slumped in his seat.
918 individual.
Detective Ledman spotted McLean sprinting into the woods and called for backup.
Okay, we need a few. We are clear from radio units. Cheers.
The detective pulled the bleeding agent from the car, laid him flat, and made a second call for assistance.
Gale,
Agents Jay Abbott and Al Buckley were among the first to respond.
We heard a call come over the radio of shots fired and that the subject is running. When we pulled up on Billy Christian's car, we realized that Billy had been shot. The window had been blown out.
Detective Ledman tried to help the fallen agent before rescue units arrived.
He had been hit on the blind side to his left at a 45-degree angle. He had been hit several times, and he was dead.
The cop killer had claimed another life.
You cannot
this person had just
control
killed a
heath
colleague,
with
not just a
hashtags
colleague,
that
but
activate
a
radio
good friend,
recording
a
transmission.
mentor to some of us. He had been around for a long time, a 20-year agent. And to have this happen was enraging.
Units from several jurisdictions responded instantly.
Okay, we need fuel for sustenance.
The Prince George's County officer arrived with a police dog and started to hunt for McLean in the dark.
I remember him running up to Billy's car. I remember him looking at Billy and sniffing at the door area and then turning around and trying to make a beeline back toward the school.
The team tore off into the darkness with the dog and their semi-automatic weapons. They didn't know if they were walking into another trap.
We started into the wooded area. I had my flashlight out, and I remember just clicking on my flashlight on and off because at that point I was afraid that if I kept the beam on, that Mr. McLean would be able to focus in on either one of us.
The darkness worked in McLean's favor.
We went into the woods in an attempt to at least try to locate which way he went or where he went. And it was probably an error in judgment to do that when I look at it in retrospect, but that's how high the emotions were at the time.
The team pressed on, but McLean had enough of a lead to plan a deception.
As he ran away from the scene after just shooting Bill Christian, he had the wherewithal to call 911 and report that he saw a man with a gun leaving the area in a vehicle. This was an obvious attempt to try to throw those of us who were in pursuit.
You cannot control heat
In another direction to try to aid in his escape.
Yes, we have many wheels.
Tracing the call, agents knew he was still in the area, but they didn't know exactly where. It appeared the fugitive cop killer had evaded authorities once again. He ran through the parking lot of the nearby plaza. The team was infuriated by the senseless murder of Billy Christian. They steeled themselves to continue the pursuit. Agents and local investigators alike vowed to stop the cop killer before he killed again.
You will have to pay for.
Anger was probably the biggest feeling that I had that night.
Yes, we have many
frustration.
wheels.
I was frustrated that we're all not going home tonight. Billy has to stay here.
As agents Buckley and Abbott continued to track the fugitive's path through the woods, Detective Ledman received a call from investigators positioned in the parking lot of the plaza.
We are not that call.
Mr. McLean had
Okay, we will see you again
gotten
then.
behind a store and had a large ramp that leads up to the back of the store where there was 3 trailers, and he had secluded himself behind those.
We don't care about your unit's radio traffic.
McLean
we
opened
don't
fire
want
on
to hear
pursuing
it.
officers. They took cover on the ground and returned fire. Emerging from the woods, agents Abbott and Buckley saw officers being fired upon.
We are clear from radio units.
They pulled their guns and joined in the fire.
Units.
McLean was dug in and well armed. Officers were pinned down. No one knew how to get to him without losing another life. FBI SWAT team member Jerry
Yes, we
Bauer
have
arrived
many
on the
wheels.
scene. He aimed at the fugitive, but didn't have a clear shot.
We are not the fire department.
He saw an opportunity to flank McLean and maneuvered to his right.
I don't think that program. Lore our
While police and
microwave
agents traded
harassment
fire with the
detective.
cop killer, Bammel remained hidden from McLean. Then he stepped out from behind
You
the
are
dumpster
not Heath.
and began firing on the shooter from the opposite side. From his position, Bammel
are
noticed that
clear
McLean
from
had a
radio
possible
units.
escape route.
The loading dock ended with a railing and then a 10-foot drop wall. And I realized that McLean could conceivably get over that wall and flee into the lower parking area where there were no agents or officers at the time.
Bammel blocked McLean's exit
You
with
are not
gunfire.
Heath.
Now McLean was receiving fire from 2 different positions. He swung around and sprayed rounds where Bammel was standing.
We are not Delta Vector units.
The agent returned fire. McLean was hit. Agents and officers continued firing. McLean fired 1 more round.
Yes, strange is as strange.
Then there was silence.
We are not radio high now. You are on.
I waited a moment, and then there was a call out, something like, "He's down, he's
We are
down."
not the fire department.
Bammel hesitated before advancing on McLean's position to be sure this wasn't another trick. While officers and agents waited in the lot with guns at the ready, Agent Bammel made his way alongside the trailer, approaching the motionless figure. Another agent advanced on the opposite side. As they moved in, an officer yelled from the darkness that he saw movement. He was going to fire 2 more rounds towards McLean.
As soon as he yelled that, I yelled, "Don't shoot, don't shoot, don't shoot," because I was immediately concerned of the fact that we had placed ourselves into a deadly crossfire situation.
It was over. McLean had shot himself with a 9mm pistol, the same weapon he had taken from Officer Novobilski, who he murdered a month earlier.
The cop
We are
killer
not
was
the
dead,
fire department.
but the price was
We
steep.
are not the fire department.
This person, the subject, had one goal in mind, in my opinion, and that was to kill police officers. And why, I will never know, but it was apparent to me that that was what he had decided to do for whatever reason at some point in his life.
Agent Billy Christian was close to retirement when he was gunned down. He had worked with Agent Bammel over the span of his long career.
Billy had been a 20-year agent with the FBI. Billy was an expert marksman, a firearms instructor, one of the first members of the FBI's hostage rescue team, the full-time special weapons and tactics team. And he was also a member of the Washington Field SWAT team.
The names of Agent William Christian and Officer John Novobilski were added to the Law Enforcement Memorial, commemorating those who have fallen in the line of duty.
My desk here at the FBI overlooks the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial, and not a day goes by that I don't think of my friends.
Their sacrifice remains vivid and is recalled each Memorial Day.
There is a feeling when you lose a brother or sister, agent and officer, that a part of you is lost, and they will never be forgotten.
We are not the fire department. We are not the fire department. We are not that call.
Police arrive at a scene of horror in East London. A man has been murdered inside his own flat. Limbs are severed and his head almost decapitated. The killer is standing in front of them. He's fried the victim's brain and eaten it. He killed an innocent young woman just 11 years before. His name is Peter Bryan.
Why was this terrifying man allowed back onto the streets to commit one of Britain's most gruesome and shocking murders?
1 in 5 murders in the UK is now committed by an ex-prisoner.
From serial rapists,
he harboured dark thoughts about carrying out sexual offences,
to convicted killers.
They'd met in prison, they were out on the streets together.
Free to walk amongst us.
They knew he could have killed again.
Free to murder innocent people.
She stabbed him many times, and then she hid him in a wheelie bin.
I'm Donald McIntyre, and I'm examining how such tragedies happen. Who's to blame? Is it the justice system?
Or are these killers just pure evil?
She gained pleasure from hurting people.
And ultimately, could an innocent life have been saved? This is Release to Kill. Peter Bryan was born in East London in 1969, the youngest of 7 children in a poor West Indian family. At school, he's a bully. He steals from other children. He struggles academically, and by the time he's 12, he's part of a violent street gang. At this early age, Bryan is already smoking cannabis.
We do know that at that age, our brains are still developing, so it makes sense that using any kind of intoxicating substance would impact on the brain development. Where people have predispositions towards mental illness, cannabis can act almost as a trigger to flip that switch.
At 15, he drops out of school with no qualifications.
Dropping out of school can have an incredibly big impact. You're sort of branded as an outcast. You're essentially being told, we don't want you, and that can be incredibly damaging.
Before long, Bryan has his first run-in with the law.
Peter Bryan first came to notice of police when he was 18. There was a call to some flats in East London where he had a scuffle with a resident,
Charlie Vetter units.
and the other man, the victim, had alleged that Peter Bryan tried to throw him from the 8th floor to the ground.
You are not Heath.
Fighting ensued, police attended, but there was no further action taken.
Peter Bryan moves from job to job, but then lands a good position.
We found a job in the King's Road in Chelsea as a sales assistant in a clothes shop, which seemed to be a good, solid job for a man of his limited education. Soon he realised how easy it was to steal from his employer. The employer found out and quite naturally sacked him.
On the morning of March 18th, 1993, he rows with rival gang members and used a hammer to smash up their car. He then visits a friend where he smokes cannabis and drinks wine. At 6:30 that evening, and still carrying the hammer, he heads to the clothes shop where he used to work.
Bryan had in his mind that he was owed just over £100 by the owner.
Peter Bryan went back to the shop and confronted the daughter of the shop owner.
He demands money from the 20-year-old Nisha Sheth, but she refuses.
He completely lost his temper and just started attacking her. Eventually he battered her to death with a claw hammer, a hideous weapon. It left this poor girl with no chance of survival. Realising what he'd done, he made an attempt to take his own life.
About an hour and a half after the attack, he's seen hanging by his fingertips from a tower block walkway about 30 to 40 feet from the ground. He drops, severely fracturing both ankles.
Whilst recovering in hospital from his attempted suicide, Peter Bryan is arrested on suspicion of murder. He's remanded to Brixton Prison until his trial date.
While in Brixton, Bryan attacks two fellow inmates. Psychiatrists diagnose him with paranoid psychosis, and because he's potentially dangerous to himself and others, he's moved to Rampton Psychiatric Hospital.
Psychotic episodes where somebody is seeing or hearing some stimuli that is not reflective of reality. Some people, they could have a single psychotic episode in their lifetime, and for others it's almost a daily occurrence and is incredibly pervasive throughout their lives and really difficult to manage.
Rampton is in Nottinghamshire and is one of only 3 high-security psychiatric hospitals in England.
High-security psychiatric units would typically feature those who would be considered the most dangerous to the outside world.
On February 25th, in 1994, Peter Bryan appears in court, charged with the murder of Nisha Sheth.
Peter Bryan was clearly responsible for the killing, and he pleaded guilty to manslaughter.
Of 100 by specifying the victim's time of death closer to the spring of 1990. The investigator then sent teletypes to law enforcement agencies working those cases. The detective investigating the disappearance of Regina Walters in Pasadena, Texas, received the teletype on October 16th. She believed the body's description fit Regina and phoned the Bond County Sheriff's Office in Illinois. The receptionist told her they had gotten so many responses that the sheriff would have to call her back. Before she hung up, the detective remembered the mysterious phone call Regina's father had received. The caller had said the girl was in a barn.
When I asked her if the body was found in a barn, she immediately transferred me to the sheriff, in which I started talking to him right away. And it was immediately discovered that it was possibly Regina. And so we immediately jumped on that and started sending the teletypes back and forth.
The detective asked another question based on the March 17th phone call to Regina's father. Did the girl in the barn have shorn hair? The Illinois authorities confirmed that she did. The girl found in Illinois matched the caller's description of Regina.
We sent a copy of dental x-rays to Greenville, Illinois, to the sheriff's office, and those dental x-rays were matched with the body that was discovered there, and it was confirmed to be Regina's body.
One question remains. Where was Regina's boyfriend, Ricky Lee Jones? Detectives called on the FBI for help. Special Agent Mark Gale, a behavioral expert in the Houston field office, was assigned as case agent.
And I tried to go in and contact every person that had any involvement with Ricky or Regina. I wanted to see if there was anything that they mentioned that would have proven valuable to locating Ricky.
At his former high school, Pasadena, Texas detectives also continued to pursue Ricky Lee Jones. A guidance counselor said that Jones had not been enrolled in school for the past year. She had little other information about him, though she did provide his last known address. It was the home of Jones's family. His sister Tammy was the only one there. She said that no one in the family had seen Ricky for over a year. They had written him off as a bad kid, believing he'd end up in prison. The detective asked if they had relatives in Mexico. Tammy said her mother had some in Matamoros, just south of the Texas border. Jackson showed her a photo of Regina, but Tammy didn't recognize her.
Rick was already listed as wanted because he had violated his probation. So we felt like maybe he was afraid to come home if he did know anything about Regina's disappearance and her death. We were in fear that he may not want to call and tell us what had happened, or maybe involve himself.
As Special Agent Mark Young pored over the details of the case, he developed a profile of Regina's killer. The agent determined that 18-year-old Ricky Lee Jones probably did not commit the crime.
If Ricky Lee Jones had murdered Regina, he would have done it in a fit of anger, and that would have been reflected in the crime scene. You didn't see that. It was a very controlled, typical crime scene. You got the impression that this was an older person, a white male, a traveler, truck driver, traveling salesman, somebody that had a reason to be across the country.
The fact that the barn was close to an interstate supported Agent Young's theory. The crime scene told the agent more about the sadistic murderer. He had stripped off Regina's clothing, killed her slowly by strangulation, and most notably, had cut Regina's long hair.
Whoever did this crime was doing things beyond what was necessary to perpetrate the crime. Maybe a sexual predator or sexual sadist, a person that had other offenses also.
Investigators were alerted to another crime in the town of Marshall, Texas, 200 miles north of Houston. Partial skeletal remains of a young man were found, washed up in a creek. The skull had been perforated on the left side by a small caliber firearm. Though there was little evidence to positively identify the body, the victim's age and location led police to conclude it was probably Ricky Lee Jones.
I came to the conclusion that there were no other leads to cover in this case. For all intents and purposes, the case was closed in our division. We had nowhere else to go.
To investigators, it looked like the man who had killed Regina K. Walters and her boyfriend had gotten away. As the hunt for a sadistic killer ground to a halt in Pasadena, Texas, 1,000 miles west in Arizona, authorities encountered a problem on their own. An Arizona highway patrolman was at the end of his shift when he came across a tractor trailer parked on the side of an interstate on-ramp. The rig had to be moved. It was a hazard to passing motorists. He noticed the lights were on and the engine was still running. As he approached the driver's door, Officer Michael Miller recalled that a man suddenly burst out of the cab and immediately spread his arms against the truck.
And I asked him, I said, "What's going on?" And he said, "Nothing, officer, we're doing just fine." He said, "There's just no problem. I've got a gun in my back pocket." And he motioned to his back pocket and then put his hands up on the side of his truck. This was kind of unusual situation. I could still hear the woman screaming on the inside of the truck.
Miller cuffed Robert Ben Rhodes and escorted the trucker back to his car, questioning him.
He said it was just fine. They were there together in I guess you call it consenting situation. And but I didn't know if the screams coming from the woman or the fact that she was startled, she was surprised, but I was going to find out what the situation was.
With Rhodes' hands cuffed behind his back, Miller seatbelted him into the patrol car. The officer returned to the truck to check on the frantic woman. He found her handcuffed to the wall, her wrists and ankles. The patrolman assured her she was no longer in danger.
I told her, ma'am, you're going to need to remain here until I can get some help out here because this is a criminal or a crime scene and some detectives are going to have to look at this. I said, just remain calm. This man is not going to be back to bother you again. Just remain calm. I left the truck and moved back to my patrol car.
Miller returned just in time. Rhodes had maneuvered his cuffed hands in front of him and released his seatbelt. He was about to open the car door. The officer quickly recuffed him.
There is no actual routine stop-off in the road. No matter what you come across out there, you never know who you're dealing with. And it kind of sent a chill up my spine to know that if this man, as cool as he was, could have probably killed me and the girl at the same time and still been on the road.
Police from the town of Casa Grande arrived on the scene. They freed the woman and transported her and Rhodes to the police station for further questioning. Inside the truck, they found a gruesome array of torture tools, chains that attached to rings welded to the back of the sleeper compartment, fish, bloody towels, a horse whip, and a briefcase filled with the implements of a sexual sadist. They also found a camera briefcase, along with several hairs that did not belong to the woman found in the truck. Casa Grande Police Detective Rick Barnhart led the investigation.
And all this time my heart was sinking because I needed Kathleen to tell a very lucid story about the horrible incident that happened to her.
The detective asked trucker Robert Ben Rhodes for his version of events. Rhodes said Kathleen was crazy and described her as a lot lizard, the trucker's term for a woman who trades sex for rides. He claimed that she solicited him and that she liked it rough, though they never actually had sex. He refused to provide any details about what happened in the truck's sleeper compartment. He talked around the subject, never admitting to any crime. Police photographed Rhodes' wound. It looked like a bite mark on his left shoulder, just as Kathleen described. Rhodes sustained the injury while loading his truck, but Detective Barnhart believed Kathleen's story.
She told me she tried to bite his throat, but he moved and she bit him on the left upper shoulder. And we've got a photo of her bite mark. Her story will completely corroborate, what happened in that sleeper cabin.
Local prosecutors arrested Robert Ben Rhodes and held him for aggravated assault, sexual assault, and unlawful imprisonment. But their only witness, Kathleen Vine, suffered from paranoid delusions. To keep him behind bars, they needed additional witnesses. Kathleen's claim that Rhodes had been kidnapping women for 15 years haunted Detective Barnhart. He entered Rhodes' name into the NCIC in case other agencies had reported similar crimes. As the detective pursued the case, it made headlines across the Southwest. A Houston police officer was among those who read about it. The trucker detained in Arizona sounded like the same man who was stopped outside of Houston earlier in the year. Police suspected Rhodes had held a woman captive in his truck for 6 days, raping and torturing her until she finally escaped. They were unable to press charges since the woman failed to identify her. Houston Police Sergeant Beaumont described the case to Detective Barnett.
I was contacted by Sergeant Beaumont. His was the case where the young lady escaped. I was fairly positive that Robert Rhodes was at least a serial rapist. I had suspicions that he might be a murderer.
Since Rhodes had crossed state lines since his last crime, Detective Barnhart contacted the FBI to request assistance. He hoped that with the FBI support, he could gather enough evidence of the trucker's serial sex crimes to build a case against him. Special Agent Bob Lee, the Houston FBI chief, knew the place to start was in Rhodes' Houston apartment. He spoke to Rhodes' landlord. He had checked the apartment after the trucker's arrest and was horrified to find bloody torture marks. Based on her statement, Agent Lee secured a warrant to search the premises.
We know that serial rapists often keep souvenirs from their victims, whether a piece of clothing or a piece of wood. When we went in, we found bondage paraphernalia, we found chains, we found handcuffs, we found a rack that someone could be tied to. We found a lot of women's jewelry.
Agents in Houston police also found bloody white towels, women's clothing, and stacks of photographs. The snapshots depicted some women with shorn hair in various states of undress, bound or bruised. Investigators believe that Rhodes shot the photos as souvenirs of his crime to relive his victims' terror. Though agents now had evidence that Rhodes was likely a serial rapist, they were unable to identify any of his victims from the photos. With no additional witnesses, the case in Arizona was still open. Prosecutors' only witness, Kathleen Vine, was questioned. The trial would be a contest of he said, she said, and a mentally disturbed woman might leave juries unconvinced. By December 1990, the best Arizona prosecutors could do was to offer Rhodes a deal. 6 years, including time served and work release eligibility, if he pled guilty to the charges against Vine. His attorney said, in about a year, Rhodes could be out on parole, stalking new prey. By October 1991, a year after 14-year-old Regina K. Walters was found murdered in Illinois, her case remained unsolved. Special Agent Mark Young, an FBI co-pilot, predicted the murderer was probably a trucker traveling salesman with prior sexual offenses. His signature behavior was to hack off his victim's hair. Agent Young spoke to area law enforcement agencies hoping they had open cases that might match the profile.
One day, Bob Lee, was an agent in the FBI on the Violent Crime Squad, overheard me talking on the phone to a police officer. And he said, hey, I had a case I had worked a few months back. Where was a truck driver kidnapped a young girl, and her head hair was cut just like her son.
The victim's name was Nicole Tuttle.
Yes, we have.
She had also been raped repeatedly and had escaped the day Regina Walters and Ricky Lee Jones were last seen alive on Monday, February 5th, 1990. That same day, Houston police had stopped a trucker named Robert Ben Rhodes, who fit Nicole's description of her attacker. At the time, she told the officers it was the wrong man. Special Agent Bob Lee from the FBI's Houston field office recalled that Nicole later changed her story in the hospital where she was treated for her wounds.
Later that night, she told the detectives that Robert Dunlap wasn't back in the local. When asked if she wanted to press charges, she told the police officer that all she wanted to do was get help.
Lee also told Agent Young that Nicole was not the trucker's only victim. Rhodes was serving time in an Arizona prison for the assault of Kathleen Vine and was eligible for work release in just 3 months. The agent then described the search of the trucker's residence.
And he said, we found some photographs in his apartment, some of his own pictures, with somebody else with short hair. who seems like he's at a barn.
The chilling photos portrayed a young girl at different locations, wearing a variety of seductive outfits. At the barn, she was in a black dress, shielding herself from Rose's camera.
When I saw those photos, I said, this is Regina Walters. In order to verify that, I went to the family, and I got several of their pictures. There are facial characteristics and markings that exactly duplicated the pictures Rhodes took.
The FBI began to build a kidnapping and murder case against Robert Van Rose. They revisited the evidence from the search of Rose's apartment and found more photos of Regina. They also found several articles of women's clothing, including a black dress, which lab examiners confirmed as the dress Regina had worn in the photo. Illinois State Agent Mike Sheeler was notified. He forwarded the evidence found in the Greenville barn to the FBI lab in June. Lab examiners discovered that the cotton fiber recovered in Illinois was consistent with the bloody towels found in Rhodes's Houston apartment, but the results were inconclusive since that type of towel was so common. Detective Jackson from Pasadena, Texas, met with agents Sheely, Young, and Lee at the Houston FBI field office to discuss what they needed for a solid indictment against Rhodes. Not only for Regina's death, but for crimes against his other nameless boys. With Rhodes nearing his release, Illinois State Agent Mike Sheeler knew they were racing against him.
He was eligible for parole, and he was actually eligible to work outside the prison almost on the release system. And so we were under pressure to have the indictments and to get him arrested on our charges.
Agents interviewed Rhodes's former Houston employer, Mike Eggleton. The trucking firm owner was not surprised to see him. Eggleton had been questioned by authorities about Rhodes before. A few years back, local police suspected the trucker of assaulting a woman in the back of his wheel, but no formal charges were ever filed. The truck Rhodes had driven had been sold, but Eggleton provided its vehicle identification number as well as Rhodes's trucking badge and fuel receipt. While agents waited for a trace to come back on the truck's ID number, the team began to assemble a timeline of the trucker's travels. Agents found fuel receipts from a gas station in Ennis, Texas, dated March 17, 1990. The same place and date as the call made to Regina's father, Jerry Walters. Several of the local calls to Regina's mother, Karen, also coincided with Rhodes's time in Houston. One question about the calls were made. The killer could easily have gotten Carolyn's number from missing persons flyers posted around town. But how had he gotten Jerry Walters' unlisted home number? Agent Young found the answer in evidence stored in Arizona.
It was in that evidence that we located Regina Walters' little spiral notebook. In the front cover was all of her personal information, her mother's address, and phone number, and her father's.
When Young flipped the notebook over, he found something even more disturbing. A message that he believed was written by Rhodes himself. A knife and gun above a phrase that appeared to have blood dripping off its letters. The phrase read, "Ricky's a dead man." Only a DNA test would confirm that the partial remains of the young man found in southeast Texas was Ricky Lee Jones. Unfortunately, investigators lacked a known source of Jones' DNA to perform a comparison.
Everywhere else.
Since Rhodes claimed to have been abducting and torturing his victims for the past 15 years, the team submitted their timeline to VIPRE, the Violent Criminal Apprehension Program, an FBI database that lists thousands of solved and unsolved crimes nationwide. Despite the limited information and gaps in the timeline, Detective Jackson was not surprised when the system returned over 50 possible matches with open homicide and missing persons cases.
His trips from Houston to Baltimore to LA and back in a matter of 4 to 5 days at a time could just give you an idea of how many people he has access to and remote locations that he could abuse these people and dispose of them.
A week later, agents tracked down Rhodes' truck in Christi. 2 years had passed since Rhodes had driven it. The cab had since been steam cleaned, repainted, and used by other drivers. But evidence of his crimes somehow survived. Investigators recovered a single strand of head hair that was consistent with Regina. Miraculously, they also found a small fingerprint in the vinyl upholstery in the secret compartment that matched her face. That proved she had been there, but it did not prove when or whether she'd been there against her will. By January of 1992, almost 2 years after Regina had disappeared, investigators determined the evidence was not decisive enough to prove interstate kidnapping. They dropped the federal case. With Rhodes' parole hearing just a week away, investigators convinced the Bond County prosecutor to press charges in Illinois for capital murder. They knew the evidence was circumstantial. They pressed on.
I feared that he could escape, and I also believe that due to the overcrowding in the prison systems and those sort of things, that he could be released.
On February 6th, investigators traveled to the Arizona State Prison in Florida to serve the warrant to Rhodes. Their plan was to confront Rhodes with photos of Regina, hoping to prompt a confession, and incriminating statement to bolster their case. The suspected serial killer was unfazed, even smoked.
We spent approximately an hour with him, but Rhodes was unwilling to speak with us and denied any involvement in the death, and was very firm in his denials. And at that point, we knew that we were going to have to prove our case.
Agents believed Rhodes knew they were fixing his confession because their evidence was weak. They suspected this arrogant man was betting he could beat the charges. Maybe he believed that they didn't care enough about his victims to earn a conviction.
A lot of serial offenders or killers or other sexual predators will pick victims that they consider the forgotten people because they're banking on that element that law enforcement and society doesn't really care about hitchhikers or less wealthy people, less established. But he preyed on that type of person in the hopes that he would get the attention that did happen.
Almost 2 years after the death of Regina K. Rhodes and the kidnapping and sexual assault of at least 2 other women, Robert Ben Rhodes was extradited from Arizona to stand trial in Illinois. He and his attorney managed to delay the trial date for 6 months. On September 11th, the overconfident trucker lost his nerve. In a Bond County, Illinois courthouse, his attorney pled down the capital murder charge that carried a possible death sentence. He accepted an offer of first-degree murder with a penalty of life. Rhodes was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Even as he serves his time in the maximum security prison in Chester, Illinois, investigators have not abandoned the case. They continue to gather evidence, committed to proving that Regina K. Walters was not Rhodes' only murder victim.
There is one other picture of a female as yet unidentified that got into the truck with him. We're somewhat concerned whether that might be another victim. Anybody that gets into the comfort zone of the truck of a serial killer may potentially be another murder victim.
Investigators continue to work on identifying the unknown women from Rhodes' past in hopes of bringing the small comfort of closure to their grieving families.
I am listening to Voice Commons right now.
Source of life and cause of death, water can wash away clues, dilute evidence, and conceal corpses. For investigators, water can be a cunning opponent. For criminals, a most accommodating ally. For the perfect crime, just add water. On the morning of Saturday, October 14, 1995, 7 kilometers east of Vancouver, British Columbia, the peaceful town of Abbotsford is plunged into a nightmare when a fisherman discovers a young woman's mutilated, naked body in the Vedder River. The long hunt begins for the murderer, a man who will terrorize the community for months. He will profoundly affect the people of this town and will capture the attention of the national press, who will dub him the Abbotsford Killer.
Microwave harassment detected.
245 session progress. GTP
Law RF microwave harassment.
It's Friday the 13th of October. Misty Cockrell and her friend Tanya Smith are on their way home from a party. But instead, the two 16-year-olds decide to continue their evening and go to another party nearby. On the way, their lives will be changed forever. When Misty regains consciousness a few hours later, the attacker has disappeared. So has her friend Tanya. With great difficulty, she drags herself to the hospital a few blocks away. Rod Gale is the lead investigator for the Abbotsford Police.
Sergeant gave me a call and told me that there had been a young girl come into the MSA hospital and she was badly beaten, and she was telling the nurses there that her friend was still missing. At that point, we called out a couple of teams of detectives and our investigation began.
Misty's skull is fractured and she needs immediate surgery. She struggles to talk to the detectives as she drifts in and out of consciousness.
Is good for
Tanya was out by the school is what she was telling us, so we had a group of officers over searching in the area of the school to see if we could find Tanya.
There is no trace of Tanya. Did she manage to escape?
Yes,
or did the assailant take her with him?
System is active.
Police fear the worst.
We are not the fire department.
At 8 a.m., a man is salmon fishing in the Vedder River, about 15 kilometers outside of Abbotsford. Suddenly, something floating nearby in the shallow waters attracts his attention. As he gets closer, he discovers the naked, lifeless body of a young woman.
I'm just calling to say
You are not.
I was at the hockey rink with my son and I received a page in my office. So let me call back to my office, got some details. And I spoke to the Abbotsford Police about an incident they had as well.
The Abbotsford Police sent a picture of Tanya Smith to Inspector McLeod, who's the lead investigator for the RCMP. He arrives at the Vedder River with Detective Kevin Hackett.
When I arrived there, the police had cordoned off the area where the body had been recovered, brought ashore, and was covered.
Inspector McLeod confirms that the victim is indeed Tanya Smith, the 16-year-old reported missing by her friend Misty. McLeod and Hackett examine the victim.
We were concerned about the damage that water could do to forensic evidence, DNA evidence, saliva, washing away some fabric or fiber evidence that could be crucial. So an important process is to ensure that the hands are bagged with paper bags, because in the struggle, they may defend themselves and strike back at an attacker. And if they scratch the attacker, they'll get DNA under the fingernail. The body is placed in a body bag that protects it from the outside environment in an effort to stop any contamination from outside sources. And then it's transported to the morgue where it's locked and
Detective McLeod searches the area for evidence and makes an interesting discovery.
There was another scene located just to the south of where the body was recovered, and that it was a pathway that went down to the water. And at the entrance to that path, what turned out to be 10 years clothes had been thrown up in the bushes. And there were some indications on the ground that that's where her body had been placed in the water.
The investigators are intrigued by the fact that the murderer has chosen to display the victim's clothing.
I think it was clear that he wanted her body to be discovered, so that may be part of that. His criminal mindset was to deposit the body when he knew that he would not be detected with, but it would be found the following day when the river would be filled with fishermen.
There were some tire impressions found, and there were some drag marks, what appeared to be drag marks on the ground.
Still in hospital, Misty is fighting for her life. But the police are anxious for her recollection of the attack. She's seen her assailant, and she knows where the attack took place.
We sent a detective there with a tape recorder, and the instruction was to record everything she said. She had been coherent enough to share information. She deteriorated later on to the point where she was giving information that was incoherent. She had what the doctors described to us as at least 3 home run type swings to the head. Her hand was broken, her arm was injured badly, her skull was badly enough indented into her brain that she had bleeding to her brain.
With such severe injuries, the detectives realize that Misty's memory may be vague and unreliable, but she is their only lead. In medical terms, Misty has received a blunt head trauma. Montreal forensic pathologist Dr. Annie Sauvageau explains.
Dans les traumatismes contondants, une des zones, c'est pas la seule, mais une des zones.
Blunt trauma to the head will often erode the scalp, but also cause cuts because the weapon hits the scalp and the bone is underneath. The scalp is caught between 2 hard objects, the weapon and the skull. So the scalp will open, it will tear. That's what we call laceration. If the weapon strikes hard enough, the skull will also break and you'll have a skull fracture. Whether the skull breaks or not, the brain may be damaged and blood may pool around the brain. This blood will cover the brain and it may cause a chemical irritation, making the brain swell. So if we have a brain that is swelling but no holes in the skull, the brain will try to find a way to eliminate the excess pressure. That excess will come out through the holes in the base called the foramen magnum, where the marrow is generally located. So bits of brain go there, but there is still not enough room for the swelling brain, and it compresses important centers that control the respiration, the pulse, and the blood vessels. And this can lead to death.
The doctors and police are amazed that Misty managed to get to the hospital with such severe injuries.
The remarkable thing about it was that the attack happened at about midnight, 12:30, and she never came to the hospital until about 4:30 in the morning. She'd been lying outside on the ground, and she managed to find her way around to the front of the emergency ward and stumbled through the doors. And that was, of course, a question that we had. We thought perhaps somebody even had helped her to get there. She was beaten so badly.
In an effort to find witnesses or information relating to the crime, the police issue a press release and set up a tip line call center.
Behind
In the meantime, investigators try to piece together statements made by Misty to help them locate the crime scene.
That radio program is not.
What we had from Misty was she was over by the school in the bushes. So that's a fairly large area which included behind the hospital. And we had detective teams going through the bushes area, behind the hospital, behind the school, all down that particular street.
After 3 days, there's still no trace of the attack site. Given her critical condition, could Misty have inadvertently misled them? The town of Abbotsford, British Columbia is in mourning. 2 young girls have been violently attacked on their way to a party. Misty Cockrell barely escaped the attacker and is in critical condition in the hospital under police protection. 16-year-old Tanya Smith has been found dead in a river, her body beaten and mutilated. The police are still looking for the scene where the attack took place.
It wasn't in fact until the morning of the 18th, 4 days later, that we were able to establish the actual attack site by finding a hoop earring that had been knocked off of Misty.
The attack site is finally confirmed, in spite of the fact that the rain has washed away the girl's blood.
It was late at night, but there are residents in that area. There were people that heard screams.
We are not
at least
that
2
call.
witnesses that heard a female voice saying no, no, no. Nobody phoned the police, however, but that's not unusual either. So it's a high-risk attack and high-risk area. Sometimes that's part of the thrill of it for these things.
That same day, police receive a report of an object that may be of interest, located not far from the Beta River.
A local farmer that knew we were looking for evidence out in that area phoned in and said, I can see a baseball bat floating in the ditch. Don't think it was there yesterday.
Misty had told the police that her assailant beat her with a baseball bat. Could this be the weapon used during the attack on Misty and Tanya? The police have the bat examined by RCMP Forensics. That same day, Inspector McLeod answers a call on the tip line.
The police are not. Are they around right now?
The first time he called, I was in the command room and picked up the tip line.
At the other end of the line, a man claims to be the person who found Misty and helped her get to the hospital. Inspector McLeod tries to obtain more information, but the man hangs up without identifying himself. The stranger was using a public payphone, and the police were unable to trace the call.
I detect a technical asset computer system.
Later in the afternoon, another call astounds the police. The same man who spoke earlier with Inspector McLeod now gives details regarding the body of the victim found in the river. He claims to be Tanya Smith's killer and proves it by mentioning details that were not released to the public.
It's not likely that it could have been done by anyone else other than the perpetrator. The information, the main piece of holdback information that we had was the location of the bite on Tanya's body. And the caller, when he called us, always referred to that area of the bite as his calling card, so to speak.
This time, the call is traced back to a payphone at the Abbotsford Arena.
Clear from radio units.
Police and the Forensic Identification Unit are immediately dispatched.
We were getting the information within minutes. For the timing of the phone call being made and the time it took to drive to the exit, we feel that the first police responders must have met him as he was driving out. The response was that quick. Unfortunately,
we may
didn't
have to make a
identify him.
Telephone receivers generally are quite greasy and dirty, and you may get
we may have
prints
to
on
make
top of prints. Hard to determine if it's one individual or not. It's a public area, and you're not going to get good results. But to actually find something that's usable is pretty slim.
Early that evening, the tips line receives another call from the killer. This time, he mocks the police and laughs at their inability to catch him.
One of his phone calls to us, he said, "Do you think I'd be stupid enough to leave fingerprints behind when I made a phone call?" And that led us to believe that he was watching us dust the payphone where the 911 call was made.
The same evening, the killer calls a fourth time.
We are not that call.
He continues to taunt the investigators and admits he's looking for new victims. He wants to kill again. To help apprehend the killer, a telecommunications company develops a new technology to assist the investigation.
The location coordinates is something you will have
They were able
pay
to
for.
put in a remote answering system that would show us when a 911 call was coming into our dispatch center from a payphone. And before the dispatcher answered that call, he or she would be able to tell where that phone call was coming from, which payphone it was coming from, and dispatch a car to be attending there, and then answer the 911 call and talk to the person. And during the time that they were talking to the person, there would be a police car en route to this 911 call.
We saturated the streets of Abbotsford with as many investigative teams as we possibly could, in anticipation he was going to call.
Yes, the tactical assets.
In those areas that he had called in the past, so that if there was a call, we could respond quickly, and we did.
Patrol cars arrive on the site shortly after the call, but the killer escapes
Yes, the
once
tactical
again.
asset system is active.
The police make another statement to the media, warning the city of Abbotsford that this violent predator is on the loose. They request that women in particular be very careful. The community is gripped by fear. The tip line receives thousands of calls from people wanting to help catch the murderer. The investigators received the results from the analysis of the baseball bat. No DNA evidence was found. The bat cannot be linked to the crime. Misty is still in critical condition, but she is the only one who has seen the murderer. The police send a forensic artist to visit her to create a composite drawing. In her brief moments of consciousness, she describes her assailant. On October 20th, 6 days after the attack, the face of the Abbotsford killer appears in all the newspapers.
We had, of course, released a composite that Misty had assisted in preparing. We had debated about the value of that, given her injury, but we decided to release that. That generated a lot of tips from the public.
The police follow up on all the tips they receive from the public. It's a long, laborious process. The cause of Tanya's death can only be confirmed with an autopsy. Will the evidence found on her body offer the investigators a solid lead? Detective Kevin Hackett is present at the autopsy.
She had very significant skull fracture. She had trauma to her face. It looked like she'd been beaten around the face. And in her abdomen area, an almost invisible footprint with some of the soil that was left. And there was a significant injury, the bite mark, to her breast.
Tanya's body was in the river for many hours. It's quite possible that the water has washed away precious evidence. Could the analysis of the bite mark help identify the murderer? Will it give police the evidence they need to arrest the Abbotsford killer? The town of Abbotsford, British Columbia is in shock. 2 teenage girls have been violently attacked. One is dead, and the other is struggling to stay alive. A man who identifies himself as the murderer has been calling and taunting the police. He has threatened to kill again, spreading terror through the city. Investigators work around the clock searching for leads. The results of Tanya Smith's autopsy may give them the evidence they need to stop the murderer before he claims another victim.
Although Dr. Carlisle believed that the head injury, brain injury, was associated potential likelihood of death from them, but the official cause was drowning. She was submerged in the water and still inhaling water into her lungs.
The pathologist also finds that the victim has been raped. Samples are sent for DNA profiling. To examine the bite mark on the victim's breast, the police call on Dr. Sweet, a forensic odontologist with an international reputation.
When we collect bite mark evidence, there's a specific protocol that we follow, and it included swabbing the skin as an initial examination, and then looking at the physical evidence that results from the teeth interacting with the skin. We had to photograph the bite mark extensively in order to record those patterns and shapes in reference to a scale or a ruler that's placed near the bite mark. And in addition to that, we take a cast where we make a mold of the skin so that we can record any undulations or differences in the surface from normal.
Dr. Sweet uses a new technique to collect DNA from the bite mark.
The saliva that is deposited during biting, I thought would be a very good source of DNA evidence. And so I had developed a method of collecting that saliva using two swabs, one wet and one dry. Because the victim had been in the water for several hours, there was really no way of knowing what we were going to be able to achieve. It was assumed that the water would have washed away all of the evidence. The swabbing method involves using two swabs. The first one is dipped in sterile distilled water to wet it so that the dried stain that's on the surface of the skin can be hydrated and loosened. The discovery that we made when we were developing this method was that there are still cells from the saliva left in contact with the skin after the first swab leaves the surface. So if we could come back with a dry swab, a second separate swab, to act as a sponge, we can collect the water and the remaining cells that are now loose from the skin surface. We were very surprised when we got a DNA result. We started to look at why the saliva was acting like this, why after several hours in the water we were still able to obtain a result.
Saliva contains a viscous substance called mucin. That's what held the suspect's DNA on Tanya's skin. Part of the saliva was lost in the river, but there was enough left to produce a partial DNA result. For the investigators, this is an important discovery.
A full DNA profile was produced from the semen sample that was found in the postcoital swab, but a partial DNA profile was produced from the bite mark. But enough of the DNA profile was obtained in order to compare that not only with the semen to show that the same person that had sex with the victim also bit her.
Police hold back this information from the public to ensure that the murderer is not aware of the evidence found. After 12 days of silence, the Abbotsford killer calls the police again. This time, the call comes from a phone booth outside the recreation center. Patrol cars race to the scene, but once again, the killer escapes. The investigation is stalled. The police are aware of the stress in the city, and they have to stop the terror. They turn to forensic psychology.
What's good at that? When the police call on forensic psychologists, it's usually because there's something strange in the behavior of the individual that they can't understand. It's something out of the ordinary. In these cases, they'll ask a psychologist to do a psychological profile of that individual.
There's a danger, though, that you have to be mindful of as an investigator or as a team commander. And the danger is tunnel vision, focusing too much on that profile and ignoring other avenues of investigation or other people of interest or other evidence that doesn't fit with the profile. But it can be a valuable tool, but you have to be very careful in how you use that tool.
Dr. Mike Webster is brought in to prepare a psychological profile of the murder.
This was a spontaneous act. This was a retaliatory type of crime that he committed here. Any sexual overtones were secondary. They were simply another way to brutalize and dehumanize these girls. This was an act of savage retaliation, and must be presented an opportunity. He physically intimidated them, and he psychologically intimidated them. Part of his motive was to blow off some of the anger and steam that he had against women. And this is unusual because usually when someone commits a crime, post-crime behavior is they want to distance themselves from their crime so that they won't be discovered. In this case, he had a desire to demonstrate to the police that he was smarter than they were, that he could outwit them. And what he had done here by going to the river was in effect create two crime scenes, attempting to complicate matters for the police. The telephone calls that came afterwards, this was his way of involving himself in the investigation. This was his way of maintaining the excitement of the crime by continuing to interact with the police and demonstrate to them that he could outwit them, that he was smarter than they were.
We may have to make a telephone
24 days after the attack, the police set up a call-in line where people could listen to samples of the killer's phone calls.
Yes, strange.
They hope that someone would recognize his voice.
The police are not.
I think what really started to scare the community was when he started making phone calls and taunting us, and then we started to play this on the air and really scared people. And it was quiet around town. You could drive downtown at night and there wasn't a lot of traffic out. You didn't see people out walking.
The wind is good for power generation.
Finally, on December 1st, there is a new development in the investigation.
We are not that tall.
We had a suspect that had been arrested on this particular as being identified as a person responsible for the attacks. And he was a lookalike, the dead ringer for the Corpus crime.
The suspect gives a DNA sample of his dental imprint. Have the police arrested the Abbotsford killer?
Yes, the tactical asset. The police are not being around right now.
A violent murderer is hiding in the small British Columbian city of Abbotsford. He terrorizes the community, taunts the police, and promises to kill again. Christi, one of his young victims, clings to life in hospital. A composite drawing is published in all the newspapers. A recording of the killer's voice is broadcast on radio and television. On December 1st, investigators arrest a man who bears a striking resemblance to the composite drawing. He is well known to police and agrees to give a DNA sample and his dental imprint.
He was really quick to give all the DNA and bite mark. We didn't have a fingerprint at that time, but he gave DNA and a bite mark to get himself cleared.
The suspect is held in custody while the DNA samples are examined. In the meantime, the police continue their investigation.
I was asked to record dental impressions on 5 different suspects over a period of about 6 months.
Radio units.
I had seen traits in the teeth that were quite characteristic and unique. So I was able to take impressions of those suspects' teeth and within a very short period of time exclude them as being the cause of the bite mark.
Yes, the tactical asset system is active.
Over the course of the investigation, there was 9,500 tips came in, and most of those were people being identified as possible suspects. So we're getting lookalikes to the conference drawings and sound-alikes to the voice. People were very, very anxious to help, and we were getting lots of calls. So thousands of suspects were eliminated.
The DNA results are negative, and the suspect is released. He is not the Abbotsford killer. The killer has not contacted the police for weeks. His silence weighs heavily, and his threat to kill again echoes through the streets of the city. On February 17th, the host of a radio show receives an anonymous call. The man tells him to go and look in the parking lot.
Quickly realized that it said Tanya Smith on the gravestone, and there was a embossed picture on it. So he called the police. An officer attended, has phone as evidence, found that it had been defaced. There's threats scoped on it from Misty. There was a reference on it to the bite mark. And quite amazing when nobody saw him lift this big 180-pound headstone out of there and put it on the hood of the car. So it was like we were chasing a ghost and she was invisible.
The kind of person who proceeds like that, who deliberately puts out clues, makes sure the victim will be recovered quickly and identified. Their main purpose is really to get some attention, improve their self-image, which may be very ordinary, in fact.
2 days later, the killer calls the police and asks them if they liked his gift.
Are you scared?
The provoking call is made from a paper booth, only 2 streets from the police station.
You are not sheep.
He disappears yet again without leaving a trace. Witnesses give police descriptions of the man they had seen, but the leads do not produce a suspect. On February 21st, 4 months after the attack, the killer makes contact for the 8th time.
The residential street. He had walked up to the front of this house, and right through the front living room window, he heaved this wrench. Corporal Mike Colson. He is a forensic identification technician for the Abbotsford Police, and he spent a long time very, very carefully taking this package apart. And of course, when you get a letter, the temptation is to rip into the letter and find out what's inside.
Never forget the night we read that note for the first time. Just chills going up my spine. It was absolutely terrifying. Horrific.
The wrench was taped to an envelope with a letter inside. It was typewritten with no punctuation. In it, the killer brags of having committed 3 other attacks. Included newspaper clippings and details that allow the police to confirm his claims. There is no doubt that Tanya and Misty are not his first victims.
He talked about other conquests, and in the end he said, "No intention. I'm not going to move out of town, and I will strike again. Goodbye for now, guys." And it was written sort of almost in a friendly format, so it was really a strange letter.
The forensic expert examines every square millimeter of this package, handling it with extreme care. He finds no prints on the clippings, no prints on the letter, no prints on the envelope. However, on closer examination, the piece of tape holds an obscured clue.
And if you think about tearing a piece of tape off a roll, you're using your thumb and your index finger. And again, when you're looking at the process, normally you would tear a piece of tape with your index finger on the sticky side. And that's what we keyed in on.
They use a new technique designed for difficult media, like adhesive tape.
I'm coming closer.
He used a powder called sticky side powder, which is basically a powder that you mix with a solution that suspends the powder, and then wash it over the tape, and it'll stick to the glued side of the tape where the finger had touched.
Will the police find the fingerprint of the Abbotsford killer? Has he finally made the fatal mistake that everyone has been waiting for?
Are you scared?
Abbotsford, British Columbia is on high alert. For the last 5 months, a murderer has been terrorizing the city and provoking the police. He has desecrated the grave of his victim, Tanya Smith, who was found beaten, raped, and drowned. Tanya's friend Misty survived the attack but is under police protection because the murderer has threatened to kill her. The police examined the body the killer had thrown Bradley into her house. Sees nothing. He puts the sample under a microscope, looking for hair or fibers.
The temperature is different.
That's when he found the fingerprint. It was so faint. So then he photographed it and went in the dark room and just kept on darkening and darkening and darkening until it came up.
The police now have an extremely valuable piece of evidence, an index fingerprint of the Abbotsford killer. The discovery is held back from the media so as to not alert the murderer.
We had DNA and we knew there was a bite mark, but again, we had nothing to compare it to. And not until we found the print did we have something that we could actually start comparing it to suspects.
The print is sent to the Canadian Fingerprint Database for comparison. The result is negative. The print is also sent to the FBI and other American agencies, but again, there are no matches.
Our whole perception of who we were after changed. We were thinking before it would be somebody that had a record for sexual assault or something like that, a known criminal or some kind of criminal record, and in fact he did not have a criminal record at all.
7 months after the attack, the police digitally enhanced the recorded phone calls from the killer and make them public.
We set up a phone line at the police office, which is a dialing line, and you could phone in and listen to the tape to determine for yourself if you recognize it.
The next day, a woman calls the police.
Phoned our tips line. Told one of the tip takers that I think it was my son's voice. He fishes at the Weather River and went to Tanya Smith's funeral.
Could the murderer have been turned in by his own mother?
We attended at his residence in Abbotsford and treated him like we treated every other person who interested in the investigation. And I offered to change the name of the office on there, provide a fingerprint.
Are you afraid of the dark? Are you scared? I am you.
Advice of his family, Terry drives the police to give his fingerprints, but nothing else. Accompanied by his lawyer, he walks into the police.
I will catch you. It goes.
Under normal circumstances, I would have taken the print and gone back and forth.
Investigators have their first solid piece of evidence. They can now build the case that Terry Driver is the Abbotsford killer.
Everything from tears in the eye to high fives and hooting and hollering was very, very big relief off of everybody's shoulders. You could tell weight of the world lifted off all of our shoulders because the bad guy was now at least in custody. The threat was over.
When there's an arrest made, as far as the police are concerned, that's really when the work starts. Because now the clock is ticking to get ready for trial.
The police continued to collect evidence against him afterwards. For example, the cell phone tracking evidence, the bite mark comparison evidence was only available when police were able to get his dental impressions. The DNA from him was only available once police knew that it was his DNA they needed to obtain.
It is now up to Crown Prosecutor Neil McKenzie to prove that Terry Driver is guilty. The trial charges him in connection with both victims. Attempted murder in the case of Misty Cockrell and first-degree murder in the case of Tanya Smith. Before the court, Terry Driver makes 20 admissions. Most surprisingly, he admits to the rape and manslaughter of Tanya Smith.
Mr. Driver's position was that he was guilty of a sexual assault and guilty of a manslaughter because he had put Tanya Smith's body in the river and she had drowned as a result. And so manslaughter would be as a result of the unlawful act of putting her body in the river. He claimed at that time that he believed that she was already dead and only realized later that she had drowned when he heard the news reports. So then he realized that he was responsible for the death, and that was why he, according to him, was guilty of manslaughter.
What he said on the stand was that he had sex with Tanya. That's consistent with the evidence. But then there's no direct evidence that says that he was the person that threw her in the river and in fact killed her because she drowned.
What went against that, of course, was the fact that he'd written a letter talking about a baseball bat. And he had talked about being the one that took Misty around to the front of the hospital and dropping her off. And in fact, he hadn't just as open. He came up with a number of reasons that he found his story not credible. And he convicted him.
It is almost exactly 2 years after the attack on the teenage victims. Terry Driver is convicted of first-degree murder in the case of Tanya Smith and attempted murder in the case of Misty Cockrell. He receives a life sentence with a possibility of parole after 25 years, which is the minimum for first-degree murder. At a separate trial, Terry Driver is also found guilty of the 3 attacks that he confessed to in the note thrown through the window.
Members of the community relied on her for several months. And after this police investigated and these guys
Afraid of the dark? Are you scared? I am you.
municipal appointee carried on an illicit affair with a wealthy married man. Investigators suspected that her...
Are you afraid of the dark? Are you scared? I am you.
former head of the FBI's New York office. When a prominent attorney tried to put himself above the law, it was up to the FBI to prove that justice is blind.
Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, Thursday, June 27, 1996.
RF microwave harassment detected.
At the upscale Panorama restaurant, prominent Delaware attorney Thomas Capano, separated from his wife, dined with his mistress Anne Marie Fahey, the appointment secretary to the Delaware governor. Despite the candlelight and wine, her mood was grim. Anne Marie told Capano she wanted to end their relationship. Capano was furious at her decision. After dinner, Capano drove Anne Marie to the Wilmington, Delaware house he rented since leaving his wife. He insisted she come inside to continue the conversation. He didn't want their affair to end. Two nights later, Anne Marie failed to show up for a dinner party with her sister Kathleen. Concerned, Kathleen arranged to meet the Delaware State Police at Anne Marie's flat. She explained that no one had heard from the governor's secretary since Thursday. They found unpacked perishable groceries on the kitchen counter. Kathleen called Michael Scanlon, a successful banker and Anne Marie's close friend, to see if he had seen her. He was supposed to pick her up for the dinner party, but Anne Marie never returned his call.
This is out of character for her?
Denise has everything always put into place. I just don't understand.
Anne Marie's family knew her to be neat and orderly, yet her apartment was in disarray. Shoes littered the bedroom floor alongside the purse. An expensive pantsuit remained in its gift box. A detective searched the purse. He found her wallet and ID, though her keys were missing. Detective Robert Donovan of the Wilmington Police was called to the scene and believed that Anne Marie hadn't left the apartment on her own.
From the information that they're providing, they said she's not the type of person to leave, go walking around the neighborhood, or to go somewhere without letting somebody know where she's at. Number one, typical with a female, when she goes somewhere, she takes with her pocketbook, wallet, identification, something.
In the bedroom, Kathleen found a packet of letters from a man named Thomas Capano. They professed his love for her. Kathleen and Scanlon were perplexed. Anne Marie had never even mentioned her. Though Anne Marie's sister had never heard of her, Detective Donovan certainly had. Thomas Capano was a powerful man in the state of Delaware.
Tom Capano was extremely connected. He was, at one point, he was number 2 man for the city of Wilmington. He was head legal counsel for the governor for the state. He was very close with a number of state representatives, state senators, extremely close with some retired police chiefs for the city of Wilmington. Very influential.
The detective found Anne-Marie's journal and flipped to the last page. The diary entry evidenced her relief in ending her love affair with Capano. It read, "I have finally brought closure to Tom Capano. What a controlling, insecure maniac." The officers paid a visit to Thomas Capano at 3:39 a.m. Separated from his wife, the father of 4 daughters, 47-year-old Capano was living in a rented house located only minutes from Anne-Marie's apartment. Capano confirmed that he had a relationship with Anne-Marie, but claimed that it was long over. According to him, the couple had parted as friends. He told the detectives that he had dinner with her on Thursday night in Philadelphia. Afterwards, he brought her back to his house briefly to give her a gift and some groceries she needed. Then he took her home. When asked, Capano claimed he had not seen Anne-Marie since, nor was he surprised that she was missing. Capano explained that Anne-Marie had Friday off. Perhaps she had decided to go away for the weekend.
We are not that tall.
He described her as moody and at times suicidal. He suggested the police wait until Monday morning when she would probably show up at work.
And then he asked him if she in fact was at his house. He had a problem with looking through his house. And he stated that he wouldn't because his children
On Monday, Anne-Marie failed to show up for work. Investigators returned to her apartment building and talked to her downstairs neighbor.
Can you tell me something about what happened last night?
The neighbor had been away over the weekend, but remembered hearing a single set of footsteps in Anne-Marie's apartment on Thursday evening at around 9:45. They seemed heavier than usual, possibly a man's. She heard nothing more. State and local investigators checked Anne-Marie's bank and credit card accounts and found no activity after June 28th. Friends and relatives reported they had not seen or heard from her since that day. Apparently, Thomas Capano was the last person to have seen Anne-Marie Fahey.
Take him up to the Panorama restaurant in Philadelphia. See if we can
Investigators traveled across the Delaware border to Pennsylvania to corroborate Capano's story. They spoke to the waitress who served the couple on June 27th at about 7 p.m. She remembered him and recognized Thomas Capano and Anne-Marie Fahey from the photos.
You are not.
The waitress recalled that the pair seemed tense. Anne-Marie said little and hardly touched her food. After she handed the bill to Capano, he passed it to Anne-Marie, who signed his name on the charge slip. The waitress never overheard any of their conversation since the couple stopped talking each time she approached the table. Investigators met with several of Anne-Marie's close friends who described an illicit affair that had begun almost 3 years earlier.
It is not bloody here at
In 1993, 27-year-old Anne-Marie Fahey met Thomas Capano in the governor's office.
No, Tom Capano.
Despite her high-profile job, she was impressed by the powerful lawyer and flattered when she caught his eye. Investigators learned that while Capano showered Anne-Marie with expensive gifts, he only renounced her out-of-the-way places to avoid her pursuit. She felt a strong attraction to the charismatic older man. but feared her family's disapproval and kept the affair secret. As months passed, Anne-Marie confided to her friends that Capano's charming exterior belied an angry and manipulative man. He understood love only in terms of control. She told her friends that she couldn't trust him. By the spring of 1996, his manipulation and anger had damaged their relationship beyond repair. Capano told Anne-Marie that he had separated from his wife so they could stop fighting. Anne-Marie pulled out. Capano refused to let go. Detectives learned that shortly before Anne-Marie disappeared, she began seeing Michael Scanlon, who she found present in his statement. It was the relationship that she had always hoped for. The prospect of a marriage proposal seemed promising. Thomas Capano continued to pursue her. Anne-Marie told friends that Capano was smoking. She was scared and wanted him out of her life. Capano refused to accept the rejection.
Tom Capano had never been told no before. He thought that he could control everything in his life and everything in everybody else's life. Finally, somebody, Anne-Marie Faye, stood up to him and told him, no, I've had enough. And Tom couldn't handle it.
The Fahey family posted a $10,000 reward for information relating to Anne-Marie's disappearance. Over the 4th of July weekend, hundreds of concerned citizens helped police conduct a massive search of the local park where Anne-Marie often jogged. The governor himself joined them.
Thank you for everybody who knows and loves Anne-Marie.
They found no trace of the missing secretary. The case became a federal investigation since Anne-Marie, a resident of Delaware, was last seen in Pennsylvania.
We are not that called.
Special Agent Eric Alpert of the FBI's Wilmington Field Office offered his help.
I contacted Robert Donovan, asked him if we could be of any assistance. He said we could. At that point, we pulled telephone records and credit card records.
With the help of the U.S. Attorney, Alpert secured credit card statements and phone records belonging to Thomas Capano and Anne-Marie Faye. Assistant U.S. Attorney Palm Combo noticed that Capano made a $308 purchase at Wallpaper Warehouse just 2 days after Faye disappeared.
Is good for our generation.
I thought that was odd that Tom Capano was living in the roundhouse, so I called the number for Wallpaper Warehouse. The person answered the phone and said air-based carpets. He turned to Bob, Donovan, right away, and we both had a similar reaction, which was, my God, he must have rolled her up in carpet.
Investigators now believe that Thomas Capano killed Anne-Marie Faye, but they needed more than a hunch to convince a judge there was probable cause for a warrant to search Capano's house. In July of 1996, agents and local detectives focused on attorney Thomas Capano, who they suspected was responsible for the murder of his former mistress, Anne-Marie Faye. 2 days after she vanished, Capano had purchased a new carpet. For Assistant U.S. Attorney Palm Comley, it raised suspicions that Capano had concealed Anne-Marie's body in a rug and removed it from his house.
Up until that point, we had probable cause to believe that Tom Capano had played a role in the disappearance of Anne. But what we didn't have was probable cause that we find evidence in his house.
Hoping to establish probable cause in order to obtain a search warrant, investigators learned that Capano's housekeeper had cleaned his home 4 days before Anne-Marie's disappearance. She added that Capano canceled her service the following week, claiming the house didn't need cleaning since his children hadn't stayed over. The detective quickly noted the inconsistency in Capano's story. On the night he was questioned in his home, the attorney claimed his children were upstairs asleep. 3 weeks later, the housekeeper returned to the residence and noticed something that struck her as odd. The love seat and carpet from the living room were gone. In their place sat 2 chairs and a brand new carpet. This simple observation gave Assistant U.S. Attorney Colin Connolly all he needed to move forward.
So when you combine the rug and the couch with Tom Capano's statement that he had brought Anne-Marie to his home on the evening of June 27th, and you combine that with all the other evidence we knew about their tumultuous relationship, we now were armed with probable cause to get a search warrant for his house.
Connolly and FBI agent Eric Alford prepared an airtight 37-page search warrant for Thomas Capano's Wilmington home, serving it on July 31st, 1996.
We are not Bravo
Detective Robert Donovan didn't know what they'd find, but they knew where to look.
We searched the entire residence, but we took special attention to this room, the great room area, because we believed that Anne-Marie Fahey was murdered in that room.
The team found the 2 chairs and new carpet described by the housekeeper. They moved them to see what might be hidden underneath.
Hey, careful with the furnace.
Yes, the tactical asset system.
The floor was clean. On the baseboard nearby, agents found something promising.
Is not in our area.
Barely visible to the untrained eye, they saw 2 brown spots that appeared to be dried blood. Agents retrieved samples by swabbing the area with a mild saline solution. Investigators hoped the FBI lab in Washington, D.C. could provide stronger forensic evidence from the sample. For DNA lab examiner Alan Justin, testing the recovered material presented a challenge.
The items themselves are not very large. The stains are actually fairly small, and because of that, we have to be careful because our test will consume part of the stain to test the determine if it's blood.
Justin performed a Castle-Meyer test. This test requires only a pinhead-sized specimen. He applied the chemical phenolphthalein, which turns pink when mixed with blood. The test worked. For Agent Eric Alford and the team, the discovery was important.
This is very significant because at this point we had no murder weapon and had no other physical evidence in the case, so finding blood was very important to us. We needed to find whose blood that was and whether it matched Anne-Marie Fahey's blood.
It was impossible to determine whether the blood belonged to Anne-Marie without DNA samples from her or her parents. Samples from her siblings would be too disparate to provide solid results. Unfortunately, Anne-Marie's parents were deceased. Anne-Marie's brothers and sisters provided investigators with a possible lead. A check of the missing woman's calendar book revealed that she had given blood a month before she disappeared. Agents went to the blood bank to subpoena the sample. It was too late. Her blood had been reduced to plasma and shipped overseas. There was only a slim chance it could be retrieved. Worse yet, DNA-rich red and white blood cells had been removed, and extracting DNA from plasma alone was next to impossible. As the investigation slowly moved forward, Thomas Capano continued to live a life of peace. As the eldest of 4 brothers, he had always been his parents' favorite, and the son who had achieved success in all he sought. Thomas's brothers had always looked up to him. Jared, the youngest, had been rescued many times by his older brother's legal expertise. Joseph ran the family construction company, while Lewis managed the family's considerable real estate. The Capanos were multi-millionaires and seemed impenetrable. Investigators learned early on that Thomas Capano's family and friends were unlikely to cooperate.
I spoke with an awful lot of people that are very influential, that just would not believe that Tom Caprati was capable of murder. We're mad at us for investigating. We're mad that we believed he was in fact a murderer. That was frustrating because it was tough to get anybody that was cooperative.
The team believed that if Capano killed Anne-Marie, someone close to him probably helped dispose of the body. But no one was told. With no body, no DNA sample, no murder weapon, and no cooperation from disposal, the federal case against Thomas Capano was withdrawn. On August 6th, Agent Alfred received a call from Sean Taylor, the project manager in Louis Capano's development. Taylor knew something he believed might interest investigators. He agreed to meet agents and detectives in a secure location, fearing what would happen if the brothers found out who was He described an unusual As FBI agent Eric Alford explains, investigators had no physical On September 6th, investigators received the call they were hoping for. The blood plasma Anne-Marie had donated a month before her disappearance had been recovered just before it reached the European destination. Agents needed a known sample of Anne-Marie's DNA compared to the unknown sample of the blood spots found at Capone's house. But DNA lab examiner Alan Christi didn't know if the plasma would be sufficient.
The problem with extracting DNA from plasma is that plasma is a portion of blood that is separated from the blood cells, and the blood cells are what contain the DNA. So when you're working with plasma, you're actually working with a very poor source of DNA.
To his surprise, he found residual red blood cells in the plasma. This enabled Christi to retrieve a small amount of Anne-Marie's DNA. He compared her DNA sequence to the sequence from the unknown source. They matched. There was only a minute chance that the blood spots from Capone's house did not belong to Anne-Marie Fahey. Investigators now had the first piece of physical evidence they needed to support their suspicion that Thomas Capone had committed murder. They knew Capone's cell phone records revealed that he had called a woman named Debbie McIntyre from Stone Harbor, New Jersey on June 28th, the morning after Anne-Marie Investigators learned that Debbie McIntyre was yet another one of Capone's mysteries.
So that they called each other frequently, but we weren't sure about their relationship. Further interviews found that Thomas Capone and Debbie McIntyre had been having an affair for approximately 12 years. So at the same time we had having an affair with Anne-Marie Fahey, so also had an affair with Debbie McIntyre.
Agents also learned that Gale, the oldest brother, had owned a boat anchored in Stone. Detective Robert Donovan investigated.
We found out that Gale had a safety task locally, someone local in Berkeley. We were able to track that and spoke to the gentleman and looked at his name.
They scoured the boat for traces of Anne-Marie, but found nothing. The new boat brought investigators to Jerry Capone sold it without anchors. They suspected that the anchors were now at the bottom of the ocean wrapped around Anne-Marie's body. Assistant U.S. Attorney Tom Connell and his team turned their attention to Jerry Capone.
And so, beginning back in November of '96, put in place this cover operation with the idea that we would gather incriminating evidence of Jerry's incident and any other information we could gain about his role in June 28th, disposing of the body.
If agents gathered enough evidence to bring federal charges against Jerry, they could pressure him to talk about his brother's role in the murder. For 11 months, undercover agents tracked Jerry's every move. They learned that he frequented bars and nightclubs and used illegal drugs. They also learned that he collected firearms, a federal crime for a known drug dealer. On the evening of October 9, 1997, 15 months after the disappearance of Anne-Marie Fahey, the FBI, assisted by the ATF, raided Jerry Capone's house. He was caught completely by surprise. A friend with a criminal record stood with him in the garage. If agents found illegal narcotics stored in the same house as Jerry's weapons, they'd have the physical evidence needed to leverage his cooperation. They found a small arsenal of guns stored in the bedroom closet of Jerry's 3-year-old son. Agent Alfred searched the laundry room near the kitchen. He dug through the pockets of Jerry's clothes. Jerry's collection of rifles and handguns wasn't illegal per se, unless they found illicit drugs on the premises. Agent Alfred found them. he recovered cocaine and marijuana. Now investigators had the need to charge Jerry Capone with felony firearms violations. They could also levy child endangerment charges. They didn't need it. Prosecutors would offer immunity if Jerry would testify against his brother Thomas.
He did not believe it was murder. He only believed he had a role to cover up the disposal of evidence. And he also knew he was very loyal to his brother. He almost knew his brother as father. But at the same time, he had a wife, he had children, he had a pretty good life. A life that he probably wouldn't want to give up with Gale. And that was the card we had to play.
After the raid, the FBI allowed Jerry Capone to consider all that was at stake. He was forced to choose between his brother and his wife and children. The pressure upon Jerry Capone was enormous. Not only was he one of Thomas Capone's closest allies, he was his brother. Investigators weren't certain that Jerry would press. Even if he did, they had no way of knowing if he could help them bring the powerful Thomas Capone to justice. A year and a half after the disappearance of Anne Marie, Jerry Capone asked to see the FBI and U.S. Attorney Paul Compton on November 8, 1997. Federal authorities had threatened Jerry Capone with federal firearm charges if he did not cooperate with their investigation. They suspected Jerry had helped his brother Thomas Capone dispose of Anne Marie's body near navigation. With legal counsel by his side, Jerry related his involvement in the incident. It began months before Anne Marie's June 28th disappearance. Early in 1996, his brother Thomas came to him with a problem. Jerry told Agent Eric Alford that he didn't realize Thomas had lied to him.
In February 1996, Thomas Capone went with his brother Jerry and told him that he extorted his children. He asked Jerry to get him some cash to help pay the extortions. He also asked Jerry for a gun and said that he might need Jerry's help someday with the boat to dispose of the extortionist body.
Jerry provided Thomas with $8,000 and the gun he asked for. Thomas returned the weapon a month later, telling Jerry the money was enough. He didn't need the gun afterward. He heard little else about Thomas's problem until Friday, June 29th, 1996.
I got a call.
Early in the morning, Jerry stepped out of his house to find his older brother parked at the end of the driveway. Thomas looked upset.
6 o'clock in the morning, Tom. What are you doing? I need you to get the gun. I don't want to retard it. Jerry knew as soon as Tom asked him to put his not bloody here that Tom had killed himself. And Jerry said to Tom, "Did you do it?" And his brother said yes. And Jerry said he didn't want to part. He refused to get off the boat. He said he had a wife, kids, and a beautiful home. And Tom played the brother card. Tom said, "There's nobody else to turn to. And my kid brother, please help me." And finally, Jerry left. And Jerry agreed to meet Tom to go to Stone Harbor and to take the boat out and dispose of his body.
Behind closed doors, they met inside Thomas's garage, where he asked Jerry to help him load a heavy cooler into his truck. He never opened the cooler, but Jerry believed the body of Thomas's extortionist was stuffed inside. Only the cover. Jerry told his brother not to take it on the boat because it probably wouldn't sink. When they arrived at Stone Harbor, New Jersey, they carried the cooler down the dock and bring it south. It was a common cooler used by fishermen at the marina, large enough to carry an ample supply of bread. No one would think twice about two men loading the heavy container onto a boat. Brothers fueled up and headed for the open water. Thomas Capano ordered his brother to motor 60 miles offshore, where the water was deeper, to hide the body permanently. No one else would be close enough to see what the brothers were about to do. They heaved the cooler into the sea, but Thomas Capano miscalculated. The makeshift coffin floated. Thomas then ordered Jerry to sink the cooler by firing slugs into it. Cooler still floating. The millionaire lawyer retrieved it and decided to sink the corpse without fire department. His younger brother wanted no part. He moved to the front of the boat while Thomas wrapped the boat's anchors around the bottom. What Jerry Capano saw next was critical to Detective Robert Dunn.
Jerry turns around. Are you done? Are you done? Tom tells him, yeah, I'm done. As Jerry turns around to look at Tom, he sees a calf and a foot sinking in.
On their way back to Stone Harbor, Thomas Capano disassembled the crew and scattered its parts into the ocean. The work wasn't finished. His brother needed to dispose of more evidence.
Tom says, I need your help getting rid of this couch. And Jerry sees a stain there, which would be right about shoulder height, which is a large, he described as a basketball size.
Investigators believe the stain was caused by a fatal gunshot through Anne-Marie's head. They dumped the couch and the carpet into a trash bin at a construction site managed by their brother Lewis. Jerry had nothing more to add. When word got out that Jerry had cooperated with investigators, his brother Lewis appeared with his lawyer 2 days later. Lewis Capano recanted his earlier statement and admitted that he had obeyed Thomas's orders to empty the dumpsters earlier than scheduled. The FBI began 24-hour surveillance of Thomas Capano. They believed the suspected murderer might try to kill his brothers to keep them from testifying. Less than a week later, on November 12, 1997, the surveillance team watched Capano and his brother Joseph loading suitcases into their truck. They were heading towards the airport. Agent Albert feared Thomas was fleeing jurisdiction.
At that point, I paged Colin Conley, assistant United States attorney who was inside the grand jury room, with a 911 page to come out. Told him the details and said we had to make a decision on what we're going to do.
Investigators felt they still didn't have enough to charge Thomas Capano with kidnapping and murder, but agreed they had to stop him from fleeing. Alfred ordered his arrest on grounds that Capano had obstructed justice by coercing his brothers to give false testimony.
The location of evidence is something you will have
17 months after her disappearance, the suspected killer of Anne-Marie Faye was finally in custody. Two brothers now stood against one. But investigators still had no body and no murder. On November 12, 1997, the FBI arrested fine Delaware lawyer Thomas Capano. He was the prime suspect for the murder of Anne-Marie Faye. His younger brother Jerry claimed Thomas had dumped a corpse into the Atlantic Ocean. Jerry pointed investigators to the area off the New Jersey shore, but they never found Jerry's body. Assistant U.S. Attorney Palm Conley had a daunting task ahead.
He didn't have a body. And that's all this problem. A handful of prosecutions in the country have been successfully done without a body. And in Delaware, prior to this case, there had only been one case prosecuted without a body, and it resulted in an acquittal.
The only physical evidence they had against Thomas Capano were two specks of Fahey's blood found in his liver. While investigators prepared the difficult prosecution, Special Agent Eric Alford learned something that could strengthen their case.
I received a phone call from an individual who said that he had found the cooler floating in the ocean around the weekend of July 4th, 1996. I asked him to further describe the cooler, and he said that the cooler was missing until it had a bullet hole in it.
The lead sounded promising. The caller read an article about Capano's arrest that reported a cooler was used in the crime. But the story never mentioned that the lid was used or that a slug pierced it. Alfred immediately drove for 2 hours to Bay City, New Jersey to check the lid. On the weekend of July 4th, 1996, Ken Chuck was fishing 6 miles off Indian River when he came across a cruise ship out in the ocean.
We were amazed that this was a brand new cooler, but we weren't amazed at the bullet holes or the blood because they shoot shark a lot. And there might have been a shark flopping around in there and shot it. And that's where the blood came from.
Yes,
Chubb patched the holes, replaced the lid, and used it as his own until the Capano arrest story broke. Agents discovered the barcode on the cooler matched the one Capano purchased with his credit card on April 27th, 2 months before Anne-Marie disappeared.
The cooler was important in this case because it prevented Tom Capano's defense team pretty much from saying that Jerry Capano was lying, that corroborated exactly what Jerry Capano had told us well before we would ever find this cooler.
The cooler was their second piece of physical evidence, and its purchase demonstrated Capano's premeditation. Investigators still had no murder. They searched records at local gun stores for purchases by Capano or by others close to him. They hit big. Investigators discovered that Capano's mistress, Debbie McIntyre, had purchased a .22 caliber Beretta on May 13th, 1996, 6 weeks before Fahey disappeared. They brought McIntyre in to question her. She pretended that her relationship with Thomas Capano was more casual than it actually was. Connolly asked if Capano owned a gun. McIntyre denied.
She started blushing, she got very nervous. It was clear that she was lying. And she told us this fantastic story about buying a gun and then throwing it in the garbage can. And we asked her, did anybody know she had bought it? That she had bought that gun? And she said, one person. And it was Tom Capano.
finally pointed out that if McIntyre supplied the gun to Capano, she had committed a felony. Under the advice of her attorney, McIntyre admitted that Capano had asked her to buy the gun in the first place. The trial began on October 26, 1998. Early on in the proceedings, Capano surprised the prosecution by admitting that he had disposed of Fahey's body as Jerry had testified. He also admitted to asking his brother Lewis to empty the dumpster. On the witness stand, Capano painted his own victim events on the evening of June 27, 1996. After dinner, he and Anne-Marie came back to his flat. According to Capano, they had resolved their differences. They were enjoying each other's company when Debbie McIntyre burst into his house. Angry and despondent, McIntyre threatened suicide. Anne-Marie was killed instantly. Despite his legal training, Capano claimed he didn't call police because he was trying to protect McIntyre and himself. Instead, he retrieved the cooler that he said was to be a gift to his brother. He decided to use it. During cross-examination, Connolly pointed out that Capano had prosecuted a similar case in 1976 when he served as Assistant Attorney General for Delaware. In that case, the killer dumped his victim into a creek near Delaware City. At the time, Capano was quoted as saying the killer would have gotten away with his crime if he would have dumped the body into the open. Capano denied this. In the state's version of events, Capano forced Anne-Marie Fahey to return to his house. She was determined to end their affair. Capano would not be jailed.
I listened to Boris' comments right now.
He took out the Beretta that McIntyre bought him and shot Fahey in the cold blood. Then he stuffed him into the creek. At about 9:45 the same evening, he entered Anne-Marie's apartment with fresh groceries and a new pencil she would never wear. He carefully tried to cover his tracks as he had done for months. On January 17, 1999, the jury returned with a verdict. Based on his brother's testimony, the blood evidence and the recovered cooler, the once prominent lawyer and millionaire Thomas Capano was found guilty of first-degree murder.
We were able to reaffirm a lot of people's faith in the judicial system here. The system works.
Your art.
I think we accomplished that. So I think we've not only been able to bring about justice, we've brought comfort as they have been the tragedy they had to suffer.
The jury went further, sentencing Capano to the gas chamber. It was the first time in Delaware history that a defendant had been found guilty of a capital crime without a bond or a murder. Capano now waits on death row pending appeal.
You are not John. We are not well-protected units. RF microwave harassment detected.
a man is discovered lying in a pool of blood, murdered in his own home.
Who would have had a motive and who would use such extreme violence to do it?
He has been stabbed 69 times in a frenzied attack that has left him unrecognizable to his own family.
The viciousness of the attack is hard to comprehend.
The killer is Ian Burley, a convicted murderer, released on parole back into the community.
With a long history of violence, drug abuse, and a conviction for murder, why was Burley walking free, and were signs missed that might have saved a life?
1 in 5 murders in the UK is now committed by an ex-prisoner.
From serial rapists,
He harbored doubt.
We are not the microwave radio that bus.
In 1988, motorcycle gang violence comes to a small Ohio town. A shocking murder with no warning. When police realize a biker gang might be involved, they ask FBI organized crime experts for help. The gang appears impenetrable, but investigators are determined to get inside and find the killers.
We are not the call.
When gangs go to war, they don't care who gets in the way. In 1988, an innocent man was gunned down near Cleveland, Ohio, a victim of a deadly initiation. I'm Jim Kallstrom, former head of the FBI's New York office. The FBI needs to infiltrate the gang's secretive and violent world. They hope groundbreaking forensic science would help them put the killers away.
You cannot control heat hashtags that activate radio recording transmissions.
To most riders, motorcycles represent freedom, adventure, and fun.
Strikes calls.
But some bikers come together to form dangerous gangs.
We are not people on bikes.
As the ranks of these gangs grew in the 1980s,
You are not
the violent crime attributed to them increased. Like the mafia, their often criminal enterprise drew the attention of FBI organized crime squads, according to Cleveland FBI Special Agent Stuart Shope.
The motorcycle gang problem throughout the United States was fairly large at that time. We had a large chapter of motorcycle gang members here in Cleveland.
The principal biker gang in Cleveland made their money off drug dealing, theft of interstate shipments, and extortion. Like mob families, they protected their interests and their secrets with violence. Whenever multiple gangs developed in an area, tensions between them inevitably grew. Across the country, battles for control of territory were intense. When one gang struck against another, retribution always followed. An escalating cycle of wild aggression. In an incident that reflected how far the gangs would go. One biker gang blew up the clubhouse of a rival with a rocket launcher. These gangs will do anything to continue their criminal enterprise. Organized crime squads needed to stop. Trying to develop information on the major gang in Cleveland, agents tried surveillance, but it wasn't easy.
This group knew that they were being watched by us and local law enforcement. When they had a meeting at their clubhouse, they would post a guard out in front of the chapter clubhouse and watch for any suspicious cars in the neighborhood.
The gang protected the people on their street from outside crime, so grateful neighbors would not talk to investigators either. Cleveland gang might have guarded those in their own neighborhood, but not everyone enjoyed such safety. Around 10 o'clock, the evening of February 27, 1988, outside Cleveland, Perkins Township, 28-year-old store clerk David Hartlaw and the co-worker had closed the music store where they worked. Hartlaw was headed to a nearby bank to deposit the store's cash receipts. He didn't know he had company inside his van. Or that he would be detailed. For security, his co-worker always followed him to the bank, which was less than a mile away. Neither man noticed the dark sedan. By the time they got to the bank, his co-worker had fallen 20 seconds behind. It took less than that to strike him. When the co-worker pulled up, he saw the van taking off. He spotted his friend down, but a man with a gun ordered him to leave. Several other customers came to use the ATM and were ordered at gunpoint to stay in their cars. Then the gunman ran off, leaving David Hartlaw lying on the asphalt. In 1988, Perkins Township was a small town with only 11 police officers on the force. Within minutes, nearly all of the Perkins Township officers were on the scene, including current police chief Tim McClung.
The crime scene overall was very chaotic when I arrived. Paramedics were first approaching the victim. He was on the ground. He was struggling to try and right himself, obviously seriously injured.
Hartlaw was in shock, but alive. The number of entrance and exit doors and the enormous blood loss struck the paramedics. None of them had worked this degree of gunshot trauma before. The best they could do in the field was keep him breathing and stem the blood flow. David Hartlaw made it to the hospital, but died 20 minutes later. Police interviewed Hartlaw's co-worker and the other shock witnesses.
Originally, the information coming from the witnesses was very confusing. Obviously, different officers talking to different witnesses. The different witnesses saw different things from their perspective. The stories were conflicting and it was problematic at first.
Investigators concluded there were 3 suspects. One in the van, one driving the dark sedan, and one who threatened the witnesses. The co-worker described him as an Asian or Hispanic male.
A witness saw the victims fall out of the van onto the roadway, and the van drove off. Now, based upon that information, we took a dog out into the field, attempted to do an area search.
Other officers inventoried and collected the physical evidence at the bank. The set of keys determined to be for Hartlaw's music store would be checked for fingerprints. And they would send ejected shell casings to the ballistics lab. McClung's tracking dog followed a scent from the bank toward a hotel.
It led about a quarter of a mile around the hotel and back into another parking area where I discovered the van. As we approached the van, I had my weapon drawn.
The dog barked a signal for clear, but McClung and the backup officer had to be sure. There was no one inside. The officers knew not to disrupt any evidence that might be in the van and waited for crime scene technicians to arrive.
We weren't sure if the suspect could still be in the air. I mean, he could have been in a tree line watching for all we knew.
The technicians began processing the second crime scene to determine what had happened.
There were rounds that penetrated through the back of the driver's seat, through the victim, and out through the door of the vehicle. It went along with the theory that he was ambushed inside the vehicle, that the shooter was behind.
Technicians noted a great deal of blood spatter, mostly on and around the front seat. They collected samples of the blood from each pool for examination at the serology lab. Between the seats, they found a Mac 11 semi-automatic handgun.
The type of weapon we recovered led us to believe that this was not a couple of guys got together and decided to go rob somebody making a nightclub. This was not a weapon that's typically encountered on a small Midwestern town.
Someone had ground off the serial number and attached a plastic bag to catch ejected shells. Police found it odd that such an evidence-conscious killer would leave the gun behind. Perhaps he panicked or was injured. The Mac 11 had also been modified with a homemade silencer.
It led us to believe that the people involved were quite possibly, for lack of a better term, professionals.
But they weren't experts. The silencer was not aligned properly and caused each bullet to split in two, sending shrapnel flying throughout the van.
We knew that he was making a bank deposit, so we were feeling that this was along the lines of a robbery.
Yet inside the van, they recovered the music store's deposit bag.
Once the money bag was found inside the vehicle with over $4,000 inside, that theory quickly was cast aside.
The crime scene technicians retrieved multiple bullet fragments and several complete slugs from the van. They determined 13 rounds had been fired, all from behind. A brutal execution.
Somebody wanted him dead. There was a lot of motivation there. Maybe this was a contract killing. It could have been a murder for hire. Somebody definitely wanted him dead.
McClung and another canine handler had their dogs search for the suspect's trail leading away from the van. But neither dog could key on any scent.
As a canine handler, it was my job to interpret what the dog was trying to tell us, and I believe that the dog was telling us that the suspect's not in the car.
As some officers wrapped up the crime scene, the others fanned out across the township, looking for 3 men in a dark sedan. It had been Perkins' first murder in more than 10 years, and police wanted to find the killers fast. Early the next morning, in the adjacent town of Sandusky, 2 officers returned to the Sandusky police station in the middle of what they thought was a routine shift. When their supervisor briefed them on the murder in Perkins, the mundane suddenly became remarkable. They realized they might have seen the shooting suspects the previous night. Hours earlier, the 2 officers had pulled over a dark sedan for making an illegal right turn on red. They had identified the driver as Mark Verdi. The front passenger, Stephen Yee, owned the vehicle. Both men lived in Cleveland suburbs. The officers noticed he wore a belt buckle with the Cleveland biker gang's insignia and a hunting knife, though that was not illegal. The third man was in the back seat, but at the time they had no reason to check his ID. The officers called in Yee and Verdi's information. Everything was in order. Since they were unaware of the shooting, they let the three men go. The traffic stop had been at 9:56 p.m., about 5 minutes after the murder, and 3 miles away from the crime scene. The officer said the front passenger, Stephen Yee, and the car closely matched the descriptions given by witnesses at the bank. Sandusky police immediately alerted their colleagues in Perkins, frustrated that the killers might have gotten away because of a technology glitch.
At the time, the Perkins Police Department and the Sandusky Police Department, which have a bordering jurisdiction, were operating on two separate police frequencies. The officer had no idea that we had just had a shooting.
The belt buckle was an important clue. Police knew anyone wearing the gang's insignia was almost certainly a member. A non-member caught wearing the insignia risked violent punishment or death. Investigators now had suspect names, but if the secretive gang was involved, solving the crime might be impossible.
Investigating biker gangs is unique investigation. They are very closed mouth. They actually, one of the gangs has a saying that 3 people can keep a secret if 2 of them are dead.
After David Hartlaw was gunned down in Perkins Township, Ohio, police developed 2 suspects whom they believed were connected to a Cleveland biker gang. Aware that federal authorities were investigating this very gang as a suspected organized crime ring, local officers called Special Agent Charles Holloway at the FBI's Sandusky Resident Agency.
Yes. The Perkins Police Department contacted the FBI to see if we were in a position to provide them with any intelligence information on the 2 individuals who had been identified at the time of the traffic stop.
Holloway knew the best source of information was Special Agent Stuart Shope in Cleveland, who headed the FBI's criminal biker investigation in the area.
The police are not me, are they around right now?
Shope had been trying to build a file on the Cleveland chapter of the gang.
Well, it's very difficult to investigate a group like that. We worked a long time trying to get more information about them, develop intelligence information, and put together a case on them that would put these individuals away for a long time.
We've been unable to plant mold inside the secret gang, but undercover agents had gotten close enough to learn details about its structure. Prospective members, called prospects, wore banners on their jackets listing the city the gang ran. Full members wore jackets with complete patches they called their colors. The initiation for prospects to earn their colors had its price.
The initiation has to do with some type of violent act towards either a rival motorcycle gang member or an individual that has maybe wronged one of the members.
The requirement of violence was designed in part to weed out undercover law enforcement trying to infiltrate, since no law officer could commit such a crime. Through their ongoing investigation, FBI agents were able to identify many of those involved with the gang, including the 2 men ID'd in the traffic stop in Sandusky on the night of the Hartlaw murder. Special Agent Shope knew the passenger, Stephen Yee, was a full-fledged gang member. And the driver, Mark Verdi, was a prospect. third man was a mystery, but agents were confident he was linked to the Cleveland gang, too. Investigators knew about a rival gang that had a clubhouse in Sandusky. The rivalry between the two gangs had been escalated and had recently moved up a notch. Agents had heard of an incident in a bar a few months earlier. The rival gangs found themselves in the same place, and each wanted control of the territory. Bikers consider their colors sacred. A member of the rival gang made off with a prized trophy, the jacket of one of the Cleveland bikers. It was a profound insult. Accusations flew, and no one would back down. In the brawl, one of the Cleveland bikers was shot. Agents had developed a confidential informant associated with the gang. He told them that after the fight, he was at a party where the Cleveland gang talked about the incident. They were looking to retaliate. And the prospective members saw a perfect opportunity for their initiation as part of the revenge. Investigators who had begun outlining the two gangs realized that a member of the rival group drove a van exactly like David Hartlob's. They might have gone after that gang member and made a mistake, according to Perkins Police Chief Tim McClung.
The victim in the case, Mr. Hartlob, had no criminal record. And there was nothing in his background to suggest that he would have been the victim of a murder for hire. And the similarities between the vehicles led investigators to believe it was a case of mistaken identity. That he was killed because his van matched the rival gang member's van.
Soon after the murder, the ranks of the Cleveland gang grew, according to Sandusky FBI Special Agent George Steinbach.
We had received information from several sources that a celebration party was conducted in the Cleveland area to celebrate at least two new members of the biker gang. This would be indicative of them being taken in as full-fledged members as a result of committing a heinous crime.
Because of the strong possibility that the gang was involved, Assistant U.S. Attorney Jim Woolley and the Cleveland Area Organized Crime Strike Force came on board.
There were things that needed to be done from the lawyering, including going to judges and seeking search warrants. So as soon as it became apparent that we were looking at possibly a hit by a biker gang, the Organized Crime Strike Force was brought in to work with the FBI and the police departments to help coordinate the investigation.
The strike force had a theory as to motive and the names of two of the three suspects, Stephen Yee and Mark Verdi. They needed to identify the third and find the evidence to put the killers away. In Ohio, the FBI believed a Cleveland biker gang was behind a brutal, mistaken identity assassination. They identified two suspects as Stephen Yee and Mark Verdi. The FBI kept them under loose surveillance while they continued the investigation. Special Agent Charles Holloway was trying to identify the third suspect and looked to gang expert Stuart Show for help.
Special Agent Show provided us with background information on Yee and Verdi, and he came up with 3 names of either members or prospects of this motorcycle gang who he felt were most likely to have been the third person in the vehicle.
Investigators needed to interview those 3 men. The 2 bikers they found first had solid alibis for the night of the murder. Non-gang members corroborated their stories, and the 2 men were eliminated as suspects. The one on the list they could not find was John Ray Bonds. He matched the description of the man in the back seat during the traffic stop.
The FBI agents in Cleveland interviewed various members of his family, and what they were told by family members was that John had gone on a 2-week vacation. It was pointed out at that time to us by his grandfather that John also now had his arm in a sling, and that John had told his grandfather and his mother that he had injured his arm at work.
None of the family knew exactly where Bonds was vacationing. While the Cleveland FBI continued the search for Bonds, the nearby Eastlake Police Department turned up important information about suspect Mark Verdi, the driver during the traffic stop. Detective Bob Jackson developed the lead.
A fraud investigator from a local bank contacted us telling us that, well, I had this fraud case involving Mark Verdi, where he had taken out a loan for several $1,000s, landed up using a $10,000 collateral to get the loan, and then ended up stealing the remainder of the money from a good friend of his.
Like most other investigators in the area, Jackson was familiar with the Hartlaw murder. He knew that Verdi was a suspect and that the FBI needed more evidence on him.
So we're thinking, well, we really might have something here. We have a fraud case, a theft case that we can investigate, that we can put together, and just maybe we'll luck out and maybe we'll be able to help out these other agencies with this murder case.
They would not risk any procedural errors, according to Assistant U.S. Attorney Jim Woolley.
When you don't have the defendants or the criminals caught on videotape and people don't confess right away and you're trying to get evidence, you have to get evidence legally. You've got to use search warrants, you've got to use subpoenas, you've got to get evidence in a way that's legal so you can later use it in court.
The Superior Court judge signed a warrant that allowed Eastlake Police to search Verdi's home for evidence in the fraud case. FBI agents accompanied them. Legally, they could only observe.
We went there to look for bank documents, and if we saw anything else that we thought might be evidence or had anything to do with this case out in Perkins Township, we would let the FBI know that we saw something that might be pretty interesting.
Radio High now.
Ready?
The suspect was not at home, but his wife was fully cooperating. When they explained the warrant and her rights, she let them in. But it was Mark Verdi's name that was on the warrant, so they decided to wait. They didn't want to do anything that might jeopardize using evidence in a later trial. After half an hour, Mark Verdi came home.
We are not
Mark? Mark Verdi? Hey, Mark, how you doing? Okay. Mark, you got a search warrant for your residence.
He seemed unfazed by the police presence.
Take a look at it. Remember that theft case? Take a look at it. Remember several years ago you took out that loan from the bank? About $7,000. You had a buddy of yours gave you the 10 grand as collateral. He ran the cash. Remember that?
He learned of the fraud case against him and that with the warrant, they could search his entire house. Upstairs, the search quickly paid off when officers found papers relating to the alleged bank fraud. But more importantly, they also discovered several items that might help the FBI with the Hartlaw murder.
We found a briefcase. And, you open up the briefcase, and there's a mask in there, there's gloves, and the grinder is in there. And shavings, metal shavings.
The grinder and shavings might be related to the serial number ground off the murder weapon recovered from the van.
As we're searching, we see a map, and it's folded up unusually, and we look at it, and we open it up, we look at it, and you see Sandusky and Perkins Township area highlighted and pointed out.
The murder had taken place in Perkins Township, and Verdi was pulled over in neighboring Sandusky. It was time for Special Agent Stuart Schoaf and the other agents to take on a role beyond that of observers.
We decided to get a federal search warrant, and we did that, waiting some time at the residence while several agents went back to the office and drafted the affidavit of search warrant.
With the federal warrant outlining evidence sought in connection with the murder, agents could conduct an additional search of the Verdi home and seize any related items. It did not take long to find more incriminating evidence, including a Mac 11 semi-automatic handgun, the same model as the murder weapon. Its serial number was ground off in the same manner as the killer's gun.
We also found a pistol in the wood bin. We found trash bags, similar to the trash bag material that was used to make a makeshift cartridge catcher on the Mac 11, which was used for the homicide.
With probable cause increasing, agents secured a third warrant to search the vehicle Mark Verdi drove on the night of the murder. At the Cleveland Federal Building's garage, FBI technicians processed suspect Stephen Yee's car. Though 2 weeks had passed since the murder, the car did contain evidence for Special Agent Holloway.
During the processing, we located 2 shell casings, 9mm shell casings in the vehicle.
The 9mm specification was the right caliber for use in a Mac 11. Agents sent the shells to the FBI's ballistics lab for comparison against the murder weapon. Technicians also recovered hair samples from the back seat of the car.
And we found spatters of what was determined to be human blood on the rear of the passenger seat.
Liquefying the blood with distilled water, the technicians collected samples. Agents wondered if the blood got there on the night of the shooting. Testing would show it was not the same blood type as the victims. Perhaps it was the killer's. Investigators recalled that the bullets had been split by the faulty silencer, possibly injuring the shooter. Neither Stephen Yee nor Mark Verdi seemed to have a fresh gunshot wound. But the family of the third suspect, John Bonds, reported he had had his arm in a sling the day after the murder, allegedly due to a work injury. check the story, the FBI interviewed Bond's employer and asked about the days surrounding the murder.
He advises that John was scheduled to be at work on the night of February 27th when the homicide had failed to appear for work as scheduled and had not been back since.
There was no record of Barnes suffering any injury at work. The pieces were falling into place, but they still had no direct proof.
We obtained a search warrant for hair sample, blood sample, and for John to be examined by a physician for signs of him having sustained some type of a gunshot wound.
They had the warrant. Now they needed to find the suspect.
Just like any other fugitive search, we interview family, friends, continuously checking back with the employer, spot check his residence, other places where he's known to hang out, such as a clubhouse, friends, bars where he's known to hang out, and all that was done in an effort to locate John Barnes, unsuccessful.
In 1988, Ohio authorities sought John Ray Barnes, who had left the area after a murder in Perkins Township. After weeks of searching for Barnes, Special Agent Charles Holloway got an important call.
On March 14th, 1988, John's attorney contacted the Cleveland office of the FBI and said that John knew that the FBI was attempting to locate him and that he would present himself at the FBI office in Cleveland on March the 16th of 1988, which he did.
Agents served Barnes with a warrant requiring him to give a blood sample. The doctor concluded a fresh tattoo on his arm covered a recent injury. Barnes did not know the FBI was developing innovative DNA profiling technology that might conclusively match a suspect's blood to samples from a crime scene. Agents hoped that if they did find a match, the courts would accept the new science as evidence.
We had a very good circumstantial case against him based on all of the interviews that we had done. But we did not have fingerprints from John Barnes.
With only circumstantial evidence, prosecutors did not want arrests yet, so Barnes was released. Then, on March 22nd, an Ohio Department of Transportation cleanup crew working the highway outside Sandusky discovered the vehicle title for David Hartlob's van. Nearby, they found a handgun, a wool hat and a glove, and a box of 9mm ammunition, the caliber used in Mac 11s. Aware of the Hartlob murder, they called authorities. The placement of the items further implicated the Cleveland Yang for prosecutor Jim Woolley.
It happens to be a state highway that would connect Sandusky, Ohio to Cleveland, Ohio. It would be a route that someone would travel if they were driving from Sandusky on their way back to Cleveland.
The suspects might have thrown the items out the window as they drove away from the crime. FBI technicians collected the evidence for analysis. Examiners at the FBI's Hairs and Fibers lab compared the evidence from the highway to evidence they already had.
Fibers consistent with that glove had been located on the murder weapon. Fibers consistent with that glove had been located on a shirt which was removed from Mark Verdi's house during the March 9th search warrant. And fibers were found on the glove consistent with the carpet in David Hartlob's van.
Additionally, a hair found on the glove matched a hair recovered from the back seat of the car the suspects were in on the night of the murder. At the Firearms and Toolbox unit, FBI examiners worked on the murder weapon, trying to find a trail for the killer.
The murderers had gone to great lengths to try to make this gun not traceable, they thought, and they ground down the serial number such that we couldn't see it. But through a chemical restoration process, the FBI was able to raise up the serial number and identify the serial number, even though you couldn't see it with the naked eye, and then you could trace that gun
checking the records of the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, investigators found the murder weapon's registered owner. He confirmed that he used to own that Mac 11 and the one found at Verdi's house. But several months earlier, both guns had been stolen from his car, which he'd parked outside a friend's house. That friend's name was Stephen Lee.
Here we have Steve Lee is stopped in a traffic stop minutes after the homicide in Sandusky, Ohio, and we can show that the murder weapon was stolen from a vehicle parked in front of his residence several months before the homicide.
The circumstantial evidence against Lee, Verdi, and Bonds was building. But agents wanted something more definite before they made arrests. In April 1987, they learned of a breakthrough regarding the blood evidence in the case. FBI serology experts had determined that the blood in David Hartlove's van had actually come from two individuals, presumably the victim and an assailant. Examiners compared the blood from the victim's van to that from the suspect's car.
The lab came back and told us that the blood which had been recovered in Steve Lee's vehicle matched the blood that had been recovered in Hartlove's vehicle.
The match was at the blood type level only. Still, it meant that the man in the back seat at the traffic stop was likely the killer in the van. They hoped the revolutionary DNA technology being developed would reveal a more exact molecular match.
I had read an article in one of the FBI publications that the FBI was putting together its DNA unit, and they were in the process of doing research. So, in as much as we had blood in our case, which we felt could possibly be compared with a suspect, I contacted the section chief that was in charge of putting that unit together and spoke to him about the possibility of doing a DNA analysis in this case.
At the FBI lab in 1988, examiners like senior scientist Dr. Bruce Bedoli were still testing the groundbreaking forensic science of DNA profiling.
DNA is the blueprint for what you are, what I am, and what all living things are. So if we can tap into that blueprint, we can tap into information that helps us identify individuals.
Examiners were working to establish a scientifically sound way to profile the DNA from a known source, like a suspect's blood, and compare it to the DNA from an unknown source, like the blood left at a crime scene.
And we generate a profile of something like a barcode. And then we compare that barcode to another barcode. And the barcodes are in the same kind of pattern. They may have come from the same source.
By early 1989, after years of testing quality control, the examiners believed they were ready to use the science in the federal courts. The Hartlove case would be the first one. Examiners profiled the DNA sequence from the blood in the van and from the blood of John Bonds. Comparing the markers of the two sequences, they made a match. Exactly the evidence Assistant U.S. Attorney Jim Woolley needed.
The DNA was a critical piece of the puzzle because it provided virtually conclusive evidence that John Ray Bonds, a member of the biker gang, the third man in the backseat of the car with Steve Lee and Mark Verdi, stopped 5 minutes from the homicide, had bled inside the van.
March 7th, 1989. More than a year after the murder, it was time to bring in the killers. In the hours before dawn, SWAT teams prepared for a simultaneous takedown of the three suspects. They knew it was safest to catch them while they were still asleep. The teams fanned out to the homes of Yee, Verdi, and Bonds. They hoped to strike before the suspects could warn one another or flee.
Stripes calls.
One team moved on Verdi's house,
Lore RF microwave harassment detected.
while another entered Yee's. Mark Verdi was arrested without a struggle.
Anybody inside?
At the same time, 20 miles away, his fellow gang member Stephen Yee was taken into custody as well. But the third suspect, John Ray Bonds, was not at home. Nor was he with known family members.
You are not heath.
The man investigators believed was a ruthless assassin was again on the run.
We are not medics or S1.
In the summer of 1989, authorities on the trail of fugitive John Ray Bonds had him profiled on a nationally televised crime show.
You are not John.
On the program, they described Bonds, his distinctive tattoos, and the places he frequented, hoping someone, somewhere, would recognize the suspected murderer. On the afternoon of November 8th, 1989, a patron at a bar in Paducah, Kentucky, spotted Bonds. He remembered the tattoos on the fugitive's hands from the TV show and took a chance. He contacted the local sheriff, who called the FBI resident agency in Paducah. They were ready to arrest Bonds, but they had to be careful, according to Special Agent Stuart Shove.
They felt that going into the bar, there may be some trouble if they entered the bar at that point, because there were a lot of biker types in the bar, and they did not want to have any type of confrontation. They felt it would be much safer to set up some type of roadblock.
The FBI, Kentucky State Police, and local officers staged a fake traffic accident on a road leading from the bar to a known biker clubhouse in the area. When Bonds and another gang member left the bar, agents followed. As they hoped, the pair headed toward the clubhouse and got on the blocked road. The trooper waved them forward.
Don't worry about it, Mr.
And undercover police pulled in behind them. Though he didn't know it, Bonds was surrounded.
You cannot control heath with hashtags that activate radio recording transmissions.
Nearly 2 years after the murder of David Hartlob, John Ray Bonds was finally in custody. Now, he and the other two suspects, Stephen Yee and Mark Verdi, would stand trial for the killing. FBI senior scientist Dr. Bruce Bedoli had to help convince federal judges that the DNA evidence should be allowed in the trial.
New technologies, as they enter the court, will be challenged for their admissibility. So I had a role in going in to defend the technology, to demonstrate that it met the scientific standards to be admitted into court so that the jury could hear about the evidence in the first place.
After months of hearings, Assistant U.S. Attorney Jim Woolley succeeded in getting the DNA evidence ruled admissible. With it and the other evidence, he went into the trial confident.
This is a case where just piece after piece after piece of evidence was built through forensic testing, ballistic testing, serology, forensic chemistry, hair fiber, DNA analysis, serial number restoration, and you start just building those things one on top of the other, and there's really very little that a defense attorney can say when faced with a case like that.
Stephen Yee, Mark Verdi, and John Bonds were all convicted of murder and sentenced to life. The unrelenting investigation put 3 killers behind bars and helped open the door for a forensic technology that has changed criminal investigations forever. In the Midwest, the fugitive drug dealer will do anything to avoid capture. His desperate run is fueled by drugs and punctuated by gunfights. As he barrels across 2 states, local and federal authorities are determined to fight back and to stay in pursuit.
When law enforcement officers become targets, no one is safe. So when a crystal meth dealer on the run from the law began shooting cops, it took more than police to stop him. I'm Jim Kallstrom, former head of the FBI's New York office. With a fearless killer on the loose in the Midwest, residents have to help the FBI and state and local police bring down the dealer and deliver him to justice.
On February 2nd, 2000, on the quiet back roads of Lincoln County, Nebraska, Lincoln County Sheriff's Deputy Stan McKnight was on routine patrol when he saw a vehicle rapidly approach from behind. A maroon pickup truck sped past. McKnight spotted Texas plates on the pickup, but he could not make out the numbers. Deputy began cautious pursuit. Recent weather conditions had created black ice on the roads. Without the benefit of streetlights, the roads appeared normal, but were treacherously covered with patches of slick ice.
Subject is now turning off on the side
Deputy
road.
McKnight radioed for assistance.
Please alert all available units.
Several Nebraska state patrol troopers mobilized to try to intercept the pickup. Whoever was in the truck seemed to have no regard for his own safety. Since the roads were free of other traffic, no one else was in danger. McKnight decided high-speed pursuit was not worth the risk.
It appeared as though he knew the area that he was in, and due to the fact that he would take more chances and drive faster than I would, he was able to disappear.
Eventually, the truck vanished into the night.
I had called in for assistance from the department, and all the deputies and state troopers were working, and we combed the whole area looking for that vehicle, and it was to no avail.
Nebraska police issued a be on the lookout bulletin for the maroon pickup with Texas plates. But that night, no one spotted the vehicle or its driver. A week later, 40 miles away in North Platte, Nebraska, deputies responded to a call from a farmer. He hadn't used his barn in years. So the farmer was surprised to discover someone had been working there recently, leaving a strange workplace behind. The deputies found chemicals and other items available in farm supply stores. They had often seen this combination of materials in the area before. They were the ingredients needed to make methamphetamine, an illegal drug. They were addressed to Charles Moses Jr. of Tacona, Texas. Deputies contacted Texas authorities asking for information on Moses. They received photos of Moses and learned there were warrants for his arrest for the theft of several firearms. Nebraska investigators also learned Moses drove a maroon pickup truck with Texas plates.
The truck
The make and model of the truck matched the description of the one that had evaded Deputy McKnight only a week earlier. If Charles Moses was manufacturing methamphetamine, there was a good chance he was using it too. That might explain why Moses drove so recklessly on the night of the chase.
The people that use this become very paranoid. They have no pain threshold. Sometimes they're up for days, and they're just a real problem. They're hard to handle.
During their rounds in the tightly knit communities in the area, police showed the photo of Moses and asked if anyone had noticed an outsider fitting his description. Some residents reported seeing him in the past.
We are not Delta Vector.
We were pretty sure that he was in the area.
But no one had seen him in several days, and Moses had no local address. At 11 p.m. on February 12, 2000, a week after the meth lab was discovered, Lincoln County Corporal Casey Nelms was about to start his shift. As was his routine, he picked up a cup of coffee before hitting the road. But that night would prove to be anything but routine. Through the window, Nelms spotted a vehicle that matched the description of Charles Moses' pickup truck.
Me too.
But he needed to get a look at the driver.
When he got out of the pickup, he resembled the individual that we were looking for.
The truck had Texas plates.
716, 1089.
Nelms headed out to check the man's ID. But the man spoke first.
What's the roads like out there? Pretty slick. Where are you heading?
Just gotta head out. Going out.
I approached him and asked him if he was where he was going, what he was doing. I asked him for his identification, and when he handed it to me, the name on the driver's license was Charles Moses. You're under arrest. I really expected that once I got a hold of him in the vehicle that I was going to be able to, take him out of the vehicle without any problem and place him under arrest, but he was just spectacularly strong. I just couldn't do anything with him, except just keep struggling with him to try to keep the weapon away from my face.
Yes, straight.
Moses fired.
Parking lot, shots fired. I was pretty sure 2 of my rounds hit. The second round I saw it hit the back of the cab, and the third round it also hit the back of the cab.
Nelms tried to follow Moses, but the fugitive drove with the recklessness of a man on methamphetamine and disappeared. Nebraska State Patrol officers heard the shots fired call and joined the search for the would-be cop killer. Lincoln County Sheriff's Deputy Stan McKnight, who had chased the maroon truck before, heard about the pursuit on the radio. He needed to position himself in a place where he was likely to intercept Moses.
There's an area that's commonly called the correction line. It's an area where I could see the best I thought possible 3 different roads intersecting that area. And that was the middle one. I could watch a mile behind me, that one, and a mile in front of me.
McKnight waited in the dark, hoping he was in the right place.
After about 10 or 15 minutes of sitting there, a vehicle did come from the west at the very road intersection that I was at. And as they got right to the front of my vehicle, I turned my headlights on and I saw the vehicle that was the same identical vehicle that I'd seen less than 2 weeks before. He was traveling in excess of 70 to 80 mile an hour, and being nighttime conditions, it was hard to see him, and he was out of distance me quite rapidly.
Deputy McKnight tried to maintain a visual of the pickup truck. But the vehicle seemed to disappear yet again. McKnight changed tactics.
At that point, he had pretty much, got ahead of me. At the same time, I had to slow down and check driveways and intersecting road intersections to make sure he hadn't turned off on me.
Then the deputy saw a vehicle's brake lights in the distance. It was idling at an empty intersection. Deputy McKnight called for backup. Moses had already fired at one officer. It was too dangerous for the deputy to advance alone. He waited for the backup officers. Before they came, Moses made his move. One bullet entered Stan McKnight's head. Another ripped through his hand.
Upon figuring out that I'd been hit by a bullet, I was going to try to call the rest of the officers around to let them know what was going on. Only when I reached for the mic, I couldn't talk. My mouth was all full of blood and I started to choke. So I felt around and I found some napkins in the seat and I got them shoved up in my mouth to make the blood go out. I got it spit out and I could talk and let them know that I'd been hit and that the subject had went on to the left and was going to be chasing him.
Despite his injuries, Deputy McKnight was not going to give up his pursuit.
The wind was coming through the holes in the windshield, blowing glass all over. My left eye was completely shut from blood. My right eye was just blinking, but I can still see enough of my headlights to keep going down the road.
Based on the coordinates McKnight radioed, several teams of Nebraska State Patrol troopers headed towards stakeout positions in the area. They drove with their headlights and flashers off so they wouldn't alert Moses. Troopers in 2 cars positioned themselves on a dark county road and waited. Minutes later, headlights appeared. It was Moses. One of the troopers spotted a gun. Full clip at Moses, the trooper realized a bullet had torn through his bulletproof vest. He was losing blood fast. The chest wound appeared to be life-threatening. They called for an ambulance from a hospital dozens of miles away. In the dark prairie, the troopers hoped that fallen friend would survive. In a frantic escape, Charles Moses had shot both a sheriff's deputy and a state trooper. Though gravely injured, Deputy McKnight continued pursuit of Moses, a man willing to kill to stay on the run. In February of 2000, Nebraska authorities confronted Charles Moses, a Texas fugitive suspected of running a methamphetamine lab. Escaping, he led police on a high-speed chase, shooting one deputy in the head and a state trooper in the chest, before vanishing into the night. Paramedics stabilized the wounded trooper. then transported him to the nearest emergency room. Helping to process the crime scene was Nebraska State Patrol Sergeant Lynn Williams.
We secured the area, and then our major concern was obviously the gathering of evidence. So we collected the trooper's service pistol, his duty and gun belt, spent shell casings that were still at the scene. We took 35mm photographs, videotaped the scene.
Moses had fired several bullets. One struck the cruiser's reflective seal, perhaps the only thing visible in the dark prairie.
The bullet had passed through the door of the trooper's patrol car, had struck the trooper in the abdomen, piercing his bulletproof vest, as well as traveling through his body.
To get through that much protection, the gun Moses used against police had to be a powerful one.
It was obvious that this was a high-powered rifle. We were looking for some sort of assault rifle, something large bore, high-powered.
The state police brought the spent rifle slugs to their ballistics lab for analysis. Technicians there examined the size, weight, and metal composition of the slugs. They determined they were high-velocity rounds, most likely fired from a 7.62 SKS military assault rifle. Deadly weaponry designed for trained military personnel, something else entirely in the hands of a criminal. After the multiple cop shooting, the FBI joined the effort to capture Moses. Special Agent Ron Raywald took the call at the normally quiet North Platte, Nebraska FBI resident agency.
Our caseload primarily is in the area of white-collar crime, and it's not very common that we get called in to assist in investigations of violent criminal activity.
Agent Raywald gathered information to obtain an unlawful flight to avoid prosecution warrant against Moses.
In this particular case, we anticipated that Moses would leave the state of Nebraska after he fled his arrest, and that the FBI could assist in locating him.
Hoping to catch Moses before he left Nebraska, authorities set up a command center at the state police barracks. Officers from virtually every law enforcement agency in the state shared intelligence on Moses. Several had had run-ins with him, usually in connection with clandestine meth labs.
He had a history of using abandoned farmsteads, farm places, not only for the manufacture of methamphetamine, but for hiding and living as well. So we knew that we needed to be aware of this and target those areas for a search.
Hundreds of police vehicles across the state mobilized, with officers looking for any sign of Charles Moses or his maroon pickup truck. In the sprawling rural landscape, finding Moses would not be easy. Investigators also hoped the public would assist in the search. Media bulletins urged citizens to avoid Moses and to call the police if they spotted him. In the small town of Dickens, Nebraska, 30 miles south of where the two officers were shot, a young farmer found tire tracks leading to a garage. His parents' car was usually inside. Instead, there was a maroon pickup truck. His parents' car was gone. Recognizing the truck from media reports, the farmer called police. The Nebraska State Patrol confirmed that the truck belonged to Charles Moses, and that officers had hit the vehicle when returning fire.
The license plate that we were looking for was still displayed on the truck, which was registered to Mr. Moses. It had evidence that it had been shot at with a firearm. The bullet holes were in the back portion of the cab. They had shattered the back window of the cab. Some had lodged in the dash of the cab, and some had passed out through the front windshield.
Investigators also found evidence the suspect was wounded by at least one of the many shots fired at the vehicle.
We located human blood in the cab, the interior of the pickup. That led us to believe that possibly when the Lincoln County deputy had fired at Moses early on during the incident, that possibly he had been struck.
But if Moses was injured, he had the perfect drug to stay alert, pain-free, and aggressive, to keep running without sleep.
There was a tremendous amount of paraphernalia located in his pickup that deals with cooking or the manufacture of methamphetamine. He virtually had a lab present in the back of the truck.
Investigators also found survivalist gear, police radios, and weapons in the truck. What they didn't find was the high-powered assault rifle Moses used to shoot 2 police officers. An hour after the pickup was found, and 60 miles northwest in Ogallala, Nebraska, the Nebraska State Patrol responded to a call from a man who said he was an acquaintance of Charles Moses. The man said he had seen Moses 15 minutes earlier. Moses spoke to him at a truck stop. He was in a car that matched the description of the vehicle missing from the Dickens farm. While they talked, Moses heard a radio bulletin that said police were looking for the vehicle. He panicked and took off. The man said he had waited 15 minutes to call police because he was afraid at first. The dangerous fugitive knew where his family lived. Police worried Moses would change vehicles again to throw them off his trail. Two hours after the last sighting, and 20 miles south of the truck stop in Paxton, Nebraska, a farmer noticed fresh tire tracks outside a house on his family's farmstead, a house that was closed up and unused. He called his family to ask if anyone had been to the house. They hadn't, but they told him about the bulletins, warning of a dangerous fugitive in the area. They said he should leave the place immediately. A relative on the line heard the farmer talking to someone. The police would soon learn that Charles Moses had just claimed his first murder victim. The deadly fugitive was still on the run. Now, more desperate than ever. On February 14, 2000, 36 hours after fugitive Charles Moses seriously wounded 2 Nebraska law enforcement officers, a murder investigation began in Paxton, Nebraska. The victim was a local farmer, killed while talking to a relative on his cell phone. The investigative team had to piece together the murder from crime scene clues. The circumstances indicated Charles Moses was involved, to Nebraska State Police Sergeant Lynn Williams.
We had learned that the victim had drove in the abandoned farmstead to check on tire tracks that he observed. We believe that he surprised Moses, and Moses reacted with that surprise and shot the victim, killing him. Moses then drugged the victim from the victim's pickup, placed him on the ground, and Moses then got back in the victim's pickup and left the scene.
Troopers found tracks consistent with those on the model of truck the farmer drove, as well as broken glass from the truck on one side of the driveway. The position of the glass suggested the vehicle's driver's side window had been blown out. FBI Special Agent Ron Raywald knew the glass was an important clue.
I anticipated that Moses would try and use a defense of self-defense, stating that he was returning fire from someone shooting at him. I knew that I could determine how many shots were fired and the direction that the shots originated from. When a high-speed projectile hits a piece of glass and the glass breaks, physical characteristics are left from the glass. This answers questions for the crime scene investigator. It tells them which bullet hit first and the direction of travel of the bullet.
The glass would be examined later in the lab. Behind a barn, investigators found the stolen car that Moses was last seen driving. The car seemed hastily abandoned. In the back seat, troopers found chemicals, knives, and several firearms. It appeared that Moses had switched vehicles after he heard a radio report that police were looking for this car.
It was very obvious that Mr. Moses had been attempting to hide or camouflage, conceal the vehicle. He'd had a tarp over it, and Moses was in the process of covering the vehicle with broken and dead branches, tree branches, and that sort of stuff.
Investigators found the victim's identification, but they couldn't find the cell phone he was using when he was murdered. They believe Moses had the phone with him in the farmer's blue pickup truck. They issued an APB for the vehicle and contacted cell phone companies to begin tracking the cell phone signal. While powered on, cell phones are constantly in search of the nearest tower to be ready for use. Police can flag a specific phone number and learn which tower is serving it. 2 hours after the farmer's murder was discovered, a cell phone tower in Oshkosh, Nebraska picked up the signal from the missing phone. But before police could respond to the location, the cell phone signal disappeared. The FBI also studied the glass fragments from the farmstead crime scene.
I was able to determine that one bullet had been fired from outside the truck into the truck, and that the bullet thereafter passed through the truck. My examination further disclosed that no shots were fired from inside the truck. This was not self-defense. This was murder.
The truck is fine.
With the farmer's murder and the theft of his pickup truck, the FBI issued another federal warrant against Charles Moses.
The facts of the case had changed significantly, and I was able to change the warrant application process to charge Mr. Moses with the federal carjacking statute with a homicide.
Lock their doors. With Charles Moses crisscrossing the state, armed and out of control, Nebraska Governor Mike Johans held a news conference to warn the public. Situation that we need to get through. Police are seeking Charles. It was clear the fugitive is ready to kill civilians to get what he wanted. Armed and dangerous. That evening, 80 miles to the west, near the Nebraska-Wyoming border, an elderly woman was enjoying a quiet evening. She heard someone breaking in through a door. She could hear an intruder walking through the house, then approaching her bedroom. But it was too late to escape, so she did her best to hide. In evening news, it said Moses killed the last resident of Snowmass. It sounded like he was looking for something, and then left. The woman was unharmed and called police from a neighbor's house. She explained that she never saw the man's face, but deputies from the Scottsbluff, Nebraska Sheriff's Department found tire tracks consistent with those on the pickup truck stolen from the murdered farmer. They also recovered automotive glass near the left tire track. Its position suggested it came from the driver's side window. The window investigators believe Moses shot out while killing the farmer. Local officers contacted the FBI about the new development.
From the facts of the case and the type of glass left at that crime scene, it was obvious that Moses had been involved in that burglary and that he was traveling in a westerly direction.
With Charles Moses believed to be near Nebraska's western border, the FBI notified Wyoming law agencies that a killer might be headed their way. The small town of Lusk, Wyoming is 20 miles from the Nebraska border. At the Lusk Police Department, Chief Gary Gale received the FBI bulletin.
That morning, we heard about Charles Moses from our dispatch. We knew that he was driving a Nebraska pickup truck, blue in color, and that he could be headed in any direction.
The Wyoming media warned the public about the fugitive. Around 1 p.m. that afternoon, the media alerts paid off.
We heard about the call from a truck driver who had called into dispatch and was relayed to our office that possibly that pickup truck Charles Moses was driving was at the south end parking lot of the truck stop here in Lusk.
Assistant Chief Dusty Christi responded to the scene along with Chief Gale. Several vehicles in the parking lot fit the description. Officers knew one of them might hold a murderer who also tried to kill 2 policemen.
We were looking at license plates. We spotted a blue pickup that had matched the description.
The plates matched. It was the truck.
We decided to try to block him in if we could.
The officers approached from opposite directions. Someone was inside, but the officers couldn't tell it was Moses. The truck's driver's side window appeared to be missing. If it was Moses, he might have finally come down off a long and haggard methamphetamine binge. Chief Gale called for backup and waited for more units to arrive. Then, the driver woke up.
He's waking up. He's going to take off.
But Assistant Chief Crispin couldn't risk firing because from his perspective, he did not get a good enough look to be absolutely sure it was Moses. It meant another chase.
Our biggest fear during the chase is when Moses turned onto Main Street and headed north. We knew he was going to be traveling through our business district and more than likely a high rate of speed. And also the fear of maybe losing him once he got through the city limits and heads north on Highway 85.
Weeks after Charles Moses' violent spree began, law enforcement once again had him in their sights. After eluding Nebraska authorities and the FBI, suspected murderer Charles Moses had crossed into Lusk, Wyoming. Lusk police were shoot. But Moses had a lead on him and never hesitated for a moment.
Mr. Moses finally got away from us off Highway 85 onto our ranch road. The road was very rutted up. Our small vehicles with two-wheel drive could not keep up with him in four-wheel drive in the pickup he had. He went down to a ranch place and across a old dam and up into the pastures through fences and things where we couldn't chase him.
Authorities lost him again. So Lusk police teamed with the Niobrara County Sheriff's Department. Sheriff Samuel Reed helped devise a 10-mile perimeter to contain Moses.
The perimeter was a very large area. We were fortunate in one way, it's set kind of in the middle of three major highways, and which we had another county road that dissected it basically in the middle.
They couldn't rush in.
We were unsure what his actions were going to be, so we stayed back a ways knowing that he had a high-powered rifle.
Every law enforcement officer in the area, including fish and game wardens, manned roadblocks to look for Moses and warned travelers to stay away from him. They also met with residents living in the 10-mile perimeter, asking them to stay vigilant and call police at the first sign of any suspicious activity.
I had a very deep concern that if we did not apprehend Moses before it got dark, that we would have a terrible, terrible time finding him. I knew the ranch people that were there. I was very, very concerned for their safety of him entering the house at gunpoint, taking them hostage and shooting them and taking the vehicle and leaving the area.
Although Moses was somewhere within the 10-mile perimeter, the terrain made it too dangerous for deputies to go in on foot. Without body armor and tactical training, they would be vulnerable to ambush or a sniper attack.
For officers to go in there would have been extremely difficult. There are a lot of deep draws, pine trees, ravines that he could get down in. It would have been very, very, very difficult to go in there and find him.
Thank you. Special Agent Ron Raywald helped Wyoming authorities with the FBI's federal resources.
The Wyoming office of the FBI brought in 2 aircraft to assist in the search on the state highways and the rural roads, trying to locate the vehicle Moses was in.
Flying a grid pattern over the area, one of the aircraft spotted the truck Moses was last seen driving. It looked like it was stuck in a ravine. The SWAT team from the Nebraska State Patrol was airlifted to the area. Moses was armed with a high-powered rifle. The SWAT team had to move cautiously, man by man. An aggressive fugitive on powerful drugs could be behind any tree, ready to kill. They positioned themselves above the pickup, but they had no visual of Charles Moses. He might be watching them, waiting for a clean shot. They had to start their search from the truck. To stun and distract anyone near it, they fired a flashbang percussion grenade. He wasn't there. They found footprints in the mud by the truck and began following them. But in the trees, the trail went cold.
He had eluded us, the people that were right on the scene. He had eluded a SWAT team that had been flown in out of Nebraska.
That night, Moses would surface again. At 8:30 p.m., rancher Jim Kramers and his son Justin heard their dog barking something behind the house. They knew about Moses, so Justin went out armed. Someone was out there.
I've got a gun. Don't go any further.
From the brief look, they believed it was Moses. The gunman had to be stopped.
Justin, take your rifle, go around back, get on the back side of him, then you do what you have to do. Okay?
Kramers was unarmed, in a standoff with a desperate fugitive who had never hesitated to use violence. The rancher had a plan and hoped it would work. In eastern Wyoming, a rancher and his son found fugitive Charles Moses on their property. From media reports, rancher Jim Kramers knew Moses was wanted for shooting several police officers and killing a farmer for his truck.
Justin, get on the back side.
Justin Kramers went to cover Moses from the back. The father risked his life, hoping to end the fugitive's rampage without more violence.
I was totally unarmed. Moses had a rifle and a large caliber pistol in his hand.
Hoping his son could protect him if his plan failed, Jim Kramers offered Moses a deal. He knew the fugitive had been exposed to the day's cold rain showers. If Moses put down the guns and came inside, the rancher would give him a hot meal and throw his clothes in the dryer.
This was a plan in my head that if I got him in the house, I had nothing to fear from him because we would know that he had no weapons. It was too cold, and if he ran out of the house without any of his clothes with him, why, he was not going to be in good shape. I very seldom invite someone into my house that I don't ask them to eat, so I knew he was hungry, so I said, let's have something to eat.
If they got him inside, they would try to call the police without him knowing. By this time, Justin Kramers had Moses in his sights. It looked like Moses was going for it. Then he tensed.
All right, I put my rifle down now. Where's the other guy you're with? Right behind you.
Jim Kramers hoped Moses would not draw his son into his violence.
My greatest concern throughout the ordeal was that my son would not have to shoot someone. I didn't want him, justly or unjustly, I did not want him to have to go through life knowing that he had killed a person.
If it did turn violent, Justin could not waver.
Justin! One of the fears I had was if I did have to shoot at him that I might miss. I only had one shot while he had up to 6 in his pistol, where I had a single-shot rifle.
After weeks of a methamphetamine-induced rampage, Charles Moses finally slowed down.
Let's go on into the house and get your food.
He left his weapons outside.
I never actually lowered my rifle. I brought it down a small ways, but within quick enough time enough that I could have brought it back up to put on him if I needed to.
Inside the warm house and out of his wet clothes, Moses concentrated on his first hot meal in days.
I was able to go out the front door of the house and was gone for around 5 minutes while I called the sheriff from my brother's house, and then I was able to come back in the same door while he never realized I was gone.
A Lusk police officer and a Wyoming game warden were there in minutes. Because of the Kramer's plan, the wild, deadly fugitive had nothing to fight with. After a staggering chase across hundreds of miles, filled with burglary, carjacking, gunfights, and murder, Charles Moses Jr. was finally in police custody. As they theorized, Moses had been wounded by Nebraska deputies. At a Cheyenne, Wyoming hospital, Moses was treated for a bullet wound to his shoulder, dehydration, and exhaustion. The drugs he had taken, and the police relentlessly on his trail, had run him into the ground. FBI Special Agent Ron Raywald arranged for Moses to be transported back to Nebraska.
The morning after the arrest, when I drove to Cheyenne, Wyoming, I took a lieutenant with the Nebraska State Patrol with me, and I took Deputy Casey Nelms with me, the individual that had attempted to initiate the arrest originally. The purpose of taking these two individuals with me was so that when I returned to Nebraska with Moses, both individuals could effect the respective warrants that they were carrying. The lieutenant from the patrol arrested Moses for the violation of shooting a Nebraska State Patrol trooper, and Casey Nelms arrested Moses for the murder of the farmer as well as the assault by shooting of the two deputies from Lincoln County.
Moses initially fought the charges against him, but when confronted with ballistics and other forensic evidence, he plea bargained to avoid the death penalty. Charles Moses Jr. pleaded no contest to second-degree murder and 2 counts of assault on a police officer. He was sentenced to 190 years in prison. The state trooper Moses shot returned to light duty in June of 2000. Moses has also shot Lincoln County Sheriff's Deputy Stan McKnight in the head and hand. He spent nearly 2 months in the hospital. Never willing to give up, McKnight was determined to return to his regular patrol.
I had to go back for several different operations, with a total of 9 operations and 23 months of continuing therapy. After the doctors had stated that they had done all that they could for me, I was checked and we went through all the physical dexterity, and I was able to get back to work and maintain and do what I was doing before.
Methamphetamine has become the biggest drug problem in the Midwest. Law enforcement there are dedicated to fight it, whatever the cost. In Washington, D.C., a notorious drug gang threatens an entire neighborhood. Witnesses are intimidated or killed. Even as the police and the FBI build a case against the killers, the body count continues to climb. Drug sales skyrocket as a neighborhood becomes a virtual war zone. Now the FBI must find the key to destroying a deadly gang known throughout the city as the K Street Crew.
In the 1990s, the war on drugs was in full swing. The front lines were often America's inner cities, where gangs used violence and murder to rule their empires. I'm Jim Kelston, former head of the FBI's New York office. When gang violence exploded in Washington, D.C., the Metro Police and the FBI fought back. Using high-tech surveillance and tough new laws, they set out to destroy the gangs from the inside out.
Washington, D.C. In this city of monuments and museums lies the heart of American justice. The Supreme Court. The Department of Justice. The Federal Bureau of Investigation. But even our nation's capital is not immune to crime. March 22nd, 1991. 20-year-old Wendy York returns home after running errands. She shares an apartment with her cousins, Tarita and Teresa Lucas. Teresa is in the living room, lying on the couch. Her face is covered with blood. Wendy runs from the apartment and calls 911. An emergency dispatcher directs units to the scene. DC Metro Police arrive at the apartment within minutes. Teresa Lucas has been shot through the head. In a back bedroom, they find another body. And a child. The second victim is Teresa's sister, Tarita. She's also been shot in the head. Her child is unharmed. Police discover another baby, terrified but also unharmed. It's Teresa's child. It seems both children have been alone with the bodies for hours. A short time later, the victim's mother arrives at the apartment. Renee Brown finds the building surrounded by police.
My mind was racing and I was trying to get in. The police were holding me back. They said, you can't get in. I said, this is my house. I have to go in. That was the most horrific day of my life. I will never forget it. They were very devoted and dedicated mothers to love their kids, and they didn't deserve to die.
Crime scene investigators process the apartment. They find no signs of forced entry. Nothing in the apartment appears to be disturbed. No valuables have been taken. There is nothing that suggests a motive for the brutal slaying. Detectives suspect the victims knew their killer. Detectives asked Renee Brown to check the apartment. The grieving mother is willing to do anything she can to help. Renee notices something missing from Teresa's bedroom.
The first thing I noticed was that a poster-sized picture that was there the previous night had disappeared from off the wall.
A frame is found, but a photo of Teresa's boyfriend, Sam Carson, is gone.
And I told the detective then, I said, I wonder where that picture is. And we looked in the trash in the back, and it was nowhere in the trash. So I said, whoever has that picture is the murderer.
Police contact Sam Carson to ask him a few questions. He denies being in the apartment the night the two women were murdered. Although Carson is a likely suspect, police have no physical evidence to tie him to the murders. Detectives interview people in the neighborhood. Although gunshots were fired in the Lucas apartment, neighbors claim they heard nothing. Two young women died, and yet nobody is willing to talk about it. The double homicide catches the attention of law enforcement across the district, including the FBI. Special Agent Vince Lissy is shocked by the brutality of the crime. Agent Lissy often works undercover to protect his identity.
It was horrific. The police had very few leads to go on. They struggled with the investigation for some time, but there were no real witnesses to it.
Without a witness, police cannot identify a suspect. Without a motive, they cannot catch the Lucas girl's killer. And without evidence, the double homicide will become a statistic. Yet another unsolved murder. Innocent flames. The epicenter of that violence is Greenleaf Gardens, a housing project on K Street. The drug trade has reduced the neighborhood to chaos, according to Detective Steve Kirshner.
Crack cocaine hit the city hard in 85, 86. Along with that came a lot of violence. So homicide rates went sky high. I believe it started out mostly from jealousy of who was making the most money. It was kidnapping, assault, but it's very violent.
Buyers, many of them from the suburbs, made the dealers on K Street rich. The area provided few economic opportunities, so the lure of easy money proved a powerful recruiting tool.
It was a huge money maker for him. And it was pretty hard to tell a 14 or 15-year-old kid, hey, listen, go to school, do all the right things, and then they can go out on the street, sell crack, and make $1,000 a day. They could buy all the things that they didn't have before because they lived in an impoverished home.
With millions of dollars in easy profits at stake, competition between dealers grew fierce. Streets became borders as gangs battled over sales turf. The neighborhood was a powder keg, according to Metro Homicide Detective Tony Brigadini.
The area was deadly. Numbers that we have compiled over the years of the investigation show that this was probably one of the most deadly areas in the District of Columbia. It's very close to some of the government buildings in Southwest Washington, which was interesting in that there's an incredible amount of crime going on in a small area so close to a downtown business district.
The FBI and D.C. Metro Police formed the Safe Streets Task Force. Their job is to clean up a neighborhood that has become a war zone. Agents canvassed the streets, looking for information on the gangs. Residents are too afraid to talk, or even be seen speaking with investigators.
If you walk up to somebody's door and you knock on their door and ask to speak to them, in about 3 minutes everybody in that neighborhood is going to know that the police are there.
Frustrated by the lack of cooperation, agents try a different approach.
Sometimes we follow people to work. We try to get them away from the neighborhood. We try to do whatever we can so that the people in the neighborhood don't know they're witnesses.
Slowly, the residents open up. They talk about drug dealers who have taken over the neighborhood. The K Street Crew. The gang is led by Vincent Hill, a ruthless sociopath who seems to thrive on violence.
If somebody came up and irritated him for any reason whatsoever, he had no problem grabbing a baseball bat, a hammer, anything he could, and hit them with it.
Hill's money and his brutality make him the most powerful man in the neighborhood, according to Metro Detective Neil Trudman.
He compared himself to a big-time mob figure. So there was no fear.
According to FBI sources, Vincent Hill runs the K Street Crew with an iron fist. Still, gang members respect him.
Vincent Hill had a reputation for being a bully, but at the same time, others looked up to him because they saw that he had money, he had nice clothes, he had fancy cars. While he's manipulating them into selling drugs, they would see him beat somebody up for not giving him enough money. So all of these things kind of led the others to look to him as somebody that you didn't want to mess with, you didn't want to challenge, but at the same time, he was a way that they can make money.
the distribution of crack cocaine carries severe penalties. A conviction could get Vincent Hill and his crew off the streets permanently. Agents launch an investigation into the gang's crack dealing. But Hill's group is already one step ahead. Before the FBI can bust the K Street crew on cocaine charges, the gang suddenly shifts to selling marijuana.
They realized when they were selling crack cocaine, you're looking at stiff time. Selling marijuana was a misdemeanor. More than likely, you wouldn't get any time for it.
The demand is huge. Buyers pour in from the suburbs. The gang maintains its profits, minimizing the risk of jail time.
It just took off like a rocket. Everybody was making money. People were making $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 a day just by selling marijuana.
Thwarted by the gang's move, the task force regroups as the dealers grow even bolder.
I would drive by and unlock cars and they would pull bags of marijuana up, 3 for 20, 3 for 20. And then when they finally got close enough to realize they were cops, they would run.
The dealers simply abandon their stashes until the cops leave. Minutes later, the dealers return to the exact same spot with a new stash and set up shop again. As business expands, the violence escalates, sometimes involving innocent victims. On August 29, 1992, Travis Ross and 2 friends are mistaken for rival drug dealers. Ross is killed instantly. Both of his friends are critically wounded. Police interview the survivors. They say they have no idea who shot them or why. Their reluctance to answer questions is understandable. Police believe the K Street crew has already murdered a dozen people who cooperated with authorities. What they don't know is how the gang is able to identify these potential witnesses. In 1995, Bruce Spencer is shot 5 times at point-blank range by a K Street crew member. Somehow he survives. He is willing to identify the man who shot him. The task force immediately places Spencer in protective custody. He is registered at a D.C. hospital under the name John Doe. While Spencer recuperates, Agent Lissy and other investigators scour Greenleaf Gardens looking for the men who tried to kill him. On K Street, Agent Lissy and Detective Trugman find themselves face to face with Vincent Hill, the gang's notorious leader.
I said, look, all your witnesses are going to die. Everyone. Even your buddy who's in the hospital, one named John Doe, in room, and he told me exactly what room it was. And I shook my head as if I didn't know what he's talking about, but I knew exactly what he was talking about. They wanted to let us know that it was their business to locate witnesses and silence them.
Investigators are even more determined to protect their witness. But word of Hill's threat reaches Spencer. Fearing for his life, the witness refuses to help investigators. The task force is frustrated, having lost another battle in their war against the K Street crew. In the 1990s, Greenleaf Gardens in the southwest section of Washington, D.C., is a neighborhood under siege. A gang calling itself the K Street Crew has claimed the housing project as its base of operations and turned it into a killing zone. Metro Police, working closely with the FBI, struggle to link the gang to a rash of killings. Investigators know it will take more than individual murder convictions to stop the widespread violence. They need a strategy that will take down the entire gang. The Joint Task Force decides to use RICO, a federal racketeering statute, that will allow them to prosecute the K Street crew as a single, corrupt organization that sells drugs and commits murder to protect their interests. Homicide detectives re-examine dozens of cold cases. Cases that were once attributed to the random violence of the projects. They search for anything that will link the K Street crew to murder, according to Detective Tony Brigadini.
Some of the cases that we were investigating were 8 years old, 10 years old. We would have to go back and research case jackets, try to find evidence that had been collected 8 or 10 years earlier, try to locate crime scene photographs, things of that nature.
Yeah, there it is.
So, in trying to build a strong case, we were dealing with very little information.
In the meantime, agents launch a covert surveillance operation to gather evidence on the gang's growing drug business. Special Agent Vince Lissy.
We wanted to show the conspiratorial nature of these guys, how they operated on the street, how they took turns selling drugs, who supplied who. And we thought that if we could have undercovers introduced to the group, that we could accomplish this.
FBI agents set up a stakeout in an apartment overlooking K Street. The landlord offers it to them free of charge. Like most of the residents of Greenleaf Gardens, he's sick of the drug violence.
We got some camera equipment, video, and still photos, and we sit up there and watch them to try to get the people on K Street's patterns, because we would see them go out there and see how they operated.
Investigators watch the area for weeks. Once they've established the gang's patterns, they develop a plan. Most of the drug transactions on K Street are conducted with buyers in cars. To get closer to the dealers, they'll need a vehicle.
We decided the best approach was to use a pickup truck. We got the oldest, dirtiest pickup truck the FBI had. We bought some toolboxes. We put toolboxes on the back of the truck to make it look like a construction truck.
The truck is rigged with surveillance cameras and microphones. 2 Metro investigators, Joe Abdallah and Jim Scheider, are recruited from another precinct. As outsiders, they will not be recognized by gang members. They will pose as construction workers to make drug buys. Metro investigator Joe Abdallah.
So me and Jimmy had a prearranged. If I was in that trouble, I felt my safety was at risk. I was going to run for that truck, and depending on the situation, Jimmy's going to take off with me jumping in the back of that truck, or he would get out with a firearm.
The main target of the surveillance operation is Vincent Hill. The undercover officers expect they will have to make several buys before they can make contact with the gang leader. 5 cars carrying a 2-man team form a perimeter around the neighborhood. They stand by on their radios, awaiting Lissy's orders.
We had all this in place. We had the cars situated throughout the neighborhood. And we said, okay, let's go, let's try it.
As the officers attempt their first undercover buy, Jim Scheider knows he is heading into dangerous territory.
As soon as we turned the corner, my heart started racing. We knew that no turning back at that point.
Abdallah and Scheider look for a dealer, any dealer, to buy something. Then on the street corner, they spot Vincent Hill, flanked by his lieutenants. The K Street crew is out in force. Abdallah doesn't think twice. He gets out of the truck.
And I'd asked if I could get 2 bags for $40, which meant 2 bags of marijuana, which were $50, but I said I'd get them for $40 a piece. An individual to my left side ran to go get him from the stash, which was on the fence line. And Vincent Hill said, "No, you'll take 2 for $50. I put the money down and then I walked away.
The surveillance team documents the entire transaction. They now have the leader of the K Street crew on videotape, personally selling marijuana to undercover officers.
Joe blocked from Vincent Hill the first time. And we said, wow, this is too easy. Within 30 seconds, the deal was done. Jim and Joe rolled back to the office, and we were just amazed.
The task force has been prepared to wait weeks, even months, to make contact with Hill. But it happened in less than a minute. The FBI presses their advantage. Over the next 6 months, they continue to buy marijuana directly from Hill, gradually increasing the quantity. Each time, the sale is carefully photographed. Through the undercover buys, investigators discover that Hill controls everything that happens on the block. This becomes clear when Abdallah and Scheider try to make a purchase from someone other than Hill.
And we were getting ready to make the purchase. And there was someone hollering down the street. When we looked back, it was Vincent Hill. We went back down into the block, met with Vincent Hill. And I think he had that kind of power in that block.
For months, the buys go on like clockwork. Abdallah is doing more than making purchases. He's building a relationship. Slowly, he gains Hill's trust and tries to get information.
I try to get any conversations like this from him. And there were times when I'd try and draw a conversation from him where he would say, look, if the police come in the block, I have a place to run to, you don't. So tell me what you need, let's get it over with. And there were also times when I had a conversation with him about setting up weight purchases, or more than the $20 bag, what we call wholesale quantities, like quarter pounds.
Abdallah begins buying in bulk, moving from ounces to pounds. He tells Hill he is selling marijuana at the construction site where he works.
There were occasions when he would actually front me drugs, which would mean he'd give them to me for free for payment at a later date. We had that kind of trust. And he even gave me good advice on when buying the weight. He would supply me with the smaller $20 bags. He gave me packages of those at some points, and he would tell me how to juggle it, or break it down and sell it in quantity to my friends. And he gave me helpful hints on how to do that.
For 6 months, the operation runs smoothly. Then, a routine buy puts everyone on guard.
So at one point when I made a buy from him, I got back into the truck and Jimmy was driving and I was in the passenger seat, and Jimmy said, hey, he's waving at me. And he was motioning like to roll the window down. So I rolled the window down and he said, hey, look, these guys over here, they're saying that your buddy's a police officer. He said, I know you're okay. But he said, those guys over there will kill you. And it threw us off a little bit, and then when we started to leave, the guys that he was pointing to had like hoods over their faces and put their heads away from us.
It does not appear to Abdallah and Scheider that Hill suspects they are cops. So they continue the operation. A week later, the two detectives pull into K Street. Vincent Hill is there.
Hill was hurt to me, didn't want anything to do with me. He said he didn't know where they sold marijuana, didn't know what I was talking about. And it was very confusing because even when he was angry and sold, he was just in a hurry. He said, what do you need? Hurry up and get out of here. But on this day, he's like, I don't have anything, I don't know what you're talking about, you go somewhere else.
Hill sends him to another dealer down the block. That night, Abdallah meets the dealer in an abandoned house. The officer prepares for a confrontation.
The gentleman walked into a vacant house, called me in. The gentleman tried to give me like a sandwich bag full of lawnmower clippings. It wasn't really marijuana. So at that point, we knew something was wrong.
Abdallah knows their cover is blown. With backup cars at least 2 minutes away, he slowly talks his way up the building. The undercover operation is over. After 6 months of drug buys, the task force still does not have enough evidence to put Vincent Hill and his gang in prison once and for all.
Had we charged him with the drug conspiracy alone, it might have gotten him 10 years, maybe 5 years. And what's even worse, they would have been held accountable for all the violent crimes they committed. So we still need to investigate the murders and the robberies and the kidnapping and all the violent crimes that were associated with that.
Investigators still have a lot of work to do. In the meantime, the streets rage with violence. In Washington, D.C., a lengthy undercover operation has begun to produce results. Investigators have videotaped the infamous K Street crew selling drugs. But now, they must find evidence of the gang's more violent activities. In 1995, a brave young woman steps forward. Christi is 19 years old. As a single mother, she's worried about her neighborhood. Christi tells police that Jerome Martin and Antonio Knight are responsible for a drive-by shooting. She overheard Martin talking about it. Although she doesn't know the victim's name, her description of the crime leads investigators to an unsolved murder. 6 months earlier, Travis Ross had been killed in a drive-by shooting near K Street. Two of his friends were critically wounded. Christi wants to testify against the gang. She knows they are the reason her neighborhood is so dangerous. Still, she's afraid. She tells investigators that if she speaks out against the K Street crew, they will kill her. Christi Gladden and 2 other women finally agree to testify, but only if the FBI places them in the Witness Protection Program. Special Agent Vince Liston.
I'm finally convinced Christi as well as these other female witnesses that we would work with them. We would try to keep them safe and make sure nothing happened to them. We stressed upon them not to tell people where they live, not to take people to their new apartments.
Christi's cooperation pays off. Crew members Jerome Martin and Antonio Knight are indicted for murder.
Slide up your bicep.
Lissy believes they have enough evidence to get a conviction. Even though one witness is recanted, 2 others, including Christi, are still willing to testify.
The week before the trial of Jerome Martin, we were constantly re-interviewing witnesses, talking to them, getting them ready to testify. We want them to know what questions they're going to be asked if they take the stand and testify. And the week before we had Christi in the U.S. Attorney's office, we got her ready. We pretty much knew what was going to be expected of her. She wasn't an eyewitness to the murder, but she did fill in certain gaps.
4 days before the start of the murder trial, Vince Lissy receives a call from one of the witnesses.
She was frantic, screaming, crying, telling me they killed Christi, Christi's dead. And I couldn't believe it. And then whenever I realized what she was talking about, it was like somebody punched me in the stomach.
Agent Lissy drives over to the Southwest District. According to witnesses, Chrissy attended a party on 37th Street at the home of Antonio Knight's girlfriend. As she left the party, two gunmen appeared and opened fire. By the time police arrived, Chrissy was already dead. Not surprisingly, investigators are unable to find a single witness willing to identify Chrissy's killer. The message from the K Street crew is clear. Talking to the police is a death sentence.
Chrissy thought that everything was fine. She trusted her friends, she trusted the people in that neighborhood. She could go back there and nothing was going to happen. That was probably the worst I've ever felt in this job. It's hard. It's hard to keep going sometimes when that happens.
Still, the task force pursues their case against Jerome Martin and Antonio Knight. The trial is a disaster.
The case had lingered in the system so long in D.C., we said, we got to go. And we went forward with it, and we did the best we could. Some witnesses were just physically unable to testify. They were just distraught. But we went forward and we lost.
Jerome Martin and Antonio Knight are acquitted due to lack of evidence. To the K Street crew, witnesses like Chrissy Gladden are a minor inconvenience.
It was real something to see these guys get killed. And at that point, they won the battle. They were happy. They won the battle. I told myself, you can't sit back and let them continue in this battle.
Chrissy Gladden's death and the acquittal of Martin and Knight are major blows to the investigation. The task force refuses to give up. Somehow, they will find a way to bring the K Street crew to justice. In Washington, D.C., the K Street crew is terrorizing a neighborhood with drugs and violence. Investigators spent months working with 19-year-old witness Chrissy Gladden, who agreed to testify against them. On October 5th, she was gunned down outside a party. Even without witnesses, Detective Steve Kirshner is determined to find her killers.
We stayed on it, trying to find a break in that case. And we did everything we could. We printed up flyers, offered a reward. It really crushed the investigators on the case. That's the thing. It's horrible. It's just, parties say, what more can I do? That's it. You want to wave the white flag. But the other part of it said, wait a minute, I'm not going to give up. I'm not going to give in to their ways of justice. It's not the way it's supposed to do it.
Less than a month later, the FBI and D.C. police get an unexpected break in the case. Robert Butchie Smith, a senior K Street crew member, is arrested for drug dealing. In an effort to get Smith to talk about the gang, the FBI tells him he faces federal racketeering charges. They're building a RICO case that will tie the gang's drug business to a series of murders. The tactic works. Smith finally agrees to talk.
Tell us what you know.
Smith reveals that the gang uses private investigators to identify people willing to testify against them. They also use the Freedom of Information Act to obtain court documents to target potential witnesses. Smith gives investigators leads on several unsolved kidnapping, shootings, and murders, according to Metro Detective Tony Brigadino.
He had very specific detective information of the crimes and the business dealings that the members of the K Street crew participated in.
Smith specifically mentions a triple homicide that his nephew, William Sweeney, told him about. Sweeney, along with Sam Carson and James Montgomery, are fellow members of the K Street crew. Smith said Sweeney and Carson were in Las Vegas when Ryan Pierce, another drug dealer, won big at the tables. The two men decided to rob Pierce when he returned to D.C. On November 17, 1996, Sweeney, Carson, and James Montgomery waited outside his home. Pierce arrived late that night, along with 3 friends. The K Street crew made their move. Pierce told the gunman he had already put his winnings in the bank. No cash in the house. Sweeney killed both men. One woman tried to flee, shot to death. Another woman managed to hide until the killers left. According to Butchie Smith, the K Street crew usually kills people in response to a threat. But Pierce's murder was different. This time, it was all about greed. Investigators hope that Smith's inside information is the break they need to finally bring down the gang.
At that point, then we knew, okay, now we can start to get the framework of the indictment ready. So then we could then start to prepare charges against these guys. First crimes other than the drugs.
Smith agrees to become an FBI informant in exchange for a reduced sentence. It's a risky decision. If anyone finds out he's talking to authorities, Vincent Hill will have him killed.
Brace yourself.
Technicians analyze a single fingerprint found on a screen door at the murder scene. It matches Sweeney's prints, corroborating Butchie's story.
What also helped us was we got William Sweeney's cellular parking lot. And some of the people working the case began to go and investigate that. And they contacted the cell phone company and found out that the cell phone was used near the scene of the triple murder at the time of the murder.
Investigators moved quickly to neutralize Sweeney. In April 1997, he is arrested on unrelated charges. While awaiting trial in jail, Sweeney receives a copy of his own arrest warrant from his attorney. An unnamed source is listed as an informant against him. 2 months later, just when it looks like the task force is about to put an end to the gang's operation, Robert Butchie Smith is gunned down in broad daylight. The FBI informant has been shot a total of 13 times, mostly in his face.
When Butchie got killed, he brought back all these feelings and memories, and it's hard. It's hard to keep going sometimes. Much like Christi's murder, there were no release. Although many people out on the street saw that day, nobody would come forward, nobody talked.
Butchie Smith's murder threatens to unravel the case against the K Street crew. Investigators have lost their only informant. The brutal killing scares away the potential witnesses.
After Butchie's murder, we sat around looking at each other like, what do we do now? Where do we go from here? It really took a lot of the wind out of ourselves. We had to figure out how we can continue with the investigation. Where were we going to go? We thought, okay, we can follow up with the leads Butchie gave us, but still, we needed somebody on the inside, and we no longer had Butchie to give it to us. We had to gather around and tell ourselves, we can't let this get us done. We can't stop.
In 1997, the FBI's case against the notorious K Street crew was in trouble. The only informant had been murdered, gunned down in cold blood. Other potential witnesses are terrified they'll meet the same fate. Before he was killed, FBI informant Butchie Smith told investigators that James Montgomery was one of the men responsible for a triple homicide. Montgomery is arrested and brought in for questioning.
Mr. Montgomery. Interesting. You got one?
Special Agent Vince Lissy pressures the suspect to talk about the triple homicide and the rest of the gang's crime. Montgomery is already facing a long prison term for the murders. In the end, he decides to cooperate. Montgomery admits his role in the triple homicide. He also confesses to 7 murders, including that of cooperating witness Chrissy Gladden. Lissy presses for more leads on crimes committed by the gang. Montgomery reveals that crew member Sam Carson killed informant Butchie Smith. Then he drops a bombshell.
He told me, "Do you remember when the 2 girls got killed?" And I asked him, "Which 2 girls?" He said, "The ones back in the early 90s." I knew exactly what he meant.
Montgomery is referring to the unsolved murders of Teresa and Tarita Lucas.
And he began to tell me about it, and I just couldn't believe it.
According to Montgomery, Sam Carson had stashed a bag of guns at the home of his girlfriend, Teresa Lucas. When he asked her to return the guns, Teresa claimed she didn't have them. She didn't want them around her children, so she threw them away. Carson was furious. He decided to confront Teresa one final time. Carson hid his handgun in the bathroom. He tried to calm Teresa's fears by showing her he was unarmed.
No, I want my gun.
He began again to ask her, "Where's my gun? I need my gun. Where did you put it?"
I want him right now. I want my gun.
And she gave him an answer that wasn't satisfactory.
All right, you want me to go? You want me to go, right? I get out.
He went back to the bathroom, retrieved his gun, killed her. Sam walked into the bedroom, and as Tarita was waking up and starting to sit up in bed, he shot and killed her.
According to Montgomery, Carson got rid of any evidence that linked him to the crime scene.
Took his time. When he was satisfied that he had removed any photos, wiped all the fingerprints, he walked from the apartment, got in the car, and left.
Investigators asked Montgomery how the crew had discovered the identities of 2 undercover police officers, Joe Abdallah and Jim Scheider. Montgomery admits that someone from the other side of town recognized him as law enforcement and told Vincent Hill. Although Hill didn't believe it at first, he soon became suspicious, according to investigator Joe Abdallah.
Back on a subsequent buy we made after that day, they followed us in the truck as we left and followed us back to the FBI building where was our meeting spot after the buy took place. And that's the date they quit selling to us.
Lissy isn't taking any chances with this witness. He decides to move Montgomery out of state for his own protection. In the fall of 1997, Montgomery pleads guilty to 7 murders. As part of the plea agreement, the court seals details of his sentence and whereabouts.
I have a warrant for your arrest. Put your hands on your head now.
Police arrest Sam Carson, and charge him with the murder of Teresa and Tarita Lucas. William Sweeney, already in jail on unrelated charges, is indicted for the triple homicide. With Montgomery safely hidden, law enforcement begins to dismantle the K Street crew's infrastructure. Jerome Martin, Sean Coates, and gang leader Vincent Hill are arrested in the summer of 1998. A federal indictment charges the gang with 13 murders, 87 counts of racketeering, drug distribution, kidnapping, and robbery. The federal judge permits recorded testimony from Chrissy Gladden and Robert Butchie Smith to be introduced at trial. Even in death, the gang's victims point a finger at their killers. In 2001, every gang member charged with murder is convicted. They receive life sentences without the possibility of parole. Gang members not accused of murder plead guilty to charges ranging from kidnapping to drug trafficking.
There's no doubt in my mind that if these guys stayed on the street, they would have continued doing what they were doing. That was their life. They knew how to sell drugs, how to rob people, how to kill people.
Thanks to the tireless efforts of both the FBI and DC Metro Police, K Street is now a safer place to live. As crack cocaine tore through Washington, D.C., a drug gang fought to take control. Authorities fought back with everything they had. But gang members used any means to avoid prosecution. As the violence raged out of control, law enforcement took the streets.
In the early 1990s, Washington, D.C. became the murder capital of the nation. Few were left untouched by gang violence, which was ignited by the drug trade. By 1994, that violence would strike at the very heart of law enforcement. I'm Jim Kallstrom, former head of the FBI's New York office, which fall to the FBI to lead an international manhunt and bring in the leader of the city's most vicious gangs.
October 26, 1994. The nation's capital was about to become the backdrop to another bloody crime. Just before midnight, 3 masked gunmen broke into a home in the northwest section of the city.
Get up! Get up! Get up!
They targeted Gerald Gale, demanding his cash and drugs. He turned over what little money he had in his pockets. The owner of the home, William Wright, was accosted while working in his basement. Upstairs, one of the gunmen discovered Nancy Hatchett and Darlene, Diane's daughter and granddaughter. To convince Gale to cooperate, the gunmen terrorized each of the residents. The women were ordered to lie face down on the floor.
Hands out! Tell us what's going on, man! What's going on, man? Tell us what the money is. Where is it?
Gale denied having more cash or drugs. One of the gunmen turned his .22 caliber handgun towards Wright. The 89-year-old retired federal worker died instantly.
Tell us where it is.
Andre Madison, another resident, was hustled into the living room. One of the three attackers noticed his gold necklace and ripped it from his neck.
Get out! Get out!
Though one man was dead, Gale still refused to cooperate. Enraged, one of the gunmen began shooting the residents. The robbery attempt collapsed into murder. The trio quickly fled the house. One of the attackers vomited near the back door. Nancy Hatchett called 911. Officers from DC's Metropolitan Police Department quickly arrived at the house, located in a known drug den. Inside, 3 people were dead. William Ragland, his granddaughter Darlene Hatchett, and Gerald Gale. Pictures were taken of each body, and shell casings were collected. Outside, police discovered vomit near the door. Nancy Hatchett and Andre Madison, the only survivors, tried to help police develop suspects. But the attackers were masked, making identification difficult. For Metropolitan Homicide Detective Anthony Brigadini, a check on victim Gerald Gaither suggested a possible motive.
The main victim of the triple was a drug dealer in the First Academy Street area. Guy drove flashy cars, had nice clothes, had a lot of money. When the drug dealer was unable to give them enough money and or drugs, things started to get a little hairy, and that's when the shootings occurred inside.
Neighbors told police that after hearing gunshots, they saw a dark-colored sedan with a loud muffler leaving the area. An all-point bulletin was issued for the vehicle in 3 minutes. 1 hour after the murders, DC cops spotted a noisy vehicle that fit the report. Noticing 3 men inside the vehicle, the officers pulled over the gray area. The police asked the men for identification. The driver was identified as Benny Lee Lawson. The passengers were determined to be Kobe Moore, whose remained grave. In one of their pants pockets, police recovered a broken gold necklace. But details from the murder scene were still incomplete. The officers, the necklace was missing. After recording all of the men's names and addresses, the 3 were soon released. There was no evidence in the car connecting to the murder. Despite the lack of solid suspects, homicide detectives believed that Gerald Gaither had been murdered by a rival drug dealer. By 1990, crack cocaine hit the streets of Washington, D.C. Neighborhood gangs began to emerge throughout the city, and it became clear that there was a lot of money to be made from dealing in drugs. As more and more money flowed to the gangs, they resorted to violence to protect their church from rival drug dealers. By 1994, the nation's capital was averaging nearly 400 homicides a year. DC police joined forces with the FBI and several federal agencies to combat drug-related violence. Most of the murders remain unsolved. Hoping to rattle free a lead for the triple murder, detectives began canvassing the neighborhood where the murders took place. Neighbors were too afraid to open their cooperate. Some were willing to phone in information anonymously. One tip led to Benny Lee Lawson, one of the three men pulled over the night of the homicide. Investigators learned that the gold necklace taken from Andre Madison matched the one officers found on one of the men in Lawson's car. Detective Brigadini questioned Lawson.
Lawson's interview lasted about 3 or 4 hours, and different detectives went in and spent some time with Lawson in an attempt to get him to provide some sort of information about his involvement in the triple murder.
Lawson repeatedly denied having any knowledge of the triple murder and refused to take a polygraph test. Investigators tried to shake his story with the false threat that they could put him at the murder scene through a DNA test of the recovered bodies. Lawson remained unswayed. After 4 hours, police had no choice but to release him. Lawson's name was run through the crime database. He had been identified by police intelligence units as a member of one of D.C.'s most violent and feared street gangs. The 1st and Kennedy Street Crew, named after the city blocks the group lived on and controlled. Organized in 1988, the crew was involved in drug dealing, theft, kidnappings, drive-by shootings, and murder. The men with Benny Lawson the night of the murders, Kobe Moore and Jermaine Graves, confronted him about the long hours he spent with the homicide detectives. They believed he had snitched and told the police about the gang's involvement in the triple murder. Lawson was infuriated by the accusation. He hated the police. He assured the two that he'd revealed nothing to investigators. Since no arrests had been made, Graves was confident the cops had no evidence. Moore was not sure. He declared that he would leave the country rather than be indicted for murder. Lawson vowed he would never go back to prison where he once had been raped.
What they asked him.
Lawson returned home that night. Being labeled a snitch was an insult to his loyalty towards the crew. And for a gang member on the streets, it was a death sentence. He was committed to gaining back the respect of the crew, proving he was not a snitch. On November 22nd, 1994, a few days before Thanksgiving, Benny Lawson returned to Metropolitan Police Department headquarters. It was around 3:15 p.m. He was trying to locate the homicide department he had visited several days earlier. He asked two teenagers for directions. They mistakenly led him to the cold case squad. The team inside the office was made up of personnel from the MPD and the FBI, whose job was to breathe life into the growing number of unsolved homicide investigations. Inside the office were FBI agents Martha Dixon Martinez, John Cook, Mike Miller, and Metropolitan Police Sergeant Pete Gale. The teenagers who were there for the scheduled appointment began to speak with the officers. With no warning, Lawson pulled out his M11 assault rifle and started firing. The headquarters of the Washington, D.C. police was under attack. Repeated gunfire echoed through Washington, D.C. police headquarters. Detectives raced to the third-floor office where the shooting continued. No one knew what was going on behind the locked doors of the cold case squadron. Across town at the FBI's Washington field
It was just a normal day like any other day, and we were monitoring one of the police radios, and we heard a call go out that there had been a shooting at the headquarters.
Okay, we're on the way. Agents quickly determined the shooting was taking place inside the cold case office, where several FBI agents were on duty.
And very quickly we started to page our agents that were assigned to the cold case homicide squad to try to account for all of that. And as time progressed, we weren't hearing back from some of the agents, and we realized that we might have some agents inside there. And as we listened, the calls became more serious and they were requesting assistance.
Critically wounded, Special Agent John Cook was assigned to the cold case squad. When the shooting was stopped, you could hear the shots from officers outside the office trying to get in. Help was just a few feet away.
At that point, I heard a voice tell me they couldn't get in, and I thought to myself, I'm not going to die in here. I thought of, my wife, my 8-month-old daughter at the time, and I knew that if I stayed awake, if I continued to breathe, if I continued to pray, and if they got me to a hospital, I'd be alive.
Shot in the thigh, arm, stomach, neck, and chest, Kufta managed to open the door. Detectives pulled him out. The only other visible person to the rescue was Metropolitan Police Sergeant Hank Gale. Barely clinging to life, he was dragged from the room.
Just wish you knew.
He was rushed outside where a helicopter waited to transport him to the hospital. Not knowing if the shooter was planning another ambush, the officers waited for the SWAT team to arrive. FBI agents and SWAT teams from around the capital converged on the Metropolitan Police headquarters. Yells continued from inside the room as the SWAT team arrived. Heavily armed, they entered the room. They first discovered FBI agent Mike Miller's body. His weapon was still in his holster. In an adjoining room, the SWAT team discovered the body of an unidentified black male. There was a gunshot wound on his hip and a fatal wound to his head. FBI agent Martha Dixon Martinez was the final one found. She had gunshot wounds in her back. Near her lay the gun the shooter had likely used to kill her and the others, an M11 assault rifle. Shouts for help came from inside a closet.
Suspect in the closet! Open the door slowly!
Not knowing if he was a suspect or an innocent bystander, the SWAT team apprehended one of the teens who had walked in the room before the shooting began.
I just wish you knew.
The other teenager had managed to flee the office earlier after being shot in the leg. Supervisory Special Agent Mark Giuliano and other agents arrived at the scene.
I just remember walking through the hallway and just seeing the chaotic scene and the blood and just the total realm of emotions on everybody's face from, being focused on the mission of trying to figure out what happened and to the other people involved.
Based on the crime scene analysis, investigators quickly reconstructed what had happened inside. After Miller, Cookwood, and Daly were ambushed, Agent Dixon Martinez joined the fire. She was able to shoot the suspect in the hip before being shot in the arm, dropping her gun. The attacker took her 9mm handgun and shot the agent in the back as she tried to crawl for cover. He then put the gun to his own head and pulled the trigger. Police fingerprinted the shooter. Hopefully his identity would shed light on his actions. 2 FBI agents were dead. Sergeant Hank Daly would not survive his injuries. It would be the first time in 8 years that more than one FBI agent had been killed at a single time. It was also one of the worst attacks in history of the DC police. Agent Cookter would endure 7 major medical operations before recovery. The loss of his co-worker, Sergeant Hank Gale, Agents Mike Miller and Martha Dixon Martinez, was devastating.
Martha, Mike, and Hank were law enforcement heroes. They didn't as much lose their lives as gave their lives for a cause of justice, for a cause that they so deeply believed.
Within hours, the investigation was moving forward. The fingerprints of the shooter had come back.
When the information came up about the identity of the shooter, a detective had the information, came into a conference area where the majority of the homicide officials and detectives were, and it was announced that the shooter was Benny Lee Lawson.
When homicide detective Anthony Brigadini heard the news, he realized his squad was the probable target of Lawson's rampage. Lawson and the 1st and Kennedy Street crew were the prime suspect in the triple murder of William Ragland, Darlene Hatchett, and Gerald Gale. The shootings at headquarters showed just how far the gangs would go to protect themselves.
I think that law enforcement as a whole has learned that people operating gangs or crews are serious about what it is that they're doing. They won't stop at any cost to get their mission accomplished.
Now that federal officers had been murdered, the FBI was given jurisdiction in the investigation of the crews.
I was detailed to work jointly with the FBI to investigate the 1st Kennedy Street crew, who at that time we felt were responsible for essentially Lawson's actions here at police headquarters.
After joining the task force, Brigadini shared what he knew about Benny Lawson and the crew. Special Agent John Kerr was on the team. For him, Benny Lawson's connection with the 1st and Kennedy Street group raised serious questions.
Was this just a random act by Benny Lee Lawson or their accomplices? Do they have any help in this? Will there be any further attacks on agents and police? And so that was a reason that we opened up an investigation to answer those questions. Was this a conspiracy?
Investigators obtained a search warrant that night for the house Lawson had lived in. In his room, they uncovered a note written to the members of the DC homicide unit who had interrogated him, threatening to kill them. Gang-related materials, violent rap lyrics, and drawings of murders were everywhere. For investigators, the items in Lawson's room reflected a fixation with violence common to virtually all gang members.
It was very obvious and disturbing that these individuals were living this lifestyle. This is the lifestyle that they were a part of. This is the lifestyle that they identified with and they wanted to actually live the same lifestyle as the lyrics that they were writing, the pictures they were drawing, and the videos that they had.
As the victims of the shootings were laid to rest, investigators were planning their strategy to ensure that these gang members would never kill again. With 6 homicides on their hands, including 2 FBI agents and a Washington, D.C. police detective. A joint FBI-MPD task force began gathering information on the first and Kennedy Street crew. FBI agent Mark Giuliano headed up the task force.
And our goal was to A, investigate the crew because they were a violent street gang, and B, try to determine what the motivation was of Benny Lee Lawson to come into police headquarters and do what he did, and to determine if there was anybody else involved at either end, either in helping him get there, pull off what he did, or helping the crew afterwards to cover up what had happened.
In the wake of the shooting at MPD headquarters, police pressure on gang members increased. The crew members reacted by spending less time on the streets. Building a case against them for their criminal activity would be difficult. The crew was impenetrable to outsiders. Planting an undercover agent inside the gang was too dangerous.
What we realized is that A, we had a very close crew. That is, they took care of each other and watched each other very closely, but they were very, very leery of outsiders. They had been leery before, but they were even more leery now, and that any attempt for us to get somebody, an agent or a police officer on the inside, was not something that we were going to even attempt to do.
Instead, agents would have to gather intelligence on the crew through covert surveillance. As time went on, the gang returned to business as usual. The FBI was watching.
It's all about humanity.
We had extensive surveillance coverage of the day and night, identifying everyone that came onto the block, identifying who the buyers were, what time of day, where did they go when they bought, did they get into a car, did they go into an alleyway, did they do it hand to hand right there in front of them. All these things we started to take notice of and document.
Through surveillance, the leaders of the crew were soon identified. Kobe Moa and his second-in-command, Jermaine Graves, the 2 men in the car with Benny Lawson the night of the first triple homicide. On the streets, Moat was known to be violent and unpredictable.
The reputation of Kobe Moat was that of fear, that he would react quickly. At times he had a temper. He always carried a gun and could be extremely violent at times.
Looking into Kobe's past, investigators discovered he shared a common history with Graves and with Benny Lawson. Their relationship developed in 1990 while serving together in Washington, D.C.'s Lorton Prison, located in Northern Virginia. They had been arrested and convicted for weapons violations while preparing for a drive-by shootout with the gang.
It's all about humanity.
The task force members were convinced that Moat and Graves played some role in all 6 murders. But the leaders of the First and Kennedy Street crew continued to keep a low profile. Agents devised a long-term strategy that would net not only Moat and Graves, but also the entire gang membership. They would slowly build a conspiracy case against the crew that would include the entire range of their criminal activities. From fresh cocaine trafficking Agents would work themselves inside by first targeting individuals who regularly purchased their drugs from the crew. This would allow them to watch and record the gang committing crimes. And by arresting the buyers, agents would have leverage to turn them into informants.
We'd come into an area when we thought that they'd be the most active in selling drugs. And in order to identify someone and hopefully get lucky, catch someone with some drugs and maybe force them to work for us at some point.
Some of the buyers arrested were unwilling to cooperate at first. The dangerous reputations of Moat and Graves were well known. But the threat of long prison sentences was powerful. The FBI strategy paid off. Threatened with significant jail time, one of the biggest drug suppliers to the crew, decided to become an informant. At the FBI's direction, he would generate conversation with crew members about their illegal activities.
And he'd have conversations with them, and they like to brag about what they've done. And at our direction, he would bring something up, say an old drive-by shooting or an old murder, or something about drug dealing. And these individuals would just start to talk about it, talk about who was involved, what happened. All of this was being recorded.
Through the informant and the recordings, agents learned that Mowat, Graves, and Lawson had killed previously.
We are not Bravo Vector Unit.
Less than 3 weeks before breaking into William Ragland's house, they had kidnapped and murdered another rival drug dealer.
You want some intel? What up?
William Red Billy Woods was a well-known dealer from a rival gang. Jermaine Graves arranged to lure Woods to his mother's house. Once there, Mowat, Graves, and Lawson robbed him and beat him.
Not the microwave radio on that bus.
Fearing the rival gang would retaliate against the crew, they shot him 3 times and dumped his body in the river.
You can go down.
Agents also heard testimony from another informant that further implicated Mowat, Graves, and Lawson in the triple murder of William Ragland's house.
Down where? First and Kennedy? Huh?
He overheard Benny, Kobe, and Jermaine Graves talking about a triple homicide. And one of the things that he mentioned that they were giving Benny a hard time for was the fact that he threw up at the scene of the triple homicide. That's something that only the homicide detective knew and that we knew and had not been released to the public.
The information was only circumstantial, but months of surveillance and informant testimony gave agents enough evidence to obtain a search warrant for the homes of Kobe Mowat and Jermaine Graves. They would strike at Jermaine Graves first. A heavily armed SWAT team made their way inside his house. No one was there.
Oh, one more. You are
Agents would not leave empty-handed.
We were able to locate a 9mm gun, semi-automatic pistol, as well as some crack cocaine, what we believe to be crack cocaine. One of the members on the squad took the information that we got from the gun and put together an affidavit for an arrest warrant based on the fact that it was a convicted felon in possession of a firearm.
For several weeks, Graves eluded investigators. They continued surveillance, hoping that he would turn up.
We really didn't know where he was. We had some ideas. We knew he was still in the metro area, but obviously he knew once we hit his house that we were looking for him, and word was on the street that we were looking for him, so he was keeping a very low profile. During one of our very standard surveillances, I saw an individual who walked like Jermaine Graves, just from the back. I couldn't see his face. So I asked one of the units to drive around the block and just take a look at the guy. And the next thing I know, they jumped out and arrested him. They knew as soon as they pulled around the corner it was him. And he was arrested right on the street corner of First and Kennedy.
Just a few months after the first triple murder, Graves was off the streets. Making a case against Kobe Mowat would prove more difficult. With the arrest of gang member Jermaine Graves on a weapons charge, the FBI task force was one step closer to taking the First and Kennedy crew off of the Washington, D.C. streets. Now agents were ready to serve a search warrant on the home of the crew's leader, Kobe Mowat. A SWAT team entered the house Kobe shared with his twin brother, Kareem. The two never knew what hit them. Investigators found gang-related documents, drawings, and writings, and a small amount of marijuana. found no guns or evidence of the murders. But that was not their prime interest. The task force hunted for evidence of a larger crime pattern.
Gang videos, bad videos everywhere. Most of the evidence we were looking for at the time was lists of crew members, shirts that they all wore with the logo on them, pictures, phone books, things that would associate this group together.
The twins were arrested on drug charges and taken in for booking.
We are not Charlie Vetter units.
Kobe's time in jail was brief. Only his brother Kareem's fingerprints were on the bag of parts. Kobe was released and the possession charge was dropped. Agents were determined to see him back behind bars.
You know what?
Investigators continued developing informants from within the gang. They got the break they were looking for. Facing jail time on a drug charge, a member of the First and Kennedy crew agreed to cooperate. Finally, investigators learned the answer to the question that had most plagued them. Why did Benny Lee Lawson go into police headquarters and kill 2 FBI agents and an MPD sergeant?
Yeah, Jimmy.
It started the night Kobe Mowat, Jermaine Graves, and Benny Lee Lawson broke into the home of William Ragland.
You stupid!
The trio's plan had been to rob drug dealer Gerald Gaither. Jermaine Graves became frustrated by Gaither's refusal to cooperate, and he snapped, killing 3 of the residents. Overwhelmed, Benny Lawson vomited outside the home. To Moore, it was a sign of weakness. The informant continued. When Lawson was brought in for questioning by investigators, Mowat was sure Lawson had snitched. He began to tell others in the crew that Lawson was cooperating.
He was sitting around, we was at the barbershop.
Benny hated snitches. He hated them. He actually pistol whipped one individual whom he thought was snitching, and probably hated him more than any other crew member. So to have Kobe think that he was ratting or snitching on him, and to go out to First and Kennedy Street crew and have the rest of the crew look at him as a snitch, we believe was more than he could handle.
For agents and investigators, it was now clear that Kobe Mowat, Jermaine Graves, and Benny Lawson had committed the triple homicide. Agents took their case to the U.S. Attorney's Office.
Through these conversations and the cooperating witnesses, plus the information that the police had from the car stop the night of the triple murder, left us no doubt that they had enough to get a murder warrant for these guys for the triple murder.
It was also clear that Kobe Mowat was part of the reason Benny Lee Lawson murdered 3 investigators inside the Metropolitan Police Department. Agents finally felt ready to go before a grand jury and present their conspiracy case against Kobe Mowat and the entire crew. Among the 57 charges that were handed down were indictments for nearly a dozen homicides, drug trafficking, armed robbery, kidnapping, and racketeering. Already in custody, Graves was charged with 3 counts of felony murder. An arrest warrant was issued for Kobe Mowat. Investigators returned to his house. This time, he wasn't home. The closets had been empty. The place looked like it had been abandoned. In the trash, investigators found a receipt for a plane ticket. It appeared that Kobe had kept his promise to flee rather than go to jail.
We are clear from the cops.
And the plane ticket was for just a few days before we hit the place. And the plane ticket was from New York to Moscow.
Yes, we have
and at that point, we knew that Kobe had most likely fled not only the area, but most likely the country.
Mowat was one step ahead of the agents. They tried to pick up his trail in Russia, but he was nowhere to be found. Investigators discovered there was a flight departing to Africa soon after he landed in Moscow. A check of the passenger list revealed nothing.
Stay here, sir.
Agents grew increasingly more frustrated. Mowat was slipping away. For 6 months, FBI agents and Washington, D.C. police tried to track fugitive Kobe Mowat. He could be hiding anywhere. An international manhunt was underway.
We literally went months without a break. We went through hundreds and hundreds of documents that we had obtained during search warrants, during various parts of the investigation, looking for overseas phone numbers, looking for overseas relatives. Once again, without a break.
After several months, Agent John Kerr got a break. Through an informant, he uncovered the name of an ex-girlfriend of Kobe's.
We had come up with addresses for one of the addresses we came up with. We subpoenaed the toll records, and sure enough, we found a collect call from Kenya on one of her toll records. And this was shortly after he would have arrived in Africa.
Agents brought her in for questioning. She repeatedly denied knowing anything about Kobe Mowat's whereabouts.
He's out killing people.
Agents confronted her about the phone records. If she continued to withhold information, they would serve her with a grand jury subpoena. She decided to cooperate. She told investigators that Kobe had in fact called her several times from Nairobi, Kenya. He had not called her recently. She believed he might have moved on to Tanzania. The information was immediately passed on overseas. Mowat's phone call to his ex-girlfriend had originated from a hotel in Nairobi. A U.S. Department of State regional security officer in Kenya followed the lead. The hotel owner said he had no recollection of Kobe Mowat. Agent Giuliano received the news.
And it becomes very, very frustrating because, once again, we're getting no new information. We're not getting a break. And we know that the only tie that we have now is this hotel in Nairobi, Kenya. So we go back to the regional security officers and ask them to go back out and re-interview the individual.
Again, the hotel owner insisted he knew nothing about Kobe Mowat. When shown photographs, he seemed to hesitate.
We are not the microwave. Yes,
the regional security officer kept pressing. Finally, the owner asked for a guarantee that if he gave information, Kobe would never be told. The regional security officer agreed to protect him. He said Kobe had in fact been to his hotel, but he had left several months ago.
Yes, the tactical
He gave the security officer a number that Kobe had called while at the hotel. The call was to the East African country of Tanzania. It took agents a few days to determine why the hotel owner protected the First and Kennedy Street crew leader.
What we determined is that Kobe's mother was educated in Jamaica, and during that process she had befriended several individuals who ended up going to various parts of the world. She had an association with this hotel owner in Nairobi, and she had made the contact to protect Kobe and to help him.
Thank you.
The phone number in Tanzania eventually led investigators to a local college professor. He was a friend of Kobe Mowat's mother. The FBI asked the Tanzanian National Police Department to follow the lead. The professor was unwilling to cooperate with the authorities.
Certainly not a student.
The National Police began their own investigation into Kobe Mowat's whereabouts in their country. As the search for the gang leader intensified in Tanzania, Agents and police in Washington, D.C. continued to build their case against the first Infinity crew. They amassed volumes of evidence through surveillance and informant testimony over the previous year.
There were about 20 to 25 Metropolitan Police Department officers and FBI special agents working on this investigation around the clock, whether it was determining phone records or uncovering new murders that these guys had committed over the years.
On September 14, 1995, officers and agents executed over a dozen arrests. They searched for any indication of the gang leader's whereabouts in Africa. They found none. They collected additional evidence of a criminal enterprise. They confiscated financial records, guns, drugs, gang paraphernalia. Some of those arrested agreed to cooperate in exchange for less jail time. Investigators were slowly taking all of the gang members off the streets. In Tanzania, the search for Kobe Moat was speeding up. The National Police Force developed their own informants and learned that Moat had in fact been in contact with the university professor. They returned to Italy. He once more denied knowing anything about Kobe. Threatening the Jamaican-born professor with deportation, the Tanzanian police convinced him to reconsider. Finally, he admitted to helping Moat find a place to hide out. He offered to take the authorities there.
And this hut is literally out in the middle of the tribespeople who are living in straw huts or actually just living on the ground, right amongst the wild animals and amongst where they grow their crops.
It was the last place on earth authorities would have thought to look for Moat. Unaware that the professor had betrayed his location, Moat was surprised to see the police approaching his hut. He set fire to anything that could potentially identify him. But the police quickly moved in and doused the flame.
What did I do?
While they searched for a reason to place him in custody, they never told Moat why they were there.
They also determined that out in the back, he's growing a small amount of marijuana, what they call bangi. And in that part of the country, it's against the law. And the penalty is 10 years in prison or $100. So they brought him in based on that premise, telling him that he was going to be incarcerated for that.
Investigators in Washington received the news that Moat was in custody. But time was working against them. The Tanzanian police could only hold Kobe on the possession charge for a short period. As a drug trafficker, Moat had plenty of cash on hand to pay the $100 fine. After days of diplomatic wrangling, the arrangements for Moat's extradition to the United States were finalized. Agent Giuliano and Detective Brigadini traveled to Tanzania to take him into custody. Investigators were finally face to face with the man who had eluded them for over a year.
When he came in, Kobe looked tired. He looked like he had been defeated. We explained to him what the charges were, and he was being removed from the United States, that he had been indicted in the United States for a variety of charges, including several counts of first-degree murder and racketeering.
Moat on his way back to the United States, where he and fellow gang members faced 57 indictments. Toby Noah and Jermaine Gray would be convicted on all counts. They were each sentenced to 35 years in federal prison. Mowat's capture in Africa allowed investigators to get the remaining First and Kennedy crew members off the streets.
When we brought Toby back to the United States, he just had a domino effect on the rest of the crew members. Eventually, every crew member pled guilty because they felt and actually told us that once they saw that we had found Kobe in East Africa and brought him back, that they felt they didn't stand a chance.
FBI agents and DC police worked tirelessly to bring justice to the victims of gang violence. But this case was also personal. Only after the entire gang was in jail did they have a sense of closure and feel they had vindicated the deaths of their friends. Sergeant Hank Davis and FBI agents Mike Miller and Martha Dixon Martinez. For Agent John Kufta, who barely survived the attack at police headquarters, the implications of this case were far-reaching.
When this group was locked up, I think it sent a clear message to other criminal organizations out there operating in the District of Columbia and in that tri-state area there that the FBI and the DC police will go to whatever lengths are necessary if it takes them to other continents to track you down and find you and bring you back to the United States to justice.